For the past few days, all Rowan could think about was Marie. Eventually, she decided not to tell Edric that she knew Marie just as she had been instructed. After finding out that Marie wasn't Rowan's mother, Edric even comforted Rowan and promised to help find her mother. Rowan felt uneasy about lying to Edric about the entire situation. She was never one to lie and cheat, so hiding something like this made her very uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, Marie came to look for her one day. Marie mentioned that she felt guilty for not being a responsible mother for so many years. Now that Marie was rich, she wanted to do right by Rowan and sponsor her studies abroad. To study abroad was a dream to many. Naturally, Rowan was tempted by Marie's offer. When Marie saw that Rowan's eyes lit up at her proposal, Marie stated that she would arrange for everything right away. Marie told Rowan to resign from her position at Edric's company immediately, but Rowan was a little hesitant. Admittedly, Rowan harbored feelings for Edric because not only had he helped her when she was in trouble, but also because of how capable he was. A man like him would definitely draw the attention of many women. However, Edric didn't share the same thought as hers. He focused all his attention on Irene. Rowan knew that she agreed to study abroad not because of Marie's attractive offer, but because she wanted to forget Edric. A one-sided love was much too painful for Rowan, and she felt that she could no longer stay by Edric's side. Right now, the only option was for her to leave him and forget about him completely. Before Marie allowed her to declare their relationship, Rowan had to resign and leave Edric's company. The best way to do this was to go abroad and study there. Just as Rowan was going to inform Edric about her resignation, she noticed his face that was covered with scratch marks. She didn't even need to think about who the culprit was. Only Irene could have her way like this. It was an unspoken rule that during fights, one could hurt any body part except for the face. It was clear that Irene's intention was to embarrass Edric. Although this was a matter between both of them, Rowan could feel a sense of resentment against Irene growing inside her chest. Irene is so cruel. Edric is willing to do anything for her. Hell, he does not even mind tarnishing his own reputation. What more does this woman want? Rowan thought to herself. In the end, she didn't inform Edric about her resignation. Instead, she went back to her office. On this day, she was frustrated and flustered. When she returned home in the evening, Marie dropped by with a bag of fruits for her. Once again, she talked about Rowan furthering her studies abroad before she asked if Rowan had resigned. Rowan could only shake her head. In reply, she mentioned what she witnessed in the office earlier in the day and that it was not a good opportunity to bring her resignation up, lest she make things awkward. Marie looked at her thoughtfully. Rowan, is this because you have a thing for Edric and you can't bear to leave him? No, that's not true. Rowan shut her down immediately. I've seen a lot in my days, and I can tell how you're feeling from that look in your eyes. Edric is a wonderful man. It's not wrong for you to like him. Marie sighed, but Edric's heart has always belonged to Irene, and he's not going to fall for someone else. You better not bet your heart on him. I don't want you ending up like Lily. Isn't Lily the mistress? What's there to pity about her? Rowan retorted. Lily isn't the mistress. Irene is. I know about this entire situation better than you. Then, Marie proceeded to tell Rowan about how Lily and Irene were sisters. However, she tweaked the story to make it look like Lily and Edric were childhood sweethearts, and that Irene was the mistress. She said that Irene had dumped Nathan, who was infatuated with her, just to ruin Lily and Edric's relationship. Marie twisted the truth and told Rowan that Irene had manipulated Edric into sleeping with her, finally forcing him to marry her. It's not that she's barren, she just doesn't want to give birth to Edric's child, because her heart belongs to Nathan. She plans to reconcile with Nathan eventually. After Edric and she got married, she still met Nathan secretly. Margaret was furious when she found out about it, so she forced them to get a divorce. Not because Irene was infertile, but because she had an affair. She actually had an affair? Rowan's mouth hung open in surprise. She couldn't imagine that Edric, whom she held so highly in her heart, would actually be stepped on by someone else. Not only did she cheat, but she's also a very vicious woman. Let me let you in on something else. Irene used her infertility as an excuse to argue with Margaret 24/7, creating havoc in the family. If that wasn't enough, she forced Stephen to make Lily her surrogate. Lily felt that she owed Irene this much, so they went along with it. Yet, Irene only became even crueler. When Lily was 3 months pregnant, she shoved Lily so hard that she suffered a miscarriage. Because of this, Margaret had no choice but to allow Irene to file a divorce with Edric, added Marie. So this was the reason behind the divorce? Somehow, Marie had managed to slide in all the lies so casually between the truth that it sounded believable. Naturally, Rowan fell for Marie's words. Since Rowan had never been fond of Irene, she said in a firm voice, "I never thought Irene would be like this." Yeah, the Myers group is wealthy, so they wanted to compensate her handsomely during the divorce. But that woman was so sinister that she left without accepting the alimony the Myers family gave. That's why Edric still feels guilty about it until now. Marie continued to spout her nonsense. After divorcing Edric, she got together with Nathan. However, the White family is strict and old-fashioned. Irene couldn't get things to go her way. Madame Brittany wouldn't allow her grandson to marry a divorced woman. "So that child of hers belongs to Nathan?" asked Rowan. Well, after divorcing Edric, she planned to wrap her hands around Nathan, but Madame Brittany disapproved. She spent 3 years of her life being Nathan's secret lover and even gave birth to his child. When she heard that Lily and Edric were getting engaged soon, she couldn't sit still, so she rushed back to ruin everything. Marie's ability to distort the truth was top-notch. Irene is a spiteful person. Seeing how Deborah and Lily stole Stephen away from her mother, she wanted to get her revenge. Margaret knew her true character, so she strongly opposed their relationship. But Edric was too kind and he felt for her tricks again. He always trusted her. It was true that Irene showed up when Edric and Lily were about to get engaged. This convinced Rowan even more. If that's the case, then why didn't anyone expose her? She's far too good at lying. Not only did she lie to Edric, but she also made him believe that she suffered a lot of hardship after the divorce. Look at what happened the last time. Irene and Jordan worked together to put on a brilliant act. They were trying to frame Lily, and they insisted that Lily had hired someone to slander her. I watched Lily grow up with my own 2 eyes, and I know what a kind and caring girl she is. How could someone like her do such a thing? She did this to ruin Lily's reputation, and that's why she's using others to frame Lily. That's right. All of us felt the whole situation was odd. Wasn't Irene the one who hired people to do that? How could she turn the finger on to Miss Cook? Rowan shook her head. It's all Irene's fault. She would do anything to ruin Lily. Edric had no other choice, so he had to go on TV to clear Lily's name. Just like that, a perfect couple was separated. I can't help feeling sorry for them. If Irene really loved Edric, then fair enough, but she's just doing all this for revenge. Edric felt bad seeing how pitiful she looked after the divorce, and he blamed it all on himself. He wanted to do right by her, but of course, Irene refused his financial compensation. She just wanted to make him feel bad, thus pushing him to break up with Lily. Edric's not any better. How could he believe such an evil woman? Doesn't he see how our innocent Lily has been wronged? Thinking of how ruthless Irene was towards Edric, Rowan agreed that someone who was truly in love would never resort to these means. How could Irene be so cruel? Also, it was Margaret's birthday last Friday. When Margaret invited Lily over for dinner, Irene started throwing a fit again. She was afraid that something would go on between Edric and Lily, so she kept calling him non-stop. The only reason Edric was there that night was to accompany his mother, but she insisted for John to go over and pick Edric home. The entire birthday dinner was ruined because of her. Margaret was so mad she burst into tears. Marie created yet another lie. No wonder there were scars on Edric's face. Irene must have scratched him. Rowan quickly connected the dots. That's right, she's such a shrew. When she was married to Edric, she often quarreled with Margaret. She made the entire family a mess. Marie didn't know that there were scars on Edric's face, but when she heard Rowan say it, she immediately seized the chance to pin it onto Irene. That woman is too despiteful. Rowan was so irate that she shouted, "We can't continue to be blindsided like this. We have to teach her a lesson." After Marie left, Rowanne sat and thought about the whole thing for a long time. Even though she wasn't close to Irene, she felt that she had to sit Irene down for a good talk after listening to Marie's story. When Irene received Rowanne's invite, she didn't know how to interpret it. She'd never had a good impression from Edric's little fangirl since the start. Irene didn't understand why such a young girl was willing to play the role of someone's secret lover instead of finding other means of income. Even though Edric insisted that it was all just for show, Irene was still skeptical about all of it. Rowanne had a lot of qualifications, and she could have easily gotten at any other position. Choosing such a job only showed how flawed her character was. Rowanne and Irene didn't have a good impression of each other, so one could imagine how things were going to turn out. "What can I do for you, Miss Wood?" Irene went straight to the point. "I want to talk to you about Edric." The word Edric made Irene uncomfortable. "About Edric? I'm sorry. Did I hear you correctly?" "You did. I just want to ask you, Miss Nelson, do you love Edric?" "What does any of this have anything to do with you?" Irene asked. Judging from Rowanne's tone of voice, she figured that Rowanne didn't think of Edric as just her boss. Things were already bad enough with Lily's involvement, and now Irene had Rowanne to worry about. This annoyed Irene tremendously. All that bullshit was about starting over again. With all these weeds around bothering them, Irene was never going to associate herself with Edric again in this lifetime. "Of course, it has something to do with me. If you really love Edric, then I'll give you my blessings. But I hope you'll stop clinging on to him. Edric has suffered a lot these few years, and I hope you'll let him go," answered Rowanne. "Clinging on to him?" Irene hissed. These words truly irked her. She glared at Rowanne coldly. "Aren't you overstepping your position, Miss Wood? May I ask, who are you to Edric? What right do you have to come here and say this to me?" I'm his friend," stammered Rowanne. "Friend?" Irene laughed sarcastically. "There are only a few kinds of friends in this world. Some are acquaintances whom you just nod at. Some are loyal friends who would risk their lives for you, and there are others whom you get to know through business deals and transactions. I wonder, Miss Wood, what sort of friend do you fall under?" Thomas was insecure these days. After thinking about it for a long time, he felt that he had done a very wrong thing. He should not have compromised with Marie just for a moment of peace. He knew very well what kind of person Marie was. She would never stop meeting him like what she told him. Instead of waiting for her to come to him again to threaten him, he rather thought of a way to deal with her first. After pondering about it, he went to meet Jordan. Thomas's visit surprised Jordan. Jordan invited him to take a seat and poured a cup of tea for him. Thomas took the tea and had a sip, saying, "The purpose of my visit this time is to ask you for a favor. I will try my best as long as I can do it." Jordan was very outright. "This is very easy for you. I would like to ask you for your help to settle Irene and me abroad." "Is Irene going to do as you say?" Jordan asked. "Just help me deal with the migration procedures first. Irene will join by then. After all, her purpose of coming back is only to save Eden," Thomas answered. "Okay, I'll ask someone to do it right away," Jordan promised. Thomas was very pleased with Jordan's swiftness. He opened the bag he was carrying and took out a few drawings from it. He placed them in front of Jordan and said, "I won't let you help me for nothing. These are the rewards." "What's these?" Jordan picked up the drawings and looked at Thomas in surprise. "Isn't this the design of the stadium?" "Thomas, how could you have this?" Jordan asked. "I'm Dave. This is the design of the stadium for this sports tournament," Thomas replied. "You're Dave?" Jordan reacted after a moment of surprise. No wonder he thought Thomas was strange. It turned out that it was the reason. "The design I gave you is the design of the sub-stadium. I've given the main stadium's design to Marie. She probably will give it to Edric very soon," told Thomas, "or more accurately now, Dave." "Do you want the Myers Group and the Golden Age Group to cooperate in the construction of the stadium for the sports meeting?" Jordan asked. "No, although it will be better if two companies construct the stadium construction of this sports tournament. To be honest, I never thought of letting Edric's company win the bid. The only purpose I designed these was for Irene. Originally, I planned to give all these designs to you, but I didn't expect that there would be such an accident, Thomas replied. Thomas told him about Marie threatening him. Then he explained his relationship with Marie and Myra again. I am not the real Thomas. The real Thomas died of an accident not long after I returned to San Fatilio. At that time, my parents had passed away, and I was downhearted due to the bankruptcy and the huge compensation. In order to prevent me from being found, Myra asked me to live in Chijme's building she bought for Thomas temporarily. Only Stephen, Myra, and Marie knew the truth, while the others thought I was Thomas. At that time, I just wanted to run away from all the troubles I was caught in, but I didn't expect it to become a drawback, he explained. Marie is your sister? I really didn't expect that. Although you are not the real Thomas, you are Irene's uncle after all, in terms of seniority. You haven't done anything wrong. Why are you afraid of Marie? Jordan asked. Back then, I lived in seclusion in San Fatilio, not only because I was discouraged from my misfortune, but also for the loss of my love. Dave sighed. I love Myra as deeply as your father, but my kind of love is prohibited. Marie knows my thoughts, and she threatened me with it. If I don't help her, she will expose my feelings for Myra to others. I don't want Myra to be criticized even after her death, and I don't want Irene to know that I'm not her real uncle, Dave continued to say. You are not blood related to Myra. Besides, you never confessed your feelings. I think Irene can understand you. Jordan thought for a moment and comforted him. No, she won't. I've spent most of my life like this, and I don't want something unnecessary to happen at this moment. I've carefully thought about Marie's character, and she's not credible. Instead of letting her continue to bother me and bring these pasts out, it's better for me to hide away from everyone first. It's good for everyone in this way. Well, since you have made up your mind, leave everything to me. I'll let you know again soon, Jordan promised. At the same time, when Thomas asked Jordan to plan for their migration, Stephen was not at peace either. The chairman of the Tobias group, Tobias, who absconded with the money, and it had brought Stephen a lot of trouble. When Tobias made outstanding achievements in San Fatilio, Stephen was quite close to him. Stephen had once bought a share of the Tobias group and became the silent shareholder. Only he and Tobias knew about it. As the business of the Tobias group had always been running very well, Stephen's ambition and greed for money grew even larger. Therefore, when Tobias went to him and asked for funds to open a branch company, he gave Tobias a batch of funds from the superiors through special means. Tobias had promised Stephen to return it a month later, but Stephen didn't expect that Tobias's company was already in trouble long ago. The so-called opening of a new company was just for scamming him out of money. Tobias absconded abroad with the money right after Stephen gave him the money. The total of the funds that the superior allocated was $1 billion. How could Stephen have so much money to make up this loophole? Therefore, he was in a state of nerves during this time. Coincidentally, the superior heard the news and demanded to meet him to talk about this matter. The superior had a good relationship with Stephen over the past few years. Hence, he asked Stephen to find a way to fill up the loophole as soon as possible. Then, he would let this matter go. Since Stephen cooperated with Tobias to open the company, Stephen only got some dividends, which was just a few $1,000,000 in total. Therefore, how could he make up for such a significant sum of money? The only person he could ask for help was Edric, but it was not a small amount of money. Edric might help him with millions of dollars, but he was unsure if Edric would help him with $1 billion. Edric had no interest in Lily. Therefore, he was sure that Edric would not help him because of Lily. Then, he thought of Irene. Edric had always been obsessed with Irene. Perhaps he would help him for Irene's sake. When Stephen came back to the city, he happened to discover that Lily had just attacked Irene. He took the opportunity to pretend that he fell sick and was admitted to the hospital to figure out a solution. Stephen saw a glimmer of hope when he saw Edric clarify the matter's ins and outs on TV. It could be imagined how infatuated he was with Irene when he would rather let his mother Margaret take the blame to whitewash Irene. That glimmer of hope eventually grew into a bright ray in Stephen's heart. Therefore, He did not oppose Edric's proposal to terminate Lily's engagement and got back together with Irene. When he asked Edric and Irene to go home for dinner that day, he wanted to tell Edric about this matter, but he couldn't bring it up. Now that this matter was getting more urgent and Stephen couldn't delay it anymore, he requested Edric to meet up. "I've encountered some troubles recently, so I would like to ask you to do me a favor." Stephen did not beat around the bush. Edric had already known about Tobias's matter, and he guessed that Stephen should have something to do with this matter. "What's the matter?" "Tell me," Edric replied. Stephen told him about Tobias's abscond with the money. He was embarrassed to admit that he was associated with Tobias and that their acquaintance was to earn money illegally. Hence, he only said that he had a close relationship with Tobias and didn't expect Tobias to be such a person who escaped with the money and left all the trouble to him. Edric pondered for a moment. $1 billion was no small amount, but it was not a big deal for him. But should he tell Irene about it? When Stephen saw that Edric did not speak, he thought Edric would not agree to this matter. He began to panic inwardly. "I won't let you pay for nothing. You can give me an IOU. I have a few heirloom paintings with me. I'll mortgage them to you first." Then Stephen opened the box he carried with him and showed it to Edric. "These are the ancient paintings my ancestors have passed on through generations. It was estimated to be worth more than $100 million more than a decade ago." Edric was stunned. Stephen's family didn't seem to be an aristocratic family. How could there be a collection of ancient paintings worth more than $100 million? He picked up one casually and opened it. "They're not counterfeit, don't worry. They're genuine ancient paintings." Stephen thought Edric didn't believe it and explained immediately, "I've kept these paintings for more than 20 years. If it hadn't something bad happened, I wouldn't have taken it out." It was rare to see Stephen in such a panic. It seemed that he was really anxious this time. Edric smiled lightly and said, "Okay, I'll go back and collect the money for you." Stephen was not sure if Edric's words were valid. However, he was in an imminent crisis now. He would do anything as long as the loophole was filled. Although these paintings were Stephen's lifeblood, they were nothing compared to his future. Besides, these paintings would be passed to Irene after his passing anyway. It was the same to pass them to Edric now. "You'd better take these paintings back. I'll give you an IOU again," Stephen said. "No need," Edric refused. He helped Stephen just because of Irene. If Stephen weren't Irene's father, he would not have cared about it. Since he had helped Stephen, he certainly did not want any mortgage or IOU. "Don't tell Irene about it. I will lose face if she knows about it." Stephen insisted on giving him an IOU and reminded Edric, "Irene has been an obstinate person since she was a child. I don't want her to misunderstand me." Stephen was a typical person who did something terrible yet still wanted to maintain a good reputation. Edric knew better how brazen Stephen was. "Forget it, Mr. Cook. I'll take it as your wedding gift for Irene. As for the IOU, you don't have to give me that. I'll ask the finance department to transfer the money to you." Hearing Edric's words, Stephen heaved a sigh of relief. After that, he gave his account number to Edric. After Edric received the account number, he mentioned the marriage between Edric and Irene very enthusiastically. "When are you and Irene going to register your marriage?" "I can go at any time as long as Irene agrees," Edric answered. "You'd better go get it done as soon as possible. It's not a good thing to keep dragging it." Stephen, whose problem was solved, regained his usual calm and asked, "Why don't you take Irene home for dinner tonight and I'll do the talking with her?" Stephen took the initiative to show his appreciation to Edric, but Edric was not grateful. Even a fool could see that Irene hated Stephen. If he asked Stephen to help him at this time, it would be counterproductive. "It's okay. I'll tell her myself," Edric refused. After chatting for a while, they parted. Edric returned to the company and ordered the finance department to transfer the money to Stephen's account. After hearing him finish the call, John couldn't help reminding him, "Mr. Myers, don't you want to inform Miss Nelson about this? Irene hates this kind of thing the most. If I tell her, she will change her attitude towards Stephen. Let's leave this matter aside and talk about it later," Edric responded. While they were talking, someone knocked on the door. Rowan came in and said, "Mr. Myers, I have something to tell you." Hearing that, John then left the room sensibly. However, Edric signaled him not to go and uttered, "John is no outsider. If you have anything to say, just say it." Here's the thing. I received an admission notice from a foreign university and have the thought of pursuing my studies abroad, so. Rowan was a little nervous. She did not receive any acceptance notice from any foreign university, but Marie hired an agent to send her abroad. She was afraid that Edric would ask her in detail again. "Do you want to resign and further study abroad?" Edric understood what she meant. "This is a good thing. I support your decision. You can always come to me if you need anything. I will try my best to satisfy your requests." Rowan smiled and shook her head. "Thank you, Mr. Myers. I don't need anything else." Although Edric was surprised at Rowan's resignation to study abroad, he did not stop her. He readily agreed to Rowan's resignation and ordered the finance department to pay her more than a few months' salaries. When he returned to the Chandel Valley in the evening, Irene was on a phone call with Eden. Eden said that he missed her and asked her when she would visit him. Irene answered him that she would visit him in a few days' time. Seeing Edric come back, Irene hung up the phone hurriedly. Edric went forward and pulled her to sit on the sofa, saying, "Irene, Mr. Cook has met me today." "Why did he want to meet you?" Irene asked. Her intuition told her that there was nothing good going on that Stephen went to meet Edric. "Mr. Cook gave me this," Edric answered, as he opened the paintings that Stephen had just given him and showed them to Irene. Irene opened the painting, took a glance at it, and then put it down. She didn't know much about paintings, but she guessed that it should be the ancient paintings worth more than $100 million, which Stephen had mentioned before. "Why did he give it to you?" Irene asked. "He said it's a wedding gift for us," Edric replied. He didn't intend to ask for anything from Stephen, but when he saw Stephen insist on giving him an IOU, he remembered that Irene would own these paintings after Stephen passed anyway. Hence, Edric proposed to receive them as wedding gifts and brought them back to Irene. Irene didn't expect that Stephen would give the ancient paintings to Edric as their wedding gift. One of the reasons she came back and admitted Stephen as her father was for these paintings. Stephen had refused her many times before, but he was so generous now. It was bizarre. After pondering for a while, Edric reached out his hand to hold her hand. "Irene, let's get married." "Get married?" Irene parroted. Although Edric had mentioned getting married several times, it was the first time for him to mention it in this way. She was a little surprised. "Yes, let's get married." Edric looked at her eyes with deep affection, confessing, "Irene, I have been thinking about it for a long time, but I dare not mention it to you. I know that I once hurt you very deeply, so I know I'm not in the place to mention this matter. However, I really want to take care of you and your child. Irene, marry me, please." "Edric, getting married is not just a matter of two people. Do you understand?" "I understand. I will deal with Margaret. Don't worry about it. History won't repeat itself," Edric assured. "Not only Margaret, but I also have a child," Edric interjected. "Don't worry, I adore Eden very much. I will treat him like my own child." Irene fell silent. Eden was Edric's child anyway. She was not worried that Edric would do harm to Eden. What mattered now was not the problem about Eden, but if Edric was worth believing or not. Thinking of Rowan coming to argue with her in great confidence earlier in the day, Irene felt a slight chill. In the past, she clearly knew that Lily was eyeing Edric. However, Irene did not take any precautionary measures against Lily, which led to the incident that happened after that. She could not accept the history to replay in her life. Back then, she was already exhausted from dealing with Lily alone. But now, Edric was no longer the young and inexperienced Edric of the past. He was a business tycoon now, and there was more than a single woman who coveted him. Irene would never put herself in that awkward situation again. In addition to the women around Edric, he also had a mother who was challenging to deal with. These were the facts that were placed in front of her and Edric. However, Edric was Eden's biological father. Giving Eden a complete family had always been her dream. Irene was really in a dilemma. Seeing that Edric was still waiting for her answer, she said, "You'd better think about this matter again." "I've already thought it through," "Irene, please marry me," Edric begged. "I won't let you down anymore." Irene did not believe in the so-called guarantee of his at all, but Kinsey had told her that it was not about Eden now. If she could successfully get pregnant, she would have 2 children of Edric. It was impossible for her to be single for the rest of her life. She had to get married and find a father for the child or children. Undoubtedly, Edric was the most suitable candidate. Perhaps she could have a try with him. After all, he was not that wicked. She nodded after a moment of silence. Edric was on cloud 9. He carried her in his arms and spun her in the room. When she promised Edric's proposal a few years ago, he held her in his arms and spun in the room like this too. Reminiscing the past, Irene felt dejected. She only hoped that the outcome this time would be different from the past. Since the engagement with Jordan, Joanne came to talk with Lydia every day to relieve her boredom. At first, Lydia was very friendly, but later she changed her attitude gradually. She was not as intimate as she used to be, but a little alienated. Joanne thought about it over and over again, but could not wrap her head around it. What had she done wrong? But why did Lydia change her attitude all of a sudden? On this day, she visited Lydia with gifts again. Lydia sighed and said, "Joanne, you don't have to come here to accompany me anymore in the future." "Mrs. Reed, what happened? Do you dislike me?" Joanne asked. "No, you are such a good and sensible girl. How would I dislike you? It's just that you are so young that you should hang out with a girl of your age. There is no need for you to spend time with an old woman like me all day," Lydia answered. "Mrs. Reed, I'm relieved to know that you don't dislike me." Joanne heaved a sigh of relief. "Mrs. Reed, you don't seem to be very happy these days. Anything happened?" she questioned. "Nothing happened. I'm just a little upset," Lydia replied. "I see. Why don't you tell me what you're upset about? It's often said that you'll feel better once you speak out about the things that are bothering you. Tell me, and you'll feel better." Lydia looked at Joanne's beautiful face and sighed. Her worries were all because of her son, Jordan. After hearing what Jordan said when he came back that day, she had always felt uneasy. Her life was already miserable. Joanne was so young. Did Joanne have to follow in her footsteps? Her heart had been aching these days because of this matter, especially when Joanne came to visit her every day, which made her even more upset. She wanted to keep Joanne by her side as she really liked Joanne. But now, Lydia found that she was wrong, and she might hurt Joanne if she did so. "Joanne, you've made a 3-year agreement with Jordan, have you?" "Mrs. Reeds, do you know that too?" Joanne was shocked. "I'm sorry. I'm the one who puts you in this," Lydia apologized. "Why do you say so?" Joanne was surprised. "Jordan has the same personality and temper as his father. Do you understand?" Lydia smiled bitterly. "He won't give up even if he dies for someone he loves. He hasn't forgotten Irene at all. It's unfair to you. You're still young, and it's the best time for you to choose a suitable life partner. Keep your options open." What she meant was to let Joanne give up Jordan. It had taken Joanne a lot of effort to earn a rightful position beside Jordan, so how could she take Lydia's advice? "Mrs. Reed, I love Jordan and am willing to stay with him for the rest of my life. Even if he doesn't love me, I'm willing to do so," Joanne refused. "Joanne, you don't understand what I mean. I'm just worried that my current life will be a portrayal of your future. Do you understand?" Joanne did not. She was so beautiful and had so many tricks up her sleeve. She believed that Jordan would be able to fall in love with her for the rest of his life. Lydia had no choice but to make it clear. "I loved Malcolm as much as you did. I loved him so much that I would not marry anyone except him. At that time, I also thought that it didn't matter if he didn't love me. It's more than enough as long as I love him. I would definitely melt him with my love and let him fall in love with me slowly. But what happened in the end?" Lydia's face was plastered with bitterness. "Even if I marry him and give birth to Jordan for him, he did not favor me at all. I have spent so many years of my youth on him since I married him in my 20s. What do you think I gained? I'm still all alone, just like a nun. Joanne, are you willing to live a life like this?" Lydia asked. Needless to say, Joanne did not want to live such a life, but she was not scared off. She knew something about Malcolm and Lydia. Lydia was too weak and kind, while Joanne's weakness and kindness were just a facade. Malcolm had a good reputation before they married. However, Jordan was different. He was a famous playboy and had slept with countless women. She did not believe that Jordan could restrain himself and not fall for her. Most importantly, Joanne was convinced that Lydia didn't seize the chance. After she married Malcolm, Malcolm had stayed with her for a few years. It was Lydia who was not capable enough to keep her man. Joanne and Lydia were not at the same level at all. If she was given a chance to let Jordan get along with her all day and night, she must have a way to make him fall in love with her. She did not even mind if he only fell in love with her body. Seeing her obsession, Lydia sighed and gave up persuading Joanne. She really couldn't tell the thing that happened between her and Malcolm. Since she married Malcolm until now, Malcolm had only slept with her once, and that occurred before marriage. Later, although they got married and lived together in a lawful way, they slept in different rooms. She had been living as a grass widow for so many years. The sorrow and grief in her heart couldn't be explained to outsiders by words. After Joanne prattled with Lydia for a while, she left and went home. Since she had framed Irene, Brittany didn't think of the world of her as much as before. She always looked at Joanne with vigilance. It was not a small matter for Joanne that her image, which she had tried hard to maintain in the past few years, was destroyed in an instant. Fortunately, Brittany was kind enough to protect Joanne and did not tell Nathan about this matter. Nathan still treated her as before. Although Brittany had retired from the working field, she held 1/3 of the shares of the White Group in her hand. Therefore, there was still no one who dared to oppose her in the White family. Joanne knew that Brittany would not treat her like before, but she couldn't just turn her back on Brittany, for Brittany was her big support. Her father was not the most outstanding person in the White family. If it wasn't for Brittany and Nathan, she would have been iced out. Although Brittany didn't like her now, Brittany never showed it to others. Hence, Joanne was still Brittany's most favorite granddaughter in other people's eyes. In order to maintain this illusion, she had to walk around in front of Brittany, even if Brittany didn't like her. Joanne purposely went to buy Brittany's favorite snacks. When she arrived at the White family, she saw Nathan's car parked at the entrance. When Joanne entered the living room, Brittany's servant saw her and greeted her. "Mr. Nathan is here. He's talking to Madame Brittany in the study room." The implication was that she should not disturb them. Joanne was not perturbed at all. She smiled and responded, "Don't worry, I won't disturb them." Embarrassed at Joanne's undisguised reply, the servants excused themselves. Joanne put the snacks she brought into a plate and carried them to the study room. In the study, Brittany and Nathan were talking about Irene. "Irene has been gone for a long time. Is there any news about her?" Nathan chuckled and answered, "Grandma, why do you care about Irene suddenly? I'm really not used to it." "I'm just being honest. Previously, I treated her so badly, but Irene actually took the initiative to save me without even a hint of hesitation. It's hard to find such a person in this era. It was all my fault back then." Brittany said emotionally, "If it weren't for me, you two wouldn't have become like this. Irene wouldn't have been in such misery." "Grandma, don't blame yourself. Irene and I have never blamed you. We all understand that you have your standpoint," Nathan comforted her. "Haven't you been busy with the company's affairs recently? Free some time to meet Irene." Brittany added, "Don't worry about Eden. Leave him to me. I promise I will take good care of him." "We'll talk about it again," Nathan responded. "Why do I find that you are not as passionate as in the past? You used to find a way to meet her when I tried hard to stop you. Now that I've given you an opportunity, but you are no longer that enthusiastic. What happened?" Brittany asked. "Irene has got stuff to do now. I don't want to distract her," Nathan answered. Speaking of this, Brittany felt more and more strange. A child falling sick was the biggest matter for a mother. She wondered why Irene left her ill son Eden and went back to San Fatio. "Is there anything more important than Eden's illness?" Brittany asked. "The reason she went back is right because of Eden," Nathan remarked. "Is it because of money?" Brittany asked tentatively. "We can afford Eden's treatment fee for her, can't we? It's not entirely because of money. Money is only one of the aspects. Irene is an independent woman. She won't accept others' help easily unless it's absolutely necessary, Nathan responded. I appreciate her character very much, but she can't be too stubborn. She should be more flexible. It's not her fault. When she married Edric, it was a great blow to her when she was forced to divorce him and leave him with no alimony. For Irene, what's rightfully hers is the one that she earns herself. Other people's belongings have nothing to do with her. Edric Myers is really ruthless, Brittany sighed. You said money is only one of the aspects, so what's the other aspect? I can't say that. Nathan shook his head. Not even me, Nathan? Brittany was slightly displeased. Could it be you're still afraid that I will hurt Irene? Grandma, I know you won't harm her, but this matter involves her privacy. Irene doesn't want too many people to know about it. Nathan didn't want to tell Brittany the truth. Anyway, Irene went back to the country for Eden's illness. You will know it in the future. Privacy, and it's even related to Eden's illness. Hearing this, Brittany became all the more curious. During this time, she often went to the hospital to visit Eden. Brittany had heard Eden's attending doctor say before that Eden's illness was more effective by using the treatment of cord blood transplantation. Quick-witted enough, Brittany realized something instantly, but she was not sure. Therefore, the reason Irene went back is to find Eden's biological father? Does this mean that his biological father is Edric? Nathan nodded. It was impossible for Irene to remarry another man right after experiencing such an incident. She had been married to Edric for so many years and did not get conceived. Even if she got remarried, she wouldn't be conceived immediately. Brittany's countenance changed. Her voice raised at once, astonished. She asked, Eden's biological father is Edric? Joanne walked over with the plate of snacks in her hands. Just as she was about to knock on the door, she heard Brittany's voice ringing out from inside. Her hand that was on the doorknob stopped instantly. Grandma, keep your voice down. Nathan shook his head. He couldn't help praising Brittany inwardly that she could figure it out instantly. Don't tell anyone about it. I won't. It's just that since the child is Edric's, why didn't Irene tell him the truth? No one will hurt their own children. No matter how evil Edric is, he won't be so cold-blooded and not save his son, will he? Before Edric's engagement, Irene called Edric and asked him to cancel the engagement with Lily, but he refused cruelly. Nathan sighed. It's Irene's ill fate to meet such a cold-blooded and ruthless man. Furious, Brittany criticized, it's really rare to see such a vicious man like Edric. Irene was really blind at that time. Thinking that she was most of the reason why Irene married Edric, she blamed herself in her heart. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have become this. I'm a sinner. My dear Nathan, I won't stop you and Irene from being together again in the future. Grandma, it's all over. Time for me and you too to look forward. It's not too late now. Nathan comforted her. Irene and I will definitely be together if we're fated. That's true. There are just too many setbacks that appear for you two, no matter how you two are well fated, though. Brittany was emotional and told Nathan, if everything goes smoothly on Irene's side, you can hold a wedding with her immediately, as long as she agrees to it. Joanne did not expect to hear such explosive news. She was shocked and did not dare to stay any longer. She turned around quickly and left. Stephen was in a good mood as he had taken a load off his mind. When he returned home at night, he wore a rare smile on his face. Seeing that he was so happy, Deborah asked tentatively, did something happy happen today? Stephen nodded. Irene and Edric are about to get married again. Deborah also smiled. It's really a good thing. Have they set the date? It will be in a few days. Stephen was not sure either. We've made her suffer so much when the last time she married Edric. This time we must prepare a great gift for Irene, Deborah suggested. She was as excited as if it was Lily who was getting married. Stephen was stunned by Deborah's reaction. Deborah should not be too delighted, should she? After all, Edric had almost become her son-in-law. He looked at Deborah and asked, Are you not unhappy at all? No, why should I? Irene and Edric are a couple in the first place. I used to ask Lily to break them apart because Lily was pregnant with his child. Now that they can get back together, I feel genuinely happy for them, Deborah answered. But Lily certainly wouldn't think so. After all, she truly loved Edric. Stephen sighed. You have to accompany Lily and comfort her more. If she feels really sad, you can take her on a trip and have some alone time. Stephen had rarely cared about Lily like this. Although Deborah played along with him on the outside, she felt a little strange from the inside. Did the pigs fly? Something must have happened that Stephen changed all of a sudden. Deborah told Marie about Irene and Edric's upcoming wedding. After that, Marie went to Margaret and told her about Edric remarrying Irene. Margaret was very anxious. After she failed to plot against Edric last time, Edric never came to her again, for they were now not in a good term. Not only did he disappear, but he didn't even give her a call. He did not answer her phone, even if she called him on her own initiative. She was troubled and frustrated. If Irene, a jinx, really married Edric again, Margaret reckoned that she would surely live a miserable life. She couldn't let Edric and Irene get married again. Thus, she had to find a way to stop them as soon as possible. Marie told her not to be impatient and said that she would go to talk to Rowan. Edric would guard against them, but not Rowan. Therefore, they could give Rowan some money and ask for her help. Margaret thought it over and over again, but she couldn't think of any better way else, so she agreed. The next day, Irene told Thomas about Edric's proposal. Thomas fell silent for a long time and said, Irene, I don't support you to get back together with Edric. Thomas never cared about her personal affairs. In the past, he always supported her no matter what she did. The sudden opposition this time surprised Irene. Why? Irene asked. Did you get back together with Edric because of love or Eden? Thomas asked. Because of Eden. Irene replied, Eden will be much better to be with his biological father. If it was only because of Eden that you get back together with Edric, I don't think it is necessary at all. Jordan and Nathan will treat Eden very well too. They are not worse than Edric, so you don't have to compromise yourself to be with Edric, Thomas advised. Uncle Thomas, I know that Nathan and Jordan treat me well, but Jordan is engaged now. Nathan is such a kind person too, and I don't want to be his burden. Irene, you're not a burden. For those who love you, it's the happiest thing for them to take care of you. I hope you can consider carefully about your relationship with Edric. Edric not only has bad records in the way he treats you, but he also has an unreasonable mother. With his mother, you and he will always be in an awkward position. I don't want to see you compromise yourself for them again, like what you did in the past when you were with Edric. Therefore, I don't support you to get back together with him, Thomas explained. Irene and Thomas were worried about the same matters. She left Thomas's place in a gloomy mood. On the way back, she received a phone call from Edric, saying that he would go home late that night. He asked her not to wait for him and have her meal alone. Since Edric was not coming back, Irene planned to have her dinner outside. She remembered that she hadn't eaten Mexican food for a long time. Right then, Jordan called her unexpectedly and invited her to have dinner with him that night. She hadn't seen Jordan for a long time, thus she didn't refuse. Since it was Jordan's treat, he would definitely not take her to some random restaurants. He took Irene to the Rotate Palace, which was a famous restaurant in San Fatillo. It had 360-degree panoramic French windows where one could overlook the cityscape while the restaurant rotated on its axis slowly. The view was especially scenic at night. Not only could they enjoy the delicious food, but also enjoy the beautiful night view of San Fatillo. Irene had long heard about the name of Rotate Palace. Not only the environment there was great, but the taste of the dishes was also unique. Needless to say, the cost was cutthroat too. If Jordan hadn't brought her here, she wouldn't have dared to come here. Sitting in the rotating restaurant, enjoying delicious food, and looking at the brightly lit city outside were indeed a kind of enjoyment. However, Irene reckoned that Jordan did not just invite her to dinner. Since he had not shown up for such a long time, he must have something to say to her. On that day, Thomas called Jordan and told him that Irene wanted to get back together with Edric. He requested Jordan to think of a way to stop her. Hence, Jordan came to meet her up. Jordan was distraught when he heard that Irene was going to be back together with Edric. After pondering for a while, he finally said, "Today, I heard Uncle Thomas say that you are going to get back together with Edric. Is it true?" Irene felt a little embarrassed and thought, what's wrong with Uncle Thomas? Why does he go gossiping like those older women? I just went back to discuss it with him in the afternoon, but he told Jordan immediately. She disguised herself by taking a sip of water. I'm still considering, she answered. If it's just for Eden's sake, I think it's not necessarily for you to get back together with him. Let's not talk about whether Edric truly loves you or not. Margaret is a problem herself. She is already so hard to deal with even before you guys get back together. As for what will happen in the future, it's imaginable, Jordan persuaded. What Jordan said was the same as Thomas. You are one survivor under Margaret's despotic power. I think you should know exactly what you will face if you and Edric get back together. For Eden's and your happiness, I think you should think about it carefully, Jordan analyzed. I surely will, Irene responded. Irene, there are many good men out there. For example, Nathan and I are the best candidates you can ever find. Even if you have to choose with your eyes shut, you shouldn't choose Edric, should you? Jordan asked. Looking at how he recommended himself, Irene laughed. All right. The one who already has a girlfriend, please stand aside. Her words made Jordan's gaze lose their sparkles at once. He and Irene could have been together, but the goddess of fate tricked them, and they ended up becoming passersby in each other's life. Now, he was engaged to Joanne. Although he didn't love Joanne, he was a man of his words. He and Joanne made the 3-year agreement. If Joanne could persevere, he would marry her. He couldn't go back on his word. I'm just giving an example. Even if you don't want me, Nathan is always a better choice than Edric, no? Eden likes Nathan so much. You should think about Nathan for Eden's sake, Jordan said. As he spoke, a familiar voice rang out. Our seat is over there. Irene looked up and saw a pair of familiar figures appear before her eyes. It turned out that Edric was busy that night because he had to accompany Rowan to have dinner here. Irene sneered. If Jordan hadn't invited her here for dinner, how could she witness such a good show with her own eyes? Thinking of Edric's gentleness and caring for her during this period of time, as well as his proposal the previous night, Irene's simper became even more obvious. What a coincidence. Fortunately, I didn't believe him, Irene thought. Jordan followed Irene's gaze to look over and saw Edric and Rowan too. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Edric was trying to own more than one woman, wasn't he? He wanted to get back with Irene while he was still enamored of his little lover. However, Edric must have not expected that they would bump into each other this evening. What a coincidence. Jordan took a glance at Irene and found that Irene's countenance fell in an instant. She put down the fork and spoon in her hand and said, I'm full. I'm full too. Let's go. Jordan left with Irene thoughtfully. Along the way, Irene kept a gloomy face. Although she was silent, Jordan knew that she had already made up her mind about Edric. Jordan estimated that it would be curtains for Edric this time. Rowan said that she would leave the day after the next day. Hence, she invited Edric out for dinner to express her gratitude for his care over the years. The most crucial reason for Edric to accept Rowan into his company was that her life story had a resemblance with Irene's. Not only her background, but also her appearance was somewhat similar to Irene's. In the past days, when he was all alone and lost, Rowan was his source of comforts. Rowan was a decent girl. She was very sensible and had never caused him any trouble. Now that she was going to study abroad, he would definitely not stop her. Rowan had never drunk before. She claimed that she was allergic to alcohol. However, she took the initiative to ask for wine on that day. She poured a glass of wine and said, Edric, cheers! Edric picked up his glass and replied, have a safe trip. After drinking a glass of wine, Rowan poured another glass of wine for him, saying, Edric, I know you have gastritis, so I won't ask you to drink more. You just have to drink 3 glasses of wine today. Edric nodded. Okay, 3 glasses it is. Rowan picked up her glass again. Edric, it's all because of you that I, Rowan Wood, have such an achievement today. You are the benefactor in my life. I have nothing to repay you. In the next life, I will do anything for you to return your kindness. Why do you say that all of a sudden? Edric was stunned. I'm just happy and excited, Rowani answered as she poured another glass of wine for Edric again. They clinked their drinks and she continued, "I wish you a blissful life, Edric." "I love to hear that." Edric smiled and drank it up. "I'll marry Irene soon, and I'll definitely live a happy life in the future." Rowan poured the third glass of wine for him again. "I'm a young and ignorant girl at times. If I have offended you in any way, please do forgive me." Edric drank the third glass of wine readily. They realized that the night was still early after they had dinner. Edric certainly couldn't drive after drinking. Hence, he hired a designated driver. Edric ordered the driver to send Rowan home first before sending him home. However, he didn't expect to see Lily on the way. Lily's car had broken down and she was standing at the roadside anxiously. Edric didn't want to bother her initially, but Rowan reminded him, "Edric, isn't that Miss Cook? She seems to be in trouble, isn't she? Let's go and have a look." Hearing that, Edric could no longer pretend that he didn't see Lily. Hence, he asked the driver to stop the car. "What happened?" Edric asked Lily. "Edric, my car is broken," Lily replied pitifully. "Have you called the workshop?" Edric asked again. "Yes," Lily responded. While they were speaking, someone came to tow the car. Rowan invited Lily to get in the vehicle enthusiastically. "Miss Cook, get in the car. It's cold out there." "Is that okay?" Lily looked at Edric, her eyes twinkling. Edric frowned. Knowing that the driver and Rowan were in the car waiting for him, he nodded and said, "Come on up." When Lily got in the car, Rowan suggested, "My apartment is near to here. Edric, why don't you send me back first, and then send Miss Cook back?" Edric nodded. He didn't drink much, but he did feel a little dizzy. Therefore, he closed his eyes to rest in the back seat and fell asleep unconsciously. Seeing that Edric was asleep, Rowan and Lily sent Edric back to the Myers family together. Margaret and Marie had been waiting impatiently for a long time. When they saw them coming, both Margaret and Marie immediately helped Edric upstairs joyfully. At this point, Rowan had finished her task. She got up and left their house. Meanwhile, Margaret and Marie signaled Lily to enter Edric's room. Seize this opportunity and try to get pregnant. Closing the door, Lily revealed a smirk on her face. She was on her menses that night, and Edric was unconscious, so how could she get laid? She came here that night to pretend that she had a one-night stand with him, so Margaret would believe her later on when she claimed that she was pregnant. Marie told her before that the sperm provided by Edric in the past had been well preserved in the bank. After that night, Marie would take her to have in vitro fertilization with his frozen sperm. As long as Lily managed to get pregnant and Margaret backed her up, Edric would be hers forever. In the past, Lily only pretended to be gentle to gain Edric's good side. But now she had already understood that she did not want to be just Edric's accessory. She had to live for herself. Her mother, Deborah, was right. If a person had no self-esteem, they would never succeed. Therefore, she was going to make a call for herself. Jordan sent Irene back to the Chandel Valley and left. Irene was in a bad mood. She felt dispirited in doing everything. Irene watched TV for a while in the living room. But after nearly an hour, Edric was still not back home yet. Then she went upstairs to take a bath. When she came out of the bathroom, she heard the phone ringing. Kinsey complained, "It's tough to reach you." "I was taking a shower just now," Irene replied. "Guess who I saw on the road just now? Edric and Rowan." "I saw them in the Rotate Palace," Irene interrupted her. "No, I am not done yet. In addition to Rowan, Lily was there as well. What do you think Edric is doing?" "Be careful and don't believe his words so naively," Kinsey advised. "I know," Irene responded, sighing. "By the way, you have been with Edric for some time, Sriya. Is there any news?" Kinsey asked again. "I'm going to the hospital for a checkup in a few days." After hanging up the phone, Irene fell into a trance for a while. Why did Edric get Rowan and Lily together? She couldn't understand Edric at all. Rubbing her forehead, she decided to forget it. No matter what Edric did, it has nothing to do with her. She didn't have to worry about it. After she went to the hospital for a checkup in a few days, she'd slip away if she was pregnant with Edric's child. Well, anyway, she still couldn't fall asleep that night. Seeing that Edric hadn't come back after midnight, she decided to give him a call. However, the person who answered the phone was Margaret. She asked in a taunting manner, "Edric is sleeping upstairs. Why do you call him?" Irene was stunned. Wasn't Edric with Rowan and Lily? Why did he go home again? Margaret rebuked Irene harshly at the end of the phone. Irene, I always believed that you're one decent girl, but why do you have to do such a shameless thing? Don't you think about getting married to Edric again? I'll never agree. Knowing that Margaret wouldn't say something nice to her, Irene hung up the phone without waiting for Margaret to finish her line. There was no reason for her to listen to Margaret cursing at her. Hearing the beeping voice from the phone, Margaret muttered, "She's still so rude. I really don't know why Edric takes fancy to her." It was already noon of the next day when Edric opened his eyes. When he saw the familiar decorations in the room, he was shocked. How could he be lying on the bed at home? At this time, someone knocked on the door. Margaret came in with a bowl of soup, saying, "Edric, I made you a bowl of soup. Have a try." "Why am I here?" Edric looked at her in surprise. "Don't you remember? Lily sent you back." Margaret answered but didn't mention what happened the previous night. Lily left Edric's room in the middle of the night. Marie said it was still uncertain whether Lily could be pregnant or not. Therefore, she told Margaret to keep quiet and not tell Edric what happened lest she ruin the plan. There was a scent of Chanel's perfume in the room. Edric rubbed his forehead and sat up. To his surprise, he found that he was naked. "Who took off my clothes?" he asked. "It's me who took off your clothes. I'm afraid that you can't sleep well with your clothes on," Margaret explained. "Didn't he just drink a few glasses of wine? How could he be so drunk?" Edric felt that there was something wrong here. Seeing Margaret still standing by the bed with soup in her hand, Edric got a little impatient. "Mom, can you go out? I'll go after you drink the soup." Margaret gave him a warm smile. "I don't dare to drink your soup." Edric let out a sneer. "You'd better go out." "You are such a brat," Margaret muttered and turned to leave. Edric hurried to get up and put his clothes on. Then he reached out to get his phone, but he found that his phone was not with him. He opened the door and yelled at Margaret, "Mom, where is my phone?" "It's here." Margaret pointed to the tea table in the living room. Edric hurried downstairs to pick his phone. When he saw Irene's call, his countenance changed. "Did you pick up Irene's call?" he questioned. "Yes," Margaret answered. "What did you say to Irene?" "Nothing. I just said that you're sleeping and tell her not to disturb you." Margaret shrugged her shoulders. How would Edric believe it? He knew Margaret very well. She would not give up this opportunity to humiliate Irene. He had to ask Irene about the situation immediately. While driving, Edric called Irene, but she was on the line. He made another phone call to Rowan and asked, "What happened last night? How did I get sent home by Lily?" Rowan decided to play dumb. "I don't know. The designated driver sent me home first," she answered. Edric felt that things were not as simple. He did not suspect that Rowan was lying to him for sure. Instead, he found Lily rather suspicious. He called John again, ordering, "Keep an eye on Lily and see what she is doing recently." Edric didn't come back home the previous night. Irene surely felt uneasy. Kinsey's phone call reminded her that she and Edric had been together for more than half a month. She should be able to find out if she was pregnant. It should be able to be detected once she was conceived for more than 10 days. At the thought of it, she went to the pharmacy outside to buy the test kit right away. She couldn't sleep well after tossing and turning that night. There were two things on her mind. Firstly, it was about the pregnancy test, and secondly, it was about Edric. When it was just dawn, Irene got up and took out a test kit to test it. For the fear of inaccuracy, she took out a few more test kits to test it all at once. A few minutes later, 2 red lines appeared on all the few test kits. She was pregnant. Irene stared at the red line in shock. The unexpected surprise made her completely unable to believe it. She got pregnant only after she had been married to Edric for 5 years, but now she got pregnant just in a month's time. No matter how she thought about it, she found it rather incredulous. She rubbed her eyes again. It was no mistake. All the test kits showed 2 red lines. Irene bent down instantly and covered her face with her hands, crying. These were tears of joy. Eden was saved. Almost instinctively, she grabbed the phone and wanted to call Nathan, but she stopped when she was ready to dial his number. She was still worried that the test kits were inaccurate. She had to ensure that everything would go perfectly well. Irene decided to go to the hospital to get a proper examination. She had her breakfast hastily and took a taxi to San Fetio Hospital. She went too early and the hospital had not opened yet. Despite that, there were still many people waiting in the hall and lining up to register. Irene also lined up in the queue for registration. Soon, she got her waiting number. There was still some time before the work hours. Hence, she stood next to the hospital's bulletin board and read the brochure to kill her boredom. Regardless, she still found the waiting time hard to pass. She looked at her watch every 5 minutes to soothe her anxiousness. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice ring out from behind, saying, "Mom, we're too early." "Isn't that Lily's voice?" Irene thought. She turned her head a little and saw Lily and Deborah come in through another door in sunglasses. "We don't have to line up if we come early," Deborah replied. "Come at night if you are afraid of lining up. Madam Walker is here anyway." "Why do we have to come so early?" Lily replied with displeasure. She returned home at midnight, but Deborah still dragged her out to have a checkup early the next morning, hence disturbing her sweet slumber. Lily was irked. "Let's have an examination first. It's better to settle this matter sooner, idiot," Deborah chided as she grabbed Lily's hand and hurried upstairs. They were in a hurry that they did not see Irene, who was standing next to the bulletin board. Irene heard their conversation clearly. "Madam Walker? Marie is a specialist in this hospital. Are they referring to Marie?" she wondered. Lily called her Madam Walker, as if they are close to each other. "Is Marie an acquaintance of them?" Irene scratched her head. Seeing that it was almost her turn, Irene went upstairs too. The gynecology and obstetrics department was on the second floor, while the infertility department was on the third floor. Irene saw Deborah and Lily went up to the third floor. She went straight to the gynecology and obstetrics department on the second floor. When the doctor heard that she was going to have a blood test to check her pregnancy status, he gave her an invoice and asked her to proceed to the cashier to make payment. The physician in charge of blood testing then asked her to come over to get her results at noon. Seeing that it was still early, Irene went outside to wait for the results. She needed not to go far. There was a small garden between the hospital wards and the clinic. It was decorated with a fountain, flowers, and trees. The surroundings were beautiful and peaceful. Irene went to the garden and sat by the fountain. She scrolled through the news on her phone. This place was really quiet. Irene watched the news for a while and suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Why do you pull a long face just now? What would Marie think? She is doing this for your own good," Deborah said. Irene was hidden by a huge stone. She was able to see Lily and Deborah, but they couldn't see her. "I can't be happy," Lily replied. "You have to be happy no matter how displeased you are. You're lucky this time. You happen to be menstruating, so we are able to do tests that can be done only when you are on menstruation. When your menstruation has ended, let's come back for another checkup," Deborah said. Lily was very impatient. "It's so annoying. Haven't I taken these examinations before? Why do I have to take the tests again this time?" she asked. "Silly girl, that was 3 years ago. We wouldn't know your latest fertility status if we don't take the tests again," Deborah comforted her. "It's for your own good. Be patient, though it's a little troublesome. We have to ensure that everything will go perfectly well." I'm flustered when I see Marie's face. "Mom, can we change to another hospital? I don't want to deal with her at all." Lily still looked rather unwilling. "No way. I only trust her with this. Anyone else might not be able to do it right," Deborah replied. "Why do you trust her so much? She is so cruel. She can even hurt her own niece. I'm afraid that she will do the same to me," Lily continued. "You're not the same as her niece. Don't worry. Even if she treats everyone with malice, she will always treat you with tender care," Deborah added. "Just be patient. Remember to smile at her and pull an attitude, understand?" Lily promised Deborah unwillingly, and they left. Irene was very surprised. Why did Lily and Deborah come to the hospital? Listening to their conversation, Lily seemed to be discontented with Marie. They said that Marie was cruel enough to hurt her own niece. As far as Irene knew, Marie had no relatives. Who was her niece? Also, why did Lily have to do the examination during and after her menstrual period? Did Lily have any gynecological sickness? Edric said that he had agreed to get engaged to Lily because Marie said that Lily could not conceive. Could it be that Lily came to the hospital this time to treat her infertility? Multiple questions started to flood Irene's mind, and she could not make a single sense out of them. She sat in the garden for a long time, and soon noon arrived. She stood up and back to the hospital. Irene collected the test results and went to the clinic to see the doctor. The doctor looked at the results and told her, "Based on your test results, we can confirm that you're in your early stage of pregnancy." Irene was over cloud nine. After thanking the doctor, she rushed out of the hospital. At the hospital entrance, she couldn't wait to call Nathan. "Nathan, I'm pregnant." "Really?" Nathan's voice changed a little when he heard her. He was, too, completely surprised. "Thank God, we can finally stop worrying." "Yes, thank God for giving me some hope. Eden is saved," Irene cried. She knew it wasn't easy for her to reach this step. "Mom, when will you be back?" Eden interrupted from the other line. "I'm coming back in a few days." "My dear boy, I will be back by your side in no time," Irene said as she made a kissing sound on the phone. Eden's kissing could be heard from the other end of the line too. "Mom, hurry up and come back. I have a surprise for you," Eden said. "What surprise?" "I can't tell you now. I'll tell you when you are back," chuckled Eden. "You're being so mysterious." Irene burst out laughing. After the call ended, she found that she had received a few missed calls from Edric. He had had dinner with Rowan after dark before, and he finally remembered to call her. Irene ignored his call and waved her hand to hail the taxi to go back to Chandel Valley. After hanging up the phone, Eden shook Nathan's hand and said, "Nathan, I didn't tell Mom about the surprise just now. You have to reward me." Eden looked at Nathan with his charming eyes, which were like the brightest stars in the starry sky. Nathan tittered, picked Eden up, kissed him, and then circled him in an embrace around the house. Eden giggled. His laughter surrounded the whole house. He was finally going to have a father. He was extremely excited since he had always wanted a father like Nathan. His dream was finally becoming true. He was overjoyed. After more than 3 minutes or so, Nathan put Eden down, exhausted. Eden nestled in his arms and asked, "Nathan, you won't change your mind, will you?" Nathan reached out to stroke Eden's hair and said lovingly, "Don't worry, when have I ever lied to you? All right, Nathan, you're the best." Eden beamed so wide his eyes became a line. In Chandel Valley, Irene arrived back in a taxi. When she entered the house, she began to pack up. Since she had expected that such a day would come, she didn't bring too many things. Therefore, it did not take long for her to pack up all her belongings. In less than 10 minutes, she had cleared the house of her things. Looking at the packed luggage, her heart was blistering with joy. Yet, she felt kind of lost too. She looked around the house again, taking in the sight of the familiar decorations. She recalled what Edric had said to her here, and couldn't help falling into another daze. If he hadn't lied to her the previous night, if he had come back the previous night, if it wasn't for that phone call, perhaps she would really be with Edric and tell him about Eden's identity, and then... That's impossible. She shook her head to clear her thoughts and patted her face. "Irene, wake up. Don't be fooled or you will regret it." She reminded herself to not bring trouble to herself again. That man was not worthy of her trust anymore. Irene walked out of the house without second thoughts. The most important thing in her mind now was Eden. Irene soon reached the airport. She was lucky enough to buy a flight ticket at the counter. Sitting in the waiting hall, she took out her phone and called Kinsey. "I'm going back to Mancodia." "Are you pregnant?" Kinsey was stunned before a realization soon dawned on her. She sighed and asked, "Are you going to give up on him?" Subconsciously, Kinsey still hoped that Irene would stay, but her happiness. "I haven't given up. I hadn't had any hope for him to begin with since 3 years ago. If it wasn't for Eden, I wouldn't have." Kinsey understood what she meant. "Well, then what about you and Nathan? He has been really nice to you for so many years." She was jealous of Irene sometimes. Besides Edric, Nathan alone was so sweet that Kinsey had wanted to throw herself into his embrace at times. Irene shook her head unconsciously. "I don't deserve him." With this reply, she ended any possibility of her being with Nathan. After hanging up the phone, Irene fell into a trance. Below Kinsey's number, it was Edric's number. Her fingers hurt from exerting too much force as she pressed down on his contact. After a long while, she still made the decision to press the call button. Hello? She felt the dryness in her mouth, her voice as soft as a whisper. Irene, what's wrong? Edric was a little excited that she took the initiative to call him. She remained silent for a long time on the line. Suddenly, he was consumed by an unspeakable fear. He had a gut-wrenching feeling that something was wrong. Irene, say something, Edric urged in a hurry. I'm leaving. I'm taking a flight back to Mencodia in 10 minutes, Irene answered. This time, she didn't want to hide anything again. She wanted both of them to have a clean break. Edric's fingertips turned pale. Why? Is it because of Nathan? He asked. He mentioned Nathan's name without even thinking. After all these years, Nathan was still involved in their relationship. Sort of. Irene didn't want to explain too much as she put her hand on her belly unconsciously. How can you treat me like this? You promised me. You said that we'll start fresh again. The pen in Edric's hand pierced into his flesh. However, he could not feel the stabbing pain, although blood had started oozing out from the wound. Irene sneered, and she felt the emptiness in her heart growing. Is that so? But I don't believe you anymore. In fact, I had given you a chance. Unfortunately, we are still not meant for each other in the end. They had missed each other in the past. She didn't want that to repeat again. After that, she hung up the phone, shut her eyes, and swallowed the emptiness in her heart silently. Ladies and gentlemen, good day. The flight to Mencodia is now boarding, the speaker announced repeatedly. Irene stood up and proceeded to have her ticket checked. She could not wait to see Eden once again. When Rowan walked into the office, she saw Edric sit motionlessly in his seat. Edric, what's wrong with your hand? She asked. She came to pass the documents to him. Since she was going abroad, she had been doing the handover work for the past few days. Edric looked up at her with a pale smile on his face. We're done. Edric, what's wrong with you? Rowan asked nervously. Next thing she knew, he had fainted in Mencodia. Mom, Eden cried out in joy as he ran towards Irene. The moment she saw Eden, all her worries had disappeared. She hugged Eden tightly in her arms. Do you miss me? She asked happily. Eden nodded desperately in her arms. Mom, I'm being good. I came to pick you up today with doctor's consent. Irene let go of him and felt a twinge of pain in her heart. She almost forgot that he was still ill. Yes, I have already consulted the doctor. Eden was allowed out with doctor's consent, Nathan said. Nathan was still looking as handsome as ever. He walked over and had a refreshing smile on his face. Irene held Eden's hand and stood up. Nathan, it had been a long time since she last saw him. Let's go home, Nathan spoke, his voice as clear as the whistles of hummingbirds, removing all her anxiousness. They drove back to the White family. When they entered the mansion, they saw Brittany and Joanne sitting in the living room. Irene instantly felt a little awkward. In fact, she did not expect Nathan to bring her to the White family directly. Hello, Madam Brittany, Miss White. Irene greeted them and glanced at Nathan rigidly. Brittany stood up and sized Irene up. With a faint smile, she said, Eden, come here and let me have a look at you. Just when Irene thought she would be nagged by Brittany for meeting Nathan, Brittany bent down and waved to Eden. Nice meeting you, Grandma, Eden called as he ran over happily. Joanne stood up and smiled. Nathan, Grandma said that we have to wait for you all to come back and have dinner together. I'm famished. Joanne giggled as she walked towards the dining table. After the meal, Brittany brought Irene to her room. She took out a glass box and Irene opened it slowly. There was a fine quality emerald ring in it. What's this? Irene looked at Brittany in confusion. Brittany looked at the ring and said seriously, This is an heirloom of our family. It's a priceless item, and I have to pass it down to my daughter-in-law. But she finally understood what Brittany meant. She looked at her in disbelief. She remembered that Brittany opposed them being together so firmly at that time. Why did she change her mind now? Brittany nodded and said, Eden is a good boy. I hope that he can have a complete family and be happy. Previously, it was us who misunderstood you. Now that I have thought it through, it doesn't matter who my granddaughter-in-law is. What matters is that Eden is happy. Irene was rendered speechless. She remembered the pain she had endured in the past. After all these hassles and hardships, she was now a divorced woman with 2 children. Nathan was so perfect. Would she ever match him? "I'm sorry, Grandma. I'm pregnant with someone else's child," Irene confessed. She did not know what to say except to be honest with Brittany. Brittany was dumbstruck for a moment before she understood what Irene meant at once. She sighed deeply and said, "I understand what you have experienced over the years. I was at fault too. If it wasn't for... No, these have nothing to do with you. Therefore, you don't have to do this." Irene handed the glass box back. A lot more had been said that night. Finally, Irene ended the conversation with Brittany by saying that she would consider it. Walking out of Brittany's room, Irene bumped into Nathan at the door. He stood there with a refreshed outlook. Irene felt nervous looking at Nathan, which was a little unusual as she was normally quite composed. "I'm pregnant, Nathan," she said. This was her first sentence to Nathan when she saw him. She did not know how to refuse him. The man before her eyes was so perfect. She could not tarnish his reputation because of her own selfishness. Nathan raised his head, his flawless eyes more charming than ever. "You know I never care about it," Nathan replied. "But I do. I can't bring you such humiliation," she said firmly. "You don't feel like being with me, are you? You still love Edric, right?" Nathan asked lightly. His smile remained plastered on his face. Irene was stunned. She did not want to answer this question. The next day, she got up very early because she couldn't sleep at all. Eden and Nathan were exercising early in the morning. She had already got used to making breakfast first thing in the morning. When Joanne got up, she received a phone call from Jordan. When she saw the name, every cell of hers screamed in excitement. She answered the call. "Jordan, why are you so early?" "Irene has returned to Mencodia, hasn't she?" Jordan asked as soon as the phone was connected. Joanne's face fell instantly. He never took the initiative to call her all this while. It turned out that this time there was no difference. He was not calling for her, but for Irene. "Yes, she's back," Joanne answered gleefully in order to please Jordan. However, inwardly, anger was brewing inside her. After hanging up the phone, she went downstairs. It so happened that Brittany came out of the room too. She ran up to Brittany and greeted, "Grandma?" She walked forward to Brittany warmly, but Brittany only responded to her with a faint smile before she went downstairs. Joanne's face froze and she blamed it all on Irene. During the nighttime, Nathan and Eden disappeared suddenly. They said they were going out to get some stuff. Irene didn't think much about it either. When she returned to the room, she called the doctor to make an appointment to conduct a comprehensive examination the next day. Everything was ready. She looked at the time and found that it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Eden should have a rest at this time. When she opened the door, she was astonished to see colorful lights hanging all over the walls. She walked to the fence and covered her mouth with her hands. The spacious living room was empty, and countless candles were arranged in the shape of a heart on the floor. Nathan was dressed in an exquisite tuxedo, looking all noble and elegant. He had the most charming eyes, and Irene was drowned into them immediately. "Marry me, Irene," Nathan confessed. Irene was moved to tears by this marriage proposal. If this scene had happened years ago, she would have said yes without hesitation. However, now, she covered her belly with her hands unconsciously. There was a life in her belly. It was a pity that its father was not Nathan. "Marry him, girl. You two should live happily ever after." Brittany, who was on the side, smiled. Irene looked at Nathan. He was never a romantic person, but he actually made such an effort for her. She understood his thoughts. He had indeed waited for her for a long time over the years. She walked down the stairs slowly and approached him. She asked, "Nathan, do you really not mind what happened in these years and the child in my belly?" Nathan shook his head without hesitation. He wasn't in the right to judge her and her past since he was part of the reason she lived as such in the past. All he wanted to do now was to give her happiness, and he couldn't wait any longer. Tears streamed down her face and she nodded in agreement. Nathan put the ring on her finger and then hugged her tightly. He felt as if his heart was filled in an instant. Joanne, who was at the back, was expressionless. Yet, deep down, she felt extremely uneasy. She had once plotted against Irene. Walls had ears. If Irene knew about it in the future, she would definitely not spare Joanne. Nathan would definitely take over the white group in the future. Since he loved Irene so much, he would definitely listen to her words. How would Joanne's life end up like then? The relationship between her and Jordan was already in jeopardy. If even her family turned against her, not only her life would be more difficult in the future, but also her parents' life. No way. She could not let Nathan marry Irene. She had to think of a way to stop them from marrying each other. Irene, can we have a talk? After cleaning up the scene, Joanne walked up to her. Irene raised her head and nodded, albeit a little embarrassed. The decision she made a while ago was indeed a little impulsive. Perhaps it was because it had been too long since she felt so blissful. Nathan's sincerity had managed to move her. Walking out of the white mansion, there was a huge garden outside. Joanne went straight to the point and questioned, "Why did you agree to Nathan's proposal? I thought you would know when to stop." Irene frowned and looked at Joanne, feeling puzzled. "What do you mean that I would know when to stop? I don't quite get you." Joanne scoffed and said, "You don't get me, huh? You clearly know that Jordan likes you, but now you show up in my house so openly and accept Nathan's proposal. Don't you think it's awkward to have such a relationship? How are you going to face Jordan in the future?" Joanne was pampered like a princess since she was a child. Therefore, she had no idea that her words could hurt another individual. Irene listened quietly. Joanne was right. Although Irene felt sorry for Jordan, she would not give in this time. She did not want to give up this rare opportunity to finally live a blissful life. She wanted to bet, once and for all. She wanted to bet on her and Nathan's happiness. Irene raised her head and replied confidently, "Miss White, I know what you're thinking, but Nathan and I really want to be together. I only hope that you can give us blessings. As for Jordan, I believe he will understand my choice." Joanne's face froze. She did not understand why Irene, who had always been nice all the time, had suddenly become so firm and stubborn. With anger burning in her heart, her tone became harsh at once. "Give you my blessings? You are a divorcee. Besides, you still have a child in you. Do you think you're worthy of being with Nathan? Irene, look at yourself. You were not worthy before, and now you worth even less." "Joanne, what are you talking about?" Nathan's voice rang out all of a sudden with a wave of unprecedented anger in his undertone. Seeing Nathan's appearance, Joanne's face turned a little pale. Nathan went straight to Irene's side and held her hand. He looked at Joanne indifferently and criticized, "Mind your own business. Don't poke your nose into mine." After that, he pulled Irene back. Irene looked at his side profile curiously. She had never seen such a powerful Nathan before. She couldn't help grinning. They disappeared at the corner. Joanne looked at them hatefully. She could not believe Nathan would talk to her in that tone, and it was all because of Irene. "It's all that woman's fault. We'll wait and see." Joanne cursed under her breath. In the hospital ward of San Fatillo, Edric opened his eyes slowly and looked around to confirm that it was the hospital. He sat up slowly before his fingers touched someone. His eyes lit up but dimmed at the next moment. It was not Irene. Lily was awakened in shock. She raised her head and looked at him happily. "You're awake." Edric nodded and looked at her indifferently, asking, "Why are you here?" "It was Rowan who told me. Wasn't she busy with stuff going abroad? She didn't have time to take care of you, thus I came," Lily explained. When Rowan told her about it, she was really frightened. But when she heard that it was because of Irene's departure, she was both jealous yet happy. There was no problem with her body checkup, and Marie said that the operation could be carried out immediately. She looked at Edric happily. Perhaps in the near future, he would be the father of her child. "What are you laughing at?" Edric asked. His head hurt a little, and he felt it hurt even more when he looked at the smirking Lily. Lily shook her head, stood up, and served him a cup of tea. At this time, Edric's phone rang. When he saw the caller ID was from abroad, he picked it up instantly, joyfully. "Irene. Why would you think it's Irene?" Joanne's voice, which sounded rather unfamiliar to Edric, rang out from the other end. Edric was stunned before he came to his senses. "May I know who this is?" Edric asked. He was a little disappointed that it was not Irene. The corners of Joanne's mouth quirked upwards. I'm Joanne White, Nathan's younger sister. Mr. Myers, it seems that your memory is failing you. Edric was a little stunned and thought, Joanne? That is to say, she is Jordan's fiancée. Is there anything? Edric asked. Initially, he wanted to hang up the phone as he had nothing to say to Joanne. Joanne would certainly not let him hang up the phone. Nathan proposed to your beloved woman today. Don't you want to know the result? Irene has already agreed to his proposal, she said. Edric closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. Irene surely couldn't even wait for another second. She agreed to another man's proposal right after she left him. Irene did not even hesitate. But that's not what I want to tell you. Joanne paused for a moment and continued. Mr. Myers, do you know whose child Eden is? That was why she made the call. Edric did not speak. It did not matter whose child Eden was. What mattered to him most was Irene. She had agreed to Nathan's marriage proposal after leaving him behind in San Fatillo. Edric was heartbroken. Edric, Eden is your son, Joanne said. Nonsense. Edric was stupefied. He had instructed John to investigate Eden's identity in the past. Joanne must be talking nonsense. I'm not. Eden is indeed your son. Joanne's voice was very clear. I heard Grandma and Nathan said that with my own ears. It can't be wrong. Edric almost dropped his phone. After a long pause, he finally asked, How is it possible? Joanne scoffed. She could imagine how surprised Edric must be right now. Irene was already pregnant with your child when both of you underwent divorce. She hated you for being so cruel, hence she didn't tell you that. Eden was sick. That was why she came back to San Fatillo this time. Her purpose was to save him by having another child with you and treating him with the cord blood. Joanne explained in detail, leaving Edric dumbfounded on the other side of the phone. His phone dropped to the ground and he sat there motionless. He, who had always been smart, couldn't understand the logic of the matter. What's wrong? Lily asked as she watched his expression. It seemed that something bad had happened. Edric ignored her questions and headed straight out of the room. Lily wanted to chase after him, but he had disappeared. Her bad hunch was growing stronger. Who was the person who called Edric just now? John, book a flight ticket to Mencodia for me as soon as possible. I am going to leave here right away, Edric ordered. He went straight to the basement parking lot, started the car, and sped off. At the airport, Mr. Myers, why do you want to go to Mencodia all of a sudden? John asked with confusion. Send me the specific location of the White Mansion. You must find it before I get off the plane. After that, he went straight to the ticket counter to check in. John shook his head and thought that this matter must have something to do with Irene. Early in the morning, Irene went to the hospital for an examination with Nathan and Eden by her side. Eden was in good health, and so was Irene. Should we celebrate such good news? Nathan chirped happily as they walked out of the hospital. Eden couldn't contain his excitement and said, I want to eat something delicious. Irene chuckled. Her heart ached a little. Eden was just a child, yet he had too many restrictions on food. She was the one who brought him the disease. If it wasn't for her, he would be a healthy boy and had a happy childhood. Well, today's an exception, Irene replied. It was rare for Nathan to be so happy. They should be happy, for it was a day worth celebration. However, Irene looked out of the window. He who was in the foreign land should be happy too. After dinner, they went to the park. They had a whale of a time as a happy family. All their worries were left behind. When they returned to the White Mansion, Eden called out loudly, Grandma, we're back. Edric, who was in the mansion, felt his back stiffened instantly. He turned his head slowly to look at Eden, who was leaping cheerfully towards the door. That was his son. He approached Eden, bent down, and touched Eden's face gently. At this moment, the surrounding noises seemed to quiet down. It was as if time had frozen. All he could hear was his throbbing heartbeat. It was as though his heart was about to leap out of his chest. Edric stroked Eden's face with his hand tenderly, looking at Eden's delicate face, pallid skin, and his pair of black, bright eyes. His lips twitched unnaturally. Eden was his son, Irene's, and his son. Brittany let out a sigh. The biggest concern of hers had happened in the end. Madam Brittany? Irene was about to greet Brittany when she saw Edric, dressed in casual wear out of the corner of her eyes. Her face turned pale in an instant. Nathan noticed the arrival of this uninvited guest too. He stepped forward, nodded, and wrapped his arm around Irene's shoulder. "It's okay, I'm here," he whispered. She felt at ease instantly when she heard Nathan's voice. She straightened her posture and looked at Edric. "Why are you here?" There were no emotions in her voice, and it made Edric shudder. Edric stood up and looked at her with rage in his eyes. "Of course you wouldn't want me to come. I am here today to have you clarify with me about the truth that you have kept from me all these years," he said. Irene staggered back a few steps, and Nathan held her up in time. Nathan's gaze fell on Joanne, who was gloating aside. "Mr. Myers, nice to meet you." Shielding Irene behind him, Nathan stood calm and stretched out his hand to shake Edric's. Joanne stopped smiling. She knew that Nathan seemed calmest when he was furious. She didn't want to be involved in this, for Nathan's wrath would surely burn her alive once he learned the truth. The two of them did not let go of each other's hands after shaking. Both looked collected, but all the people present could tell that a thunderstorm was about to happen. "Well, since Mr. Myers is here, let's have a seat and talk," Brittany said, trying to break the fight that was about to happen. Then she ordered the servant, "Serve the tea." Nathan ushered Irene and Eden to their seats. Edric took his seat too. A servant came in with tea and served the tea to Edric politely. "Sir, please enjoy your tea." Edric took the tea, placed it on the table next to him, and looked at Eden. Eden looked exactly like Irene. When he studied Eden's face carefully, he could see that Eden did carry some of his features too. How could he be so foolish to believe Irene when she had lied that she had someone else's child and not his? Eden felt very uncomfortable with Edric staring at him. He felt very foreign towards Edric, as if the latter had changed into another person over the years. Eden used to like Edric, but when he learned that Edric had gotten engaged to someone else, he didn't like Edric anymore. Eden remembered Irene had said that people should keep their promises. Edric had told Eden that he would take care of him and Irene. Eden liked Edric, but Edric didn't keep his promise. Eden hated people who didn't keep their words. Seeing Eden snuggled up beside Nathan and Irene, Edric felt much resentful. He waved to Eden and said, "Eden, come here." Eden shook his head and leaned closer to Nathan. He looked at Edric with his black, bright eyes and asked, "Edric, what are you doing here?" Edric was seething with anger, but he couldn't show it to Eden. He forced a smile and said, "I came to settle some issues and to visit you at the same time." "Thank you, Edric," Eden said. He was very polite. He grabbed Irene with one hand and Nathan with the other. "Mom and Nathan are getting married, and I'll have a father soon." Upon hearing this, Edric's expression changed in an instant. He looked at Irene with bloodshot eyes and asked, "Irene, do tell me who Eden's father is." Irene did not answer. Edric must have known something, judging from the tone of his questions. However, Eden's identity had always been kept a secret. How did he find out? Little Eden didn't understand such serious conversations between the adults. He answered innocently, "My father is dead." "Dead?" Edric sneered. She must have hated him very much to tell Eden that he was dead. "Irene, is Eden's father really dead?" Edric questioned. Irene did not answer him. She just nodded her head. "Very well. I'll go and have a DNA test with Eden tomorrow. The truth will be revealed based on the DNA results," Edric said. "Who do you think you are to do so? Eden's my child. Why should I let him do the DNA test with you?" Irene retorted. "Why not? Are you afraid that I will then learn the truth?" Edric simpered. "What are you afraid of?" "I'm not afraid of anything. Eden is sick and needs rest," Irene rebuked. "Really? What about the child in your belly? As far as I know, you are pregnant now. Do you dare say that the child is not mine?" Edric barked, his tone becoming increasingly harsh. "Irene, now that things have reached this point and I know what's going on, it's useless for you to hide the truth anymore." "Mom, what does hide the truth mean?" Eden asked Irene. Irene did not know how to answer Eden's question. Edric stared at her and asked, "Irene, can you tell Eden who I am to him without feeling guilty?" Who and what had caused such a day to arrive? Irene's face paled at his question. Tongue-tied, she even started to experience breathing difficulty. "Mr. Myers, Eden is still sick. Do you think it's appropriate to talk about this topic in front of him now?" Nathan hissed. Edric took a look at Eden and suppressed the anger in his heart. At this moment, Brittany stood up and said, "Eden, follow me upstairs. Let's play in the room." Although Eden was young, he was very sensitive. He could feel that the atmosphere was not right. Hence, he followed Brittany upstairs obediently. Only Nathan, Irene, and Edric were left in the living room. Edric felt a sharp pain in his heart when he looked at the two of them sitting together. What Edric hated the most in his life was that Nathan knew Irene before him, and Irene also had a special place for Nathan in her heart. Seeing both of them sitting together like a perfect couple, he hated it even more. Nathan patted her hand in an attempt to inject her some reassurance. "Mr. Myers, since you already know the truth, we won't hide it from you anymore. Eden is indeed your child, but he is sick now, and it does not bring any benefits if you come to cause such a scene. I hope you can meet us halfway and discuss this matter after Eden recovers," Nathan said. "I'll keep this matter aside first, but my son Eden is sick. As a father, I cannot sit by and do nothing. I'll make a decision here. I'll hire the best doctor for Eden. The Myers Group will direct all the financial resources to treat him," Edric said. "Eden's condition has been well controlled. We just have to wait for Irene to give birth to this child and treat Eden with the child's cord blood. Therefore, I hope you can think of Eden and let him continue to stay here for the treatment," Nathan replied. "There's no problem with that. I'll stay with him." Edric agreed to it right away. "What about your company?" Nathan asked. "Compared with Eden, the company is nothing," Edric answered. "What I mean is you'd better go back to San Fatillo. I'll report Eden's condition to you from time to time." "No," Edric interrupted Nathan. "I must stay with Eden and take care of him. No one can change this decision, not even God." "Edric, you really don't need to do this. You can't help even if you stay here. Eden has accepted me as his father now. If you stay here, things will only become more complicated," Nathan persuaded. "Mr. White, are you afraid that I will snatch Eden away from you? Don't worry, I won't do that, nor badmouth you. Since both of you are so in love now, I can't break you two up," Edric said with sarcasm. "But I will make it clear. Eden is my child, and the child in Irene's belly is mine too. I will never let my children call another man their father." "Edric, can you use that little brain of yours and think?" Irene asked. "What rights do you have to make such a decision?" "Because I am Eden's biological father," Edric answered, nearly as loud as a bellow. "Father? How dare you say that? Don't you remember that you were the one who kicked me out of the house that year? From the moment you divorced me and left me, Eden and I have severed all our ties with you," Irene retorted. "Irene, I've already explained what happened that year to you. It was never my intention to leave you," Edric yelled. He clenched his fists, the veins on his forearms visible. For him, what happened those years left nothing but pain. He hadn't felt a moment of ease since what happened then. "Yes, you have your own reasons and excuses, but so what? Does it mean that I should forgive you? Does the law pardon a murderer if he has a valid reason to commit that crime?" Irene questioned, no longer controlling her emotions. "Irene, I know I'm wrong. I'm willing to change. I'm willing to spend the rest of my life to pay for my sins, okay?" Edric muttered. "No," Irene roared. "Edric, not all mistakes can be forgiven. Don't you force me anymore." Edric glared at Irene and added, "I've said that I won't let my children call another man their father." "Father? Besides bringing Eden into this world, what else have you done for Eden? Mr. Myers, ask yourself, do you really deserve to be his father?" Nathan reminded Edric. "I will make up for it. I will make up for it as much as I could," Edric repeated. "But Eden won't let you do that for him. You are just a stranger, and he doesn't care about you making up to him or not," Irene hissed. "Irene, it's you who do not care, not Eden. As Eden's mother, what right do you have to stop me meeting my children?" Edric questioned. "By the fact that you kicked me out of the house and brought your pregnant mistress into our home. By the fact that your mom kicked and punched me when I was already pregnant. By the fact that you divorced me and left me with nothing. I could still remember vividly the day I had fallen from a mountain and broke my leg. Eden and I wandered aimlessly on the street, seeking shelter. When Eden fell sick, I called you, but you refused to answer my calls. Edric Myers, I can go on with all the reasons why you do not deserve to be Eden's father. So who do you think you are to come here and question my decisions? Irene bombarded. I. Edric looked at her at a loss for words. He knew he had taken it too far and had hurt her just too much. Everything Irene mentioned was true, and he knew he would never be able to repay for his cruel deeds. Seeing that Edric was rendered speechless, Irene took a deep breath to calm herself down. Nathan didn't feel sorry for Edric either, as he had witnessed what kind of suffering Irene had gone through all those years. Brittany, who was upstairs, had been paying attention to the conversations downstairs. Noticing that the situation had come to a deadlock, she came out of the room to mediate the dispute. Irene, it's getting late now. Come and take Eden to bed. Then she looked at Edric and said, Mr. Myers, you can stay here if you like to. Grandma, Irene and Nathan shouted simultaneously. Obviously, they did not see eye to eye with Brittany's decision to invite Edric. Brittany waved her hand, signaling Nathan and Irene to calm down. She then ordered the butler to prepare a room for Edric to stay over. The butler stepped forward politely and said, Mr. Myers, please come with me. Grateful to Brittany's invitation, Edric thanked her. Thank you very much, Madam Brittany. Edric followed the butler and left. Nathan looked at Brittany with displeasure in his eyes and asked, Grandma, why did you let him stay? Since Edric has come all the way here to see us, we cannot force him out just like this, can we? Instead of letting him have more reasons to hate us, maybe we should show him some kindness so he would feel indebted to us. Then we can find a solution together, Brittany said, and looked at Irene. We don't wish for things to turn out in this way either. However, he is indeed Eden's biological father. If Edric resorts to lawful means, the consequences will serve us no good, Brittany explained. Irene was silent. Brittany had gone through a lot in the past, and what she said made sense. Indeed, if Edric were to fight Irene, the consequences would be disastrous. Irene walked into Eden's room and found that he was already asleep. She sighed, walked to his bedside, and covered him with a blanket gently. Then she sat on the bed and looked at his little face. Edric would definitely not give up Eden, since now he knew the truth. What should she do to make him leave them alone? The door was gently pushed open, and there Nathan was. Looking at Irene's furrowed eyebrows, he comforted her. Irene, don't worry, I'm here. I'll take care of you in Eden. Irene smiled at him. Nathan, thank you. Fortunately, you're here. Edric is not a wicked person. He just can't accept it for the time being. When he has thought it through, everything will be fine, Nathan added. I know, Nathan, you must be exhausted after being busy for the whole day. Go and rest. I'll be okay. Looking at Nathan's exhausted face, Irene felt extremely grateful to him. Nathan had to take care of his company and Eden at the same time. He must be really tired during this period of time. Now that she was back, she would take care of Eden alone. Okay, I'm going to rest then. You should rest early too, Nathan said. Not long after Nathan left, Edric entered Eden's room. When Irene saw him come in, she put on a defensive look on her face and barked, What are you doing here? Irene, I'm here to see Eden, Edric answered. His attitude was surprisingly calm. With that, he sat down by the bed and looked at Eden tenderly. Irene wanted to drive him away, but she found that she couldn't bring herself to do it. No matter what had happened, Edric was indeed Eden's father. She had no right to stop him from interacting with Eden. Edric had never dreamed that he would have a child with Irene after both of them had divorced. He didn't believe Joanne's words at first. He betted on his last glimmer of hope, and it turned out that Eden was indeed his child. Edric placed his hand gently on Eden's forehead and kissed him. Eden, his son. His heart was bubbling with happiness and sorrow at the same time. Eden should have a father who loved him and live a carefree life. Never should he have experienced all these at such a young age. Unfortunately, he was forced into such situations because of him. On top of that, he had to endure such a catastrophic illness. He touched Eden's face with his hands carefully again, as if he was touching his most precious treasure. Irene watched from the side, her heart cracked painfully. She stopped him. Edric, don't wake him up. I won't wake him up. Irene, I will keep him company here tonight, Edric requested in a low voice. No way, Irene shook her head. Irene, I'm his father, his biological father. I'll stay here, please. Edric begged, choking with sobs. In the past, unbeknownst to him, Irene and Eden had been wandering aimlessly in the cold. Now that he knew the truth, how could he bear to see them in such a situation again? He understood and accepted that Irene had every right to hate him. He had no reason to blame her. What he had to do now was to make up for it as much as possible. Whether it was for Eden or Irene, he had to do whatever he could for them. He would never let anyone hurt them again. There was no way that Irene would agree to his demand. Edric, I know how you feel now, but Eden is still sick. I don't want him to go through such a shock. Do you understand? Irene asked. I do. I'll just by his side. I won't do or say anything that might hurt him. Can I please just stay by him? Edric asked. No way. You are just an outsider to Eden. He will get scared when he wakes up and sees you. Irene paused for a moment and continued to ask, how do you want me to explain to him about the current situation? Edric was a little annoyed and answered, he's still young. He won't ask so many questions. Although he is young, he is very sensitive. Now that he is sick, I don't want him to know that you are his father. I am afraid that he can't accept it. Irene said. Irene bit her lips. This was undoubtedly the best leverage she had at the moment. She hoped that Edric could buy it. What I mean is you should not get close to him for the time being. When he recovers, I will tell him that you are his biological father, and I won't stop you from visiting him. What do you think? Irene suggested. This is indeed a good reason, but I can't accept it. Edric looked up at Irene. He was no fool. He knew immediately that it was an excuse Irene made up to force him to leave Eden. I won't tell him that I am his father for the time being, but I'll stay here and take care of him. Since I have missed out on my time with him in the past, I don't want to miss out any more time in the future with him, Edric retorted firmly. You? Irene's voice changed. Edric was determined to stay. As she and Edric had been living under the same roof for a few years, she definitely knew his stubbornness. It seemed that things were unlikely to go with her ways. Since Edric insisted on accompanying Eden, Irene had no choice but to go back to her room. She didn't sleep well that night, thus she woke up early the next morning. When she got up, she went to Eden's room and found Edric helping Eden get dressed. To her surprise, Eden didn't resist Edric. Instead, she heard him ask in an innocent tone, Edric, will you keep me company here in the future? Yes, I'll be with you every day, Edric promised. Eden could not believe it. You aren't lying to me again, are you? He asked. No, I will not lie to you again this time, Edric answered guiltily. Eden found Irene at the door. Mom, Edric said that he would accompany me to the hospital for a checkup today, he squealed happily. Irene walked in shakily and plastered a smile on her face. My dear boy, do you feel sick today? She asked. No, Eden answered. Then let's go have breakfast. We'll go to the hospital after having breakfast. Edric insisted on following them to the hospital. Nathan drove the car while Edric sat in the back seat with Eden in his arms, having fun with him. Eden did not show any resistance nor discomfort towards Edric at all. He seemed to be on cloud 9 all the way. Irene frowned a little and felt exceedingly restless. After Eden finished the checkups, Edric stayed to talk to the doctor for a long time. On the way back, Irene held Eden in his arms. It was still Nathan who drove the car. Eden fell asleep again when they got home. After putting Eden to bed, Irene walked out of the room and saw Nathan and Edric talking in the living room. Edric really was shameless. Mr. White, thank you for taking care of my son, Eden, during this period of time. Thank you very much. If there's anything you need my help in the future, just say it. Nathan smiled slightly. Oh, come on, Mr. Myers. It's my duty to take care of my fiancée and her child, too. Edric's face changed a little. It's too early for you to claim Irene as your fiancée. Mr. White, you'd better not jump to conclusions too early. Mr. Myers, I forgot to tell you that Irene and I will be going for our marriage registration the day after tomorrow. As soon as Nathan finished his words, Edric stood up immediately. I will never agree. Who are you to oppose it? Nathan asked. By the fact that the child in Irene's womb is mine, Edric shouted. He had finally lost his composure. Nathan sniggered. It doesn't stop me from marrying Irene. Nathan, it's so ungentlemanly of you to do this, Edric chided. Mr. Myers, this has nothing to do with being a gentleman, all right? Seethed Nathan. Anger rose in Edric like a tide before he howled. No matter what, I will not allow you and Irene to get married. I will never agree to it. Let's wait and see." Nathan turned a blind eye to Edric's fuming rage. "Mr. Myers, I'll take my leave now. I have something to deal with in the company." Edric watched Nathan leave with rage in his eyes. He muttered with frustration, "Nathan White, if it wasn't for the fact that you've taken care of Irene and Eden, I would have beaten you up." "Mr. Myers, I am so flustered to hear that," Irene sneered. Edric turned his head and saw Irene. His face blushed instantly, and he faked an awkward chuckle, asking, "Irene, is Eden asleep?" "If not," Irene glared at him and warned, "Edric, you can never change what's between Nathan and me. You'd better don't expect things to turn out as you wish." Edric's face turned ashen again. Irene ignored him and went straight into the kitchen. She had to make some light meals for Eden so he could have it when he woke up. Edric stood in the living room for a moment and then followed her into the kitchen. "Irene, do you need my help?" he asked. "No," Irene refused. "Let me cut the meat. I have excellent knife skills," Edric said when he saw Irene was about to slice the meat. He reached out to take the knife. "Mr. Myers, you're such a kind person," Irene remarked with sarcasm. Why hadn't he made her any food in the past? Edric ignored the mockery in her tone. He took the knife and started to chop the meat. Irene watched for a moment and saw he wasn't skilled at all. She pushed him away and stated, "Get out of the kitchen. Stop getting in my way." Edric was taken by surprise and accidentally slit his finger. Blood gushed out from the wound in an instant. Irene ignored the incident and said, "There's a Band-Aid in the living room. Go and bandage it yourself." Edric remained rooted to the ground, looking dejected. The blood on his finger dripped onto the floor, but he just stared at Irene. Irene didn't even give him a glance and continued to focus on preparing ingredients. She had decided that she wouldn't show any kindness to him anymore. Since Edric had a strong ego, she didn't believe he could stand being disregarded. A servant heard the noise and came over. When she saw Edric standing in the kitchen with his finger bleeding, she screamed, "Ah, you're bleeding. Hurry up and bandage it." With that, she quickly went to get medicine and gauze. Irene continued to ignore Edric and proceeded with her own business. The servant came back with a first aid kit to attend to Edric's wound. Edric fixed his gaze on Irene. He always thought that she was the most soft-hearted person in the world. He just found out that she could be crueler than anyone if she wanted to. However, he had brought all these onto himself. He owed her too much. He would never give up Irene, no matter what happened next. As long as he persevered, he would win. After Edric's wound was bandaged, he returned to the entrance of the kitchen. This time he did not come in. Instead, he stood at the entrance and gawked at Irene. His intense gaze terrified Irene a little. When did Edric become like this? Suddenly, Edric's phone rang. He answered the phone and heard John reporting, "Mr. Myers, Lily hasn't done anything unusual except for visiting the hospital more frequently these days." "Did you find out what she was doing in the hospital?" Edric asked. "I've investigated it. She went to have some gynecological tests," John answered. "Gynecological tests?" Edric was stunned for a moment and responded, "Keep an eye on her and let me know if you find any important information." John obeyed and stated, "Rowan will be heading to Mancodia soon. Her flight is tomorrow." "Got it," Edric answered, "in San Fetilo." After packing up her luggage, Rowan looked at Marie, who came to see her off. She couldn't bear to part with Marie. She didn't know when she would be back from abroad this time. "Mom, I don't want to leave you." "Dear girl, I can't bear to part with you too," Marie replied, sadness and reluctance glistening in her eyes. Rowan was a pain in the ass, and Marie knew she shouldn't be soft-hearted to this ticking bomb. She had to finish this play. "I will come and visit you sometime. Even if I don't have time to do so, we can always chat and video call. The technology is so advanced nowadays," Marie comforted Rowan. Rowan held back her tears. They departed to the airport together. Marie drove the car. Along the way, she kept reminding Rowan of the things she should pay attention to when she was abroad. She looked exactly like an amiable mother. When they arrived at the airport, Marie accompanied Rowan to complete the boarding procedure and sent her to the departure lounge reluctantly. Watching Rowan walk off, the reluctance on her face disappeared slowly. She headed out of the airport quickly. After getting into the car, she took out the phone and made a call. "She's coming soon. Get ready. Remember to leave no trace behind." The plane arrived in Mancodia after more than 10 hours. When Rowan marched out of the airport, a man looked at the photo in his hand and greeted her. "Are you Miss Wood?" "You are?" Rowan was confused. "I'm a friend of your mother, Marie. My name is Dixon Jones. She directed me to pick you up." Dixon's face was full of smiles. Since he could tell Marie's full name accurately, Rowan naturally believed him without a shadow of a doubt and followed him out of the airport. Dixon carried her luggage and they shuffled out of the airport together. Soon, he drove Rowan to a private villa. There were a garden and a swimming pool surrounding the luxurious villa. Rowan felt rather emotional. She had to admit that Marie really treated her well. Marie was so thoughtful that she arranged all these basic necessities for her. Dixon pointed to the room upstairs on the left and told Rowan, "That is your room. You may go in and take a bath first. I'll ask the servants to prepare dinner for you." Rowan thanked him and entered the room. She didn't take a bath immediately. She took out her phone and was ready to call Marie when she realized that her phone was dead. She looked for the charger in her luggage but couldn't find it. Vexed, Rowan patted her head, blaming herself for being too careless. She opened the door and was going to borrow a charger from Dixon. The villa was brightly illuminated, but she couldn't see a single soul on the second floor. She didn't know where Dixon was, thus she had to look for him in each room. Finally, when she heard a voice coming from one of the rooms, she walked over to that particular door. The door was left ajar. Dixon was in the room and he was making a phone call. He said, "She's marvelous done. She's extremely gorgeous. She's even more beautiful than Marie in those days," Dixon stated. "I am not lying to you. It's true. The first time I saw her, I was stunned. I thought of you straight away. You must be bored of those foreign women these days. I'll keep her for you to enjoy. With such a beauty by your side, you won't feel lonely again." After a short pause, Dixon added, "That's right. We can sell her to the brothel after we get bored of her. Anyway, Marie wouldn't know if we did not follow her plan. How fortunate of us. We can take Marie's money and have such a beauty for free. It is such a waste to murder her." Dixon's chuckle reverberated off the wall. "You're coming over? All right. We'll make the decisions again after you come over. I'll hang up first." Rowan was not a fool. She heard every inch of wrong in that conversation. At this time, Dixon had hung up the phone and turned around. When he saw Rowan standing at the door, his face froze and his fake smile disappeared at once. "Who the hell are you?" Rowan questioned. "A man." Dixon came over with a lewd smile and chirped, "Beautiful, since you've heard it, I do not need to put on an act any longer. I'm not Marie's friend. I'm hired to kill you. Look at you. You're so beautiful. My heart has been racing for you. With that, I decided to spare your life. In fact, you have to thank me." Rowan's legs trembled. Completely shocked, she chirruped. "Why do they ask you to do this?" "How would I know?" Dixon sneered. "Dunn will be coming soon. You'd better behave yourself. If you make him happy, you can have a few more days of fun. Otherwise..." That was terrible. Before he could finish, Rowan turned on her heel and sprinted away. Dixon chased after her. Her fear took the better of her legs, and hence, she was soon caught by Dixon. "You ungrateful woman." He slapped Rowan across the face. Grimacing in pain, she struggled desperately and cried for help. Dixon reached out to cover her mouth and dragged her upstairs. She knew that she was in danger and decided to go all out. She reached out her hand to scratch his face and kicked him directly at his crotch. Dixon groaned in pain and let her go. Rowan seized the opportunity and rushed out of the villa. Out the gate, she ran when she saw a car drive into the villa. Rowan continued to run wildly on the street. The streets at night were so chill and she couldn't see anyone in sight. She was extremely terrified and despondent. All she wanted now was just to get out of this demon cave as soon as possible. Upon reaching the villa, Dunn stopped the car and raced in, but only to see Dixon lying on the ground whimpering. Dunn's heart sank. "Where is she?" "She just ran away." "Dunn, chase after her," Dixon yelled. Dunn turned around and left before Dixon could even finish his line. He started the car and trailed after Rowan. There were only a few neighbors near their residence, making it look all the more deserted at night. Rowan screamed for help while continuing to move like lightning. However, she didn't see anyone in sight. Rowan kept running. Dunn drove around the area and did not find anyone. Reckoning that it was impossible for Rowan to run far, he turned around straight away and sped in the opposite direction. Soon, he found Rowan. Rowan was scampering on the street aimlessly. Suddenly, a beam of bright light shined on her. She turned back quickly in shock. Not far away from her, there was a car advancing towards her. Through the dazzling light, she could make out the driver clearly. It was a man with a grim smile and a scar on his face. The sudden appearance of the car caused Rowan's brain to freeze. She did not dodge, for she did not have time to react. She just watched the car drive towards her. The next thing she knew was her body was thrown up into the sky before it fell heavily on the ground. The intense pain made her lose consciousness very soon before she fell into oblivion. Dunn got out of the car and checked if Rowan was still breathing. He couldn't feed a hint of breath at her nostrils. Thus, he quickly took out his phone and snapped a photo of her on the ground. Then, he got in the car and left. A few minutes later, Marie received a text message. When she saw the bloody body on the screen, she deleted the photo immediately. Her heart was pounding rapidly in her chest. Her blood quickened with shock. She put her palms together and prayed silently. "I have no choice either. Please rest in peace." After a while, most of her fear and uneasiness had already vanished. She turned on the computer and transferred a huge sum of money to an account. All her troubles had been wiped off the face of the earth without anyone noticing it. When Nathan finished his business and was about to go home, the phone rang. It was the manager of one of his factories. He told Nathan on the phone, "There was an accident in the factory. Mr. White, please head there right away." Astonished, Nathan immediately leapt to his feet and rushed to the factory. Along the way, his anxiety compelled him to keep urging his driver to speed up. When passing by a quiet road, the driver suddenly exclaimed, "Sir, look." An emergency brake followed after the exclamation. Nathan fixed his eyes in the direction the driver was pointing and was shocked at what he saw. On the road less than 2 meters away from their car lay a woman covered in blood. "Let's go down and have a look." Nathan was first to open the door when he realized what had happened. "It seems that she's not breathing." The driver carefully turned over the injured woman's head and tried checking for any sign of breathing with his finger. When he touched the injured woman's face, Nathan was dumbstruck. "It's her? Do you know her?" asked the driver. "Yes, her body is still warm. Let's send her to the hospital first and see how she turns out," Nathan ordered. Not minding the bloodstains on Rowan's body, Nathan moved her into the car together with the driver. The driver started the car and drove to a nearby hospital. As soon as they had reached, the doctor rushed to push Rowan into the operating room. Nathan glanced at his watch and instructed the driver to wait in the hospital while he drove to the factory. Along the way, he had been feeling very uneasy. He did know Rowan, but he had met her only once. A few years ago, he had traveled to San Fatio to attend a meeting. That day, he had been in a hurry, but he was caught in a traffic jam. He'd arrived late at the meeting point. As soon as he dashed out of the staff elevator, he saw a person standing outside. He'd knocked onto that person, resulting in the latter to stumble to the ground. Stupefied, he'd stopped in his tracks. He'd found out that the person he'd bumped into was a woman. Nathan quickly went forward to help her, but he was amazed when he saw her face clearly, for it was a beautiful one. The most important thing was not that she was beautiful, but that she looked somewhat similar to Irene. He didn't know that she was Rowan, and at this moment, Rowan, who was on the ground, began to cry in pain. Nathan was a little embarrassed. "Where are you feeling hurt? Should I take you to the hospital to check on it?" The staff member next to him hurriedly reminded him, "Mr. White, it's getting late. They're all waiting for you. Leave this girl to me." Once reminded, Nathan remembered why he came here. After a moment of hesitation, he handed the matter over to the staff. Later, after the meeting, he had inquired about the incident. The accompanying staff member told him that Rowan ended up not going to the hospital, saying that she was fine and insisted on leaving. Since then, Nathan had thrown the incident to the back of his mind. But what he didn't expect was that he would meet her again in Mencodia, and of course, not in such a serious state. While he was recalling the past, he found himself already at the factory gate. He got out of the car and hurried into the factory. After Nathan dealt with the factory issues, he went to the hospital to visit Rowaine. She had been sent to the intensive care unit right after the operation. The doctor claimed that she was not in danger for the time being. Nathan ordered the driver to take care of her in the hospital, and he went home. It was already midnight when he got home. He was used to going to Eden's room to check on him. When he pushed open the door, he saw Edric embracing Eden on his bed. Seeing that Eden snuggled up in Edric's arms, sleeping soundly, Nathan couldn't help but feel touched. Edric's love for Irene was genuine. Nathan could tell that if it was not for Margaret, he and Irene would certainly be living a happier life. Nathan gently closed the door and exited before he heard light footsteps coming from behind. It was Irene. She came when she had heard the noise. "You're back? I'll prepare some midnight snacks for you." Nathan stopped her. "Go and have some rest. I'll ask the servants to make them for me. You're pregnant now, so you should have a good rest." "I know. Don't worry. I'm not that fragile." The two of them went downstairs gently. Edric also woke up by the noise outside the door. He carefully let go of Eden in his arms, got up and walked out of the room. When he saw Irene going to the kitchen to prepare a midnight snack for Nathan, he felt extremely distressed. Back in the days, when he had come back late from work, Irene would also prepare dinner for him. His heart stung. He turned back to Eden's room in a heavy mood. Looking at Eden, who was sleeping like a log on the bed, the melancholy in his heart slowly disappeared. As long as Eden was there with him, all would be well. He couldn't help but lower his head and kiss Eden's face again. "My son, you must stand on my side. Only when you stand on my side can your mother have a change of heart. I beg of you." Back in San Fatillo, after night fell, Marie and Lily stealthily came to the hospital. The hospital was very quiet at this time as there were not too many staff members on duty. When they went to the operating room, Marie ran into a nurse on call. "Dr. Walker, what are you doing here?" Marie silently cursed the nurse in her own heart. Why would she bump into her? The purpose of choosing to perform the operation at night was to prevent others from gleaning the truth. Although she was rather irked, she still wore a smile on her face. "I forgot something in the hospital. I'm here to retrieve it." The nurse believed Marie and politely said goodbye to her. Marie quickly opened the door of the operating room and entered. A few minutes later, Lily came to the operating room, accompanied by Deborah. "Did you meet anyone on the way?" "No," Deborah replied. Marie was relieved. She then told Lily to lie down on the operating table. They had been preparing for this day for a long time. Lily had already been taking ovulating medication 2 months ago. Surely this time the operation would go smoothly. Marie first began to induce Lily's ova, and then she proceeded to extract them. The operation was plain sailing. As soon as the ovum was collected, it was placed in the culture fluid. Several hours later, Lily's ovum was put into the dish together with Edric's sperm. Marie told Lily that she could have the fertilized ovum implanted in her womb in 3 to 5 days. At the moment, she should go home first to wait for further news. When Jordan came to the company early in the morning, David told him a piece of bad news. With surprise written on his face, Jordan exclaimed, "What did you say? Edric went to Mencodia?" David nodded. "Yes, he went on the plane the day before yesterday morning. He hasn't returned yet." Jordan's face fell. If Edric went to Mencodia at this time, it was obvious that he did this for Irene. Edric was such a shameless brat. Irene had already made it clear that she would no longer have anything to do with him, and she had also decided to marry Nathan. Yet he still pestered her. What a despicable man Edric was. David could tell that Jordan was irate. Well, even he could also guess the purpose of Edric's trip. Afraid that Jordan would worry about Irene and follow Edric to Mencodia, David said in a hurry, "The bidding of the sports tournament will be held soon. It's a great thing for us that Edric left San Fatillo." Jordan glared at David and hissed, "What's so good about that? Do you think I'll be scared of him? Even if he stays in San Fatillo, so what? Isn't he going to be defeated by me? David replied, fair enough. He had lost to us too in our previous bidding. Now that we have the design given by Dave, we will definitely win this time round. However, we can't let our guard down. All right, you may leave. Jordan's face was still gloomy, and he couldn't bring himself to feel at ease at all. Of course, he knew what Jordan had meant. However, regardless of how important this sports tournament was, Irene's happiness was equally important to him. He had to quickly confirm whether Edric went to Mencodia to look for Irene. He waved his hand impatiently to gesture David out before he picked up the phone to call Irene. The day before, he had called Joanne and heard that Brittany had agreed to let Nathan and Irene get married. His feelings at that time had been a welter. Although he was engaged to Joanne, in his heart, he still loved Irene deeply. Despite knowing he could never be with Irene, when he learned that she was getting married, he still couldn't help feeling as if his heart was pricked by thousands of needles. Considering that Irene had suffered a great deal of hardships in the past few years, he was, nonetheless, thrilled for her. She could finally be taken care of and protected by a person who loved her as much as he did. However, Edric had the audacity to go after Irene even though the latter had gone all the way to Mencodia. He must have wanted to wreck the marriage between Irene and Nathan. Jordan must not stand by idly and allow Edric to have his way. At that moment, it was 9 o'clock in the evening in Mencodia. Irene was bathing Eden in the bathroom. After dinner that evening, she took Eden for a stroll in the garden. Edric followed her and wanted to play hide-and-seek with Eden. Eden was much closer to him now after spending the past 2 days with Edric. He agreed immediately and invited Irene to join them. Seeing that Eden was full of beans, Irene could not bring herself to reject him, so she acceded to Eden's demand. Eden was playing so merrily that his shirts ended up drenching in his own sweat. Worried that he would catch a cold, Irene quickly took him back to the house to take a bath. Her phone was placed on the table outside. The bathroom door was closed. As both of them were singing loudly, they didn't hear her phone ringing. Jordan dialed her number again, feeling rather suspicious. At this time, Edric came over to check on Eden. He knocked on Eden's room, but no one responded to him. When he turned the knob and entered the room, he saw Irene's phone on the table, flashing. Irene and Eden were singing in the bathroom, obviously having a whale of a time. He walked over and picked up the phone. On the screen read 2 words, Jordan Reed. Edric frowned slightly. Jordan was already engaged, yet he was still clinging on to Irene. He was infuriated when he thought how Irene had stayed with this playboy for so long. On top of that, Jordan was reluctant to part with her, making things even all the more difficult for him. Even when Irene had come to Mencodia, Jordan still had the nerves to call her. It was too outrageous. Incandescent. Edric pressed the answer button without hesitation. He did not even care if it would be impolite to answer Irene's call without her permission. On the phone, Jordan's voice rang out, his tone tinged with urgency. Hello, Irene? I'm Jordan. I heard that Edric went to Mencodia. Did he come and look for you again? He didn't cause you any trouble, did he? The corner of Edric's mouth twitched before he replied grumpily. Why do you assume that I'm here to cause trouble? Jordan was taken aback. He didn't expect that Edric would pick up the phone. How come it's you? Where's Irene? Edric glanced at the bathroom door, and a mischievous thought came to his mind. Smirking, he answered, She is taking a bath. Impossible. Get Irene to answer the phone. Now! Jordan took a deep breath. Edric's words had implied that he was with Irene, but there was no way he would buy it. Jordan knew very well that Irene had decided to cut all ties with Edric before she had gone to Mencodia. Moreover, she was going to marry Nathan. Why could she meet Edric? But then, why was her phone in Edric's hands? I told you she is taking a shower, so she didn't have time to answer your call. Edric's voice kicked up a pitch. Frowning, he slowly walked to the window. This spot was a little farther from the bathroom. He didn't want to disturb Irene and Eden. They were spending their precious time together. Edric didn't want Jordan to hear Eden singing too. Otherwise, Jordan would know that he was lying. Jordan was a man worthy of his millions of wrath. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, Edric was going to seize it to get on his nerves. I don't believe all this crap from your mouth, Jordan was consumed by rage. Edric, don't you have even a sliver of shame? Irene is going to marry Nathan, yet you go there, badgering and harassing her. When would it cost you to let go of her? Chuckling, Edric barked, "Who said that Irene will marry Nathan? She is my wife, and Eden is my son. Why'd I let Irene marry another man and let Eden address him as his father?" You? How did you know Eden is your son? Jordan's heart skipped a beat. Never did he expect that Edric would know about Eden. Jordan had been convinced that Edric had gone to Mencodia only to win Irene back. It had never occurred to him that Eden would be the reason. Edric broke into a fit of laughter. "Speaking of this, I have to thank your fiancée, Joanne. She is such a kind-hearted woman. She can't bear to see Nathan separate me and Irene, so she turned on you and revealed Eden's identity to me." Edric tittered for a while and added, "You are just too freaking lucky to have such an understanding fiancée, isn't it? Do treat her well in the future. Never betray her, yeah. Well, my wife is going to finish her bath soon. This is all. Goodbye." With that, Edric hung up the phone. Hearing Joanne's name, Jordan was seething with fury. Unable to take in any of the sarcasm that Edric had thrown him, Jordan finally understood how Edric went to Mencodia. It turned out that Joanne had disclosed Eden's identity to Edric. Edric went to Mencodia not only to get Irene back, but also to meet Eden. Jordan knew very well that the reason for the divorce between Irene and Edric was that Irene couldn't give birth to the Myers family. Margaret had wanted a grandson so badly that she did not mind forcing Edric to divorce Irene. Now that Edric had realized that Eden was his son, he would definitely not allow Irene to marry Nathan. Certainly, he would make sure to have both Eden and Irene back. He might even go to great lengths to stop the marriage between Nathan and Irene. Even if Irene insisted on marrying Nathan, Edric would too fight with Irene for Eden's custody. With the influence of the Myers family in San Fatillo, Irene stood no chance against Edric at all. If Eden was taken away by Edric, it would definitely devastate her. Thinking of Irene's current situation, Jordan's heart couldn't help feeling aching. He had to hold Joanne accountable for everything. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to fly to Mencodia and teach her a lesson. Without a second thought, he dialed Joanne's number. Joanne was lying on the sofa in her room, reading a magazine, wallowing in boredom. When she saw Jordan's name on her phone, her heart almost leapt out of her chest in excitement. Jordan rarely took the initiative to call her. The day before, he had called her and inquired about Irene. Despite feeling sour inwardly, in order to show her generosity, she pretended to be sincere and reported the situation of Irene and Eden to him. She had also told him that Nathan wanted to marry Irene, so Jordan would give up on Irene. At that time, Jordan sounded rather frigid on the phone, and she knew that he must be despondent to learn Irene's marriage. However, time would water down everything. She strongly believed that he would soon forget about Irene and accept her wholeheartedly. At this time, Jordan should have just reached his workplace when he called her. Had he given Irene up completely now that he had known that she was going to get married? Was that the reason he was reminded of her? Did that mean that he was going to treat her well? Joanne couldn't wait to press the answer button. With a voice as delicate as that of a hummingbird, she chirped, "Hello, Jordan. Why are you calling me at this time?" "Joanne, why did you tell Edric about Eden? What's exactly up your sleeve for telling Edric this?" Jordan's roar had almost deafened Joanne's ears. She did not expect that Jordan would call her at such an hour and lashed out at her. He did all these because of that bitch, Irene. Jordan had only had his eyes on Irene. At any time, he would only care about Irene and would never condescend to spare a thought at Joanne. All of a sudden, the joy in Joanne's heart fizzled into thin air and she burst into tears. Joanne wanted to just scream at the phone, at Jordan. However, she knew that Jordan was a man who breathed ruthlessness. What if he changed his mind and refused to marry her because she got under his skin? Wouldn't it be a waste of all her previous efforts? Taking a deep breath and suppressing the anger in her heart, she said, "Jordan, why are you being such a savage? What do I gain from this? Why would I do this if not for Irene and Eden? Eden has leukemia, and Irene is worried to death in order to cure him. The doctor said in order to save Eden, Irene and Edric must have a child. With a tone underlying with dejection, she added, I saw that Irene had been brooding with the fact that Edric had abandoned her. There's no way she would go to find Edric, begging him to save Eden. I only wanted to help her, hence I told Edric the truth. As long as he provides his sperm to Irene, he will be able to save Eden. None of this will affect the marriage between Nathan and Irene anyway. Isn't this perfect? Why do you blame me? In fact, Joanne had already known that Irene was pregnant. Bullsh! Do you think I will believe you? You just can't stand seeing Irene living a good life? So you told Edric about Eden. You told him to stop Irene from marrying Nathan, and you also wanted him to rob Eden from Irene. Mark my words, if Irene and Eden get hurt because of this, I will not let you get away with this. Jordan had grown up with Joanne, and he knew her character all too well. Aware that he had always loved Irene, her envy had grown malicious. She would never be so kind as to help Irene. The only reason why she did this was that she wanted to prevent Irene living a blissful life. Joanne was trembling with scorned wrath. Before she could continue her explanation, Jordan had already disconnected the call. Staring at the black screen was her pale reflection. At that time, she had deliberately told Edric about Eden's identity in order to impede Irene from marrying Nathan. She dreaded that Irene would never be able to cut all ties with Jordan after becoming her sister-in-law. Her concern was now vindicated. Just then, Jordan had been so nervous about Irene. If they became a family, they would definitely fraternize with each other. To say the least, even if Edric succeeded in bringing Irene back to San Fatio to remarry her, Irene would still be in the same city as Jordan. It would be difficult for Joanne to prevent them from seeing each other. The thought of Jordan missing Irene made Joanne awfully jealous. No matter what, she could not let Irene jeopardize her happiness. Now it seemed that unless Irene disappeared from this world, Jordan would never forget her. An evil idea knocked on her mind. She slowly clenched her fists, gnashed her teeth, and said, Irene, you butch, you are going to make my life miserable, aren't you? I won't let you have it your way. Just you wait and see. On the other side, Jordan had hung up the phone. However, he still felt rather uneasy. Again, he called Nathan. He really didn't understand why Irene's phone would fall into Edric's hands. Theoretically, Irene would not care about Edric unless she agreed to get back with him. As soon as the phone was connected, Jordan asked Nathan if Edric had gone to Mencodia to meet Eden. Nathan's words injected Jordan with a dose of relief. He told him that Edric was only staying in the White family because of Brittany's invitation. Irene never wanted Eden to reconcile with Edric, nor did she agree to marry him. Jordan exhaled deeply. Glad to hear that. I'm really afraid that Edric will hurt them. You must protect them. Nathan had always known Jordan's affection for Irene. It was not strange for Jordan to be so edgy. Nathan replied, Don't worry. As long as I'm here, Edric can't hurt them. However, in order to prevent Edric from fighting for Eden's custody, I want Irene and Eden to migrate to Mencodia. Only then Edric won't have his way easily. You don't have to worry about that. Thomas has already told me about this. I am handling their migration documents, and they should be able to move to Mencodia soon. No matter how broad Edric's connections are, he can't do anything once they are at Mencodia. Jordan secretly admired Dave's foresight. The latter was indeed a prudent man. Nathan asked strangely, Really? Why didn't I hear about it from Irene? It's Thomas's idea. He wants Irene to focus on Eden's treatment. He doesn't want her to worry about the other issues. Hence, he comes to me to help him with the migration. Of course, Jordan would not tell Nathan that Dave had revealed his real identity to him in order to seek his help. He also gave Jordan a design of the sports tournament. In fact, even if Jordan didn't have that piece of drawing, he would still lend a helping hand to Irene. He had only himself to blame for falling head over heels for Irene. He could never bring himself to turn away Irene. Pleased, Nathan smiled and said, I didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. I will tell Irene about this. Thank you. Nah, drop the formality. Okay, now you listen to me. Treat Irene well. Don't let her suffer anymore. Jordan attempted to sound as unconcerned as possible, but his heart was replete with sorrow. Although he was glad that Irene could find Nathan whom she could depend on, that did not eradicate his envy at Nathan. Nathan received Jordan's hint at once. Nathan knew too well about the feeling of heartache. He was reminded of the time when he learned that Jordan had been pursuing Irene, and Irene had also had a good impression of Jordan. Now that Irene was about to marry Nathan, she would never go back to Jordan. He answered very solemnly, "Don't worry. I promise to make Irene happy for the rest of her life." Jordan chortled and said, "Okay, I'll take you on your words. That's it. I'm hanging up." Wait a minute. How did you know that Edric came to Mencodia for Eden? This question flashed through Nathan's mind. Based on his understanding of Irene, she should not have called Jordan to tell him about this matter. Hence, someone must have tipped him off. Hesitated for a moment, Jordan answered, "It's your sister who snitches on us. After Edric talked to Joanne, he went straight to Mencodia." "What? Joanne? Why can't she never learn her lesson?" Nathan had been finding it strange since the day Edric came to their house. Putting two and two together now, Nathan could finally wrap his head around it. When Irene had been kidnapped, Joanne had taken it upon herself to inform the police. Her action had almost gotten Irene killed. Thus, he was not surprised at all that Joanne would relay this secret to Edric. But how could she be so cruel? How could she hurt Irene again and again? On the other side of the phone, Jordan's voice rang out, this time tinged with a hint of seriousness. "Nathan, I have to remind you, you have to be on guard against Joanne. She has always been jealous of Irene, because I once saw Irene romantically. Now, I am pretty sure that she contacted Edric purposely this time, so Edric would go to Irene and give Irene a hard time again. I am afraid that she will plot against Irene in the future." Nathan was silent for a moment before he replied, "All right, I'll talk to her." After all, Joanne was his sister. No matter how angry Nathan was, he could not badmouth Joanne in front of Jordan. Besides, he also hoped that Joanne would live a happy life with Jordan. If he told Jordan that Irene had almost been killed by Joanne once, he believed that Jordan would cancel the engagement there and then. Jordan would never want to marry Joanne. In San Fatillo, at Meyer's family, Margaret leaned on the sofa alone and watched TV, heavy silence hanging in the air. If she had a grandchild to keep her company, she wouldn't feel so lonely either. At the thought of that, Margaret was reminded of Lily. She didn't know whether Lily could get pregnant or not. Anyway, Margaret swore to protect Lily by all means if Lily could carry a child for Edric. Her train of thought now went to Edric. Edric had been abroad for a few days, and he hadn't called back once. When she had checked with John, John refused to provide her any useful information. She had made countless phone calls, all of which had failed to get through. The relationship between her and Edric had been rocky. Looking at the time, she reckoned that it should be possible for her call to get through if she made a call now. She took out her phone and dialed Edric's number, but to no surprise, she still could not reach him. Right when Margaret called Edric, Edric was ringing her up as well. He was clearly aware of why Irene did not want him to meet Eden and why she was reluctant to remarry him. On one hand, it was because she misunderstood him and believed that there was still something going on between him and Lily. On other hand, it was because of Margaret's attitude towards her. For the former, he could prove to Irene with his actions that he would never have any connection with Lily anymore. As for Margaret, he supposed that her attitude towards Irene could be changed. The main reason why Margaret treated Irene badly in the past was that Irene could not bear children. Now that Irene had given birth to Eden for the Myers family, or in other words, she had brought them a successor, Margaret would probably stop giving Irene a hard time. With this thought in mind, Edric took out his phone and called Margaret. Unexpectedly, Margaret was also calling him at that moment. Hence, he was unable to reach Margaret. Edric then called her again using the landline telephone, which was answered by Lorraine. "Is this Mr. Myers speaking? You finally called. Mrs. Myers was getting anxious for not being able to get in touch with you. Give me a moment, please. I'll ask her to come to speak on the phone." "Okay," came a curt reply from him. Edric knew that Margaret would be anxious since he didn't inform her before leaving for Mencodia. Besides, he had been ignoring many calls from Margaret as he was in a bad mood for the past few days. After a short while, Margaret's voice brimming with anxiety rang from the phone. Edric, why have you been ignoring my phone calls? John told me that you went to Mencodia, but you didn't tell me about it. So why did you even go there? Mom, I have something to tell you. Edric didn't want to listen to Margaret's rambling anymore. He interrupted her and said straightforwardly, Eden is my biological son, and that makes you a grandmother now. There was a few seconds of silence on the other side of the phone. Soon after, Margaret raised her voice. What did you say? You are trying to lie to me just so you could remarry Irene, aren't you? Edric felt both exasperated and amused. It was not surprising that Margaret would doubt him. After all, she had always been unsupportive of the idea of him reconciling with Irene, and it was only natural for Margaret to think that he was making up a story. Mom, I am not lying. This is absolutely true. If you don't believe me, I can swear on my life for this. If I'd lied to you, when I go back, the plane I'm on will... All right, I believe you, Margaret hurriedly interjected. What's going on? Didn't Irene say that the child belonged to some other man? How could that boy be your child? She lied to me on purpose. She didn't want me to know that Eden was my son, Edric replied. Then why did she tell you now? Margaret questioned. Edric said, Mom, it's difficult to explain it on the phone. I'll talk to you about it next time. There's only one thing that I want to ask you for now. Since Eden is mine and Irene's, do you still oppose me from remarrying Irene? Well, Margaret was in a dilemma. Every time she recalled Irene's bad attitude towards her, she felt rather reluctant to live under the same roof as Irene. Moreover, Lily was already with Edric now. If things worked out, she would have another grandson, and Edric would have no choice but to marry Lily. Between Lily and Irene, Margaret would rather choose Lily to become her daughter-in-law. She mentioned, Didn't Irene leave for Mencodia and refuse to remarry you? As long as you promise to treat her well in the future, she will surely come back with me, came a reply from Edric. Let's talk about this another time. Bring Eden back first, will you? He is a descendant of the Myers family, and it's only logical for him to join his own family as soon as possible. Margaret still had doubts in her heart. She knew Edric's character well. He could do anything for Irene. If everything was a lie from him solely for the sake of remarrying Irene, she'd better not get too excited and exhilarated about it first. Only if Eden was back in Haverland, and that they have gotten a paternity test, could she be completely assured about it. However, Edric was adamant to make things go his way. I will definitely bring Eden back, but you must promise me that you will never make it for Irene again. Otherwise, Irene will never allow me to meet Eden, nor will she be willing to remarry me. What? She won't let Eden meet you? Margaret was infuriated upon hearing this. Eden is a part of us. Who does she think she is to not let Eden meet you? I'll come to Mencodia this instant and get Eden back for you. Mom, wouldn't you be making things worse if you do so? I can handle this matter myself, so please don't come over. Otherwise, if you anger Irene, she'll bring Eden to another place, and I won't be able to find them again. And when that happens, you would not be able to see your grandson ever again. Fine, I will stay put here. Happy now? However, it's a must for you to bring Eden back to me. The grandson of the Myers family would never be allowed to have a different surname. Do you hear me? Fine, let's not talk about this anymore. That's all for now. After finishing his words, Edric ended the call adamantly. If he had known better, he wouldn't have called Margaret. Margaret was simply unreasonable. Even at this point in time, she was still trying to force Irene and Eden into everything. It seemed like he had to rely on himself to persuade Irene. After ending the call, Margaret felt a lump in her throat. It was such shocking news. All of a sudden, she had a grandson. Moreover, he was given birth by Irene, who Margaret always thought was infertile. What should she do with this information? She was at a loss. On second thought, she felt delighted. She had a grandson now. The Myers family had a successor now. However, it was yet to be confirmed whether or not this child was truly a Meyer. No, Margaret felt that it was better for her to go and witness everything with her own eyes, as she couldn't just choose to listen to Irene's words alone. Now that Edric was crazily in love with her, he might be cheated by her. Indeed, it was better to go and see for herself. If the child Irene brought with her was really her grandson, Margaret wouldn't hesitate to bring him back and raise him on her own. But if everything was untrue, she could then prevent Edric from being taken advantage of. In Mencodia, Nathan was setting off to the company. On the way there, he was reminded of Rowan, who was now recuperating in the hospital. Thus, he turned to the hospital instead. They had already lodged a police report for what happened that night. The police investigated the scene, but had not found anything suspicious. The security cameras nearby were broken, and no evidence could be gathered at all. The police then left after going to the hospital to understand the entire situation. When Nathan arrived at the hospital, Rowan, who was in the intensive care unit, had not woken up yet. Nathan stood outside the glass door and looked at Rowan, who had an oxygen mask on. Who on earth would think of harming this young woman? Was it for vengeance, or was it a plotted murder? If her relatives knew about her current state, it was impossible to imagine how worried they would be. Taking in the similarities of her face to Irene's, Nathan felt a heavy feeling deep in him. He then asked the driver to hire 2 nurses to take care of Rowan and left the hospital. "Hello, where are you, my son?" Margaret couldn't wait to meet Edric as soon as she got off the plane. "Mom, are you also in Mencodia right now?" Edric was surprised. "Of course, how could I not come when such a serious matter happened? Quick, tell me where you are." Edric smiled bitterly. Margaret was impatient as always. However, little did she know that everything was not as simple as she thought it was. "Mom, how about you settle down in the hotel first? I'll meet you right away." When Edric arrived at the hotel, Margaret's patience was already running thin. "Why did you come alone? Where is my grandson? Why didn't you bring him here?" "Mom, it's more complicated than you could even understand. Eden does not know that he has us as his family. Irene didn't tell him, and now she is going to marry Nathan." Edric told Margaret everything with details. Margaret was outraged when she heard this. "This woman is trying to give my grandson to someone else. How could she do that? No, I will never allow my grandson to see someone else as his family. Mom, can't you let me solve this matter by myself?" His relationship with Irene was already greatly affected because of Margaret. He didn't want Margaret to do anything extreme that could only make things worse. "You wouldn't be able to solve this alone. I have to be the one who deals with it." Margaret certainly didn't want to listen to him. "I have to meet my grandson first." "Eden is sick. Besides, you shouldn't be so rash with your decisions. Eden doesn't know that I am his father and that you're his grandmother. Stop trying to trigger him by addressing him as your grandson." Edric frowned disapprovingly. Margaret felt displeased with the thought of Edric defending Irene. It seemed that she had to take matters into her own hands. She certainly couldn't count on Edric. First of all, she had to make sure whether Eden was actually Edric's biological son, and that was the main thing that must be confirmed as of that moment. She came up with an idea. During the early hours of the following morning, Margaret arrived at White Mansion as an uninvited guest alone without Edric's knowledge. "What made Mrs. Myers come all the way here, I wonder?" Brittany asked the servant to serve Margaret tea. She had a smile on her face, but there was no sparkle of warmth in her eyes. Needless to say, she knew who Margaret was, a bad-tempered and snobbish woman who was not easy to get along with. Now that Margaret visited them in person, it was as clear as daylight that she already knew what happened. "I'm here to visit my grandson. Why don't you let my grandson come meet me, Madam Brittany?" Margaret said in an honest and frank manner. "I'm afraid you've made a mistake, Mrs. Myers." Brittany faked a chuckle. "It's no mistake. Irene's child is my grandson. Didn't you know?" Margaret sneered. "It's impossible that such a secret could be hidden from someone as precipient as you, isn't it?" Brittany tittered and said, "I'm too old for that now, and I have long ignored those youngsters' affairs." "You'd really just leave them alone? Are you telling me that you're just going to stand there and watch as Nathan, the future heir of the White family, hangs out with a divorced woman?" Margaret barked with a look of disdain. "Irene is just someone that Edric doesn't want. Wouldn't your family feel irksome with her entering your household?" "My opinion is different from yours, Mrs. Myers. I find Irene rather perfect." Brittany chortled as she continued. "Of course, it's not an absurd matter that you dislike her. After all, what happened in the past certainly isn't something to be proud of. Margaret was visibly startled by her words, and she instantly felt mortified. Edric's divorce and the fact that Lily, a mistress, became his lawful wife was no longer a secret for Brittany. Madam Brittany, sometimes I do wonder, why does someone young and handsome like Nathan wish to be tied with a woman that has a child? Perhaps, was there some undisclosed problem with him, that he has to look for Irene, who already has a readily born son? In order to make her look less awkward, Margaret began humiliating Brittany. Brittany was a lady with manners. She chose not to snap back, although her expression did become colder. Nevertheless, Joanne, who was beside Brittany, was consumed by rage at once. "Mrs. Myers, I know you are notorious in San Fatillo, and it turns out you certainly are. However, you're here in the White family in Mencodia now, not in San Fatillo. My grandmother and I are not some pushovers like Irene either. If you wish to pitch a tantrum, you should have done it at the right place. Am I right, Mrs. Myers?" Molten lava flowed through Margaret's veins while she was being lectured by Joanne. With a cold smirk, Margaret said, "Who are you to butt in when the elders are speaking? It's really eye-opening how the White family educates their people. Where's your manner? How could a younger person interrupt the elders? I wonder where your manner is too, Mrs. Myers." Irene and Nathan appeared with Eden in their arms. As soon as they entered the door, they heard their conversation. A wave of inexplicable anger immediately rose inside them. Margaret was really arrogant. She used to treat Irene as such before, but now she had the audacity to barge into the White family to make a scene. Who did Margaret think she was? Margaret heard Irene's voice and immediately turned her head around. She chuckled evilly. Well, well, look who it is." Her gaze intensified as she looked over to Eden, who was sleeping in Nathan's arms. Before Edric had mentioned it, she would never have imagined that Eden was related to her. But after listening to what Edric had said, she realized the child in front of her looked just like a young Edric. She couldn't help but walk over and reach out to stroke Eden's head. Nathan dodged to one side and looked at her warily. "Mrs. Myers, what were you trying to do? Is this boy my grandson?" Margaret felt a twinge of upset that she had not managed to touch Eden, but her sadness was soon washed away, replaced by excitement. "Mrs. Myers, you're mistaken. This is my son, not your grandson." Irene walked up to them, her face taut. She might be patient with Edric, but Margaret was the last person on earth that she wanted to see. "You?" Margaret's face changed. "Irene, is this how you should be talking to me? I used to be your mother-in-law." "Oh, I didn't realize you were aware that you used to be my mother-in-law?" Irene sniggered. "If that's the case, you'd better keep yourself in check. This is not the Myers family. Your tactics won't work here. You are the guest here. Please take a seat and we can talk it out, Mrs. Myers," Brittany said diplomatically, diffusing the tense situation. With all the commotion, Eden roused from his sleep. He rubbed his eyes and drawled, "Mom, you're home? Why didn't you wake me?" "You were sleeping so soundly, so she didn't wake you," Nathan answered. Affection swirling in her eyes, Brittany looked at Eden and said, "Come here." Eden went to Brittany's side obediently. Brittany held him on her lap and asked, "Did you get an injection today?" "Yes, but I didn't cry," Eden answered proudly. "Good boy." Brittany kissed Eden's face. Meanwhile, Margaret's eyes never left Eden. She just stared at Eden and watched as the White family lavished him with adoration. In her heart, a storm of anger was surging. This was her grandson. As his grandmother, she had been kept in the dark while the White family took away her adorable little grandson. To sit back and watch as he was being hogged by others, over her dead body. "Irene, I'm here for the child." Irene lifted her eyebrows slightly and laughed mockingly. "Child? What child? Mrs. Myers, you don't have dementia, do you?" "Stop with this act. I know that Eden is my grandson," Margaret hissed, her tone without any room for negotiation. "Your grandson? What right do you make such a claim?" Irene ridiculed. "Mrs. Myers, I gave birth to him after my divorce, and therefore has nothing to do with you. I'm sure it'll be easy for you to get a grandson. After all, you're always scheming for one. Just get a mistress, or find a surrogate, and voila, you will soon have one. This is my son. Don't you dare to lay your hands on him." Margaret's face flushed red. She said after a long while, Irene, let's get a paternity test to see if he is truly my grandson. Your word doesn't count for anything. Irene couldn't help but flash a scornful grin again. How could Margaret be so self-righteous? A paternity test. Why would I subject my child to a paternity test? Who are you to demand this? Irene was no longer the pushover she used to be. In front of these people, she had to protect those she loved. I might not have the right, but Edric does. I'll have you know, as long as Eden is my grandson, I have the right to take him away, barked Margaret. In your wildest dreams. Irene did not give in. If anyone dares to lay so much as a finger on Eden, I'll drag them into the depths of hell. Margaret was stunned. She did not expect Irene to be so resolute. Their quarrel was in a deadlock. Eden stared at Irene with his eyes wide open before he darted them to look at Margaret. He said in a childish voice, "Don't raise your voice to my mother, you bad lady. You're my grandson. Come to Grandma." Looking at Eden's flickering big eyes, Margaret's heart softened. Her tone turned gentler. Eden frowned slightly and shook her head at her. "You are not my grandma. You are a bad person who argued with my mother." Margaret was taken aback. She stood up and looked at Irene, hatred spilling from her gaze. It was all Irene's fault. She deliberately concealed the fact that she gave birth to Eden and taught him to come to hate her and Edric. An evil incarnation Irene was. Irene felt sad looking at Eden's expression as he tried to protect her. She had always wanted him to lead a peaceful life, but things didn't go as planned. She no longer wanted Eden to be faced with Margaret's obnoxious demeanor, so she went over and picked him up. "Good boy, let's go upstairs to play." "What are you doing? We haven't finished discussing what to do about the child yet." Seeing Irene carrying Eden upstairs, Margaret was anxious. "Mrs. Myers, do have some self-respect. If you don't want to humiliate yourself further, please see yourself out. I've told you, this is my child. He has nothing to do with you. Don't be mistaken." With that, Irene turned on her heel and left. Margaret was unwilling to let them go. It had taken her so long to realize that she had such an adorable grandson. She really wanted to hold him in her arms and kiss him hard. When she saw Irene carrying Eden upstairs, she stood up and stopped Irene, reaching out to grab Eden in her arms. "What are you doing?" Irene reached out to push her. Margaret refused to let go and roared, "Give my grandson to me." Eden had never seen such a scene before, and he cried out in fear. Nathan came over immediately. "Mrs. Myers, let go! You're scaring the boy!" Margaret turned a deaf ear to Nathan, and naturally Irene would not give in either. Brittany started to become apprehensive as she urged, "Mrs. Myers, please let go right now. The child is young, and he's sick. He isn't going to be able to withstand you tugging at him like this. I won't. This is my grandson. I'm going to take him away." Margaret bellowed, her voice rising like a tornado. "What are you doing?" Edric suddenly appeared. He hadn't been able to locate Margaret anywhere. Finally, he guessed that she must have come here. Therefore, he rushed over in a hurry. When he entered the door, he saw the scene before him. "Edric, come and help me. Take Eden away immediately." At the sight of Edric, Margaret felt like a savior had just walked through the door. She had completely lost her usual elegant image. "The child is in poor health. Mr. Myers, please take your mother away." Brittany was most worried about Eden's physical condition. Eden's condition had just only stabilized. If this went on, he would definitely fall ill again. Fear possessing him, Eden clutched Irene tightly. Behind her, Margaret refused to listen to anything they were saying. She was bent on taking Eden away. Joanne was the only one of them who stood by and watched the show. "Mom, I told you I'll solve this problem myself." Edric grabbed Margaret's wrist. "No, you can't solve it. By hook or by crook, I will take my grandson away." Margaret insisted that she would not compromise on this matter. As she spoke, she strengthened her grip. Eden's crying grew louder. Irene's heart ached and tears flowed down her cheeks. She was his mother. How could she bear to see Eden suffer? But at the same time, she was unwilling to let Margaret touch Eden. Finally, after some contemplation, she loosened her hand and Margaret pulled Eden closely to her. But Eden didn't want to be near Margaret. He squirmed and cried in her arms and even hit her face with his hand. Margaret felt the pain, and thus she loosened her grip and Eden fell to the floor. A scream pierced the air as Nathan held Eden in his arms and comforted him distressingly. Edric also stepped forward quickly. Irene looked at Eden, whose face was pale and writhed in pain as he cried loudly. Resentment rose from the bottom of her heart. With all the wrath in her, she slapped Edric's face. "Edric Myers, are you happy now?" Looking at the clear fingerprints on Edric's face, Margaret felt her heart ache. She cursed inwardly that Irene was so vicious she even dared to slap Edric's face in front of everyone. "You vicious woman! You refused to let me see my grandson, and now you dare to slap my son! I'll put you in your place." Irene's eyes were bloodshot as she approached Margaret. "If you make trouble here again, I swear I'll kill you." The coldness in her eyes sent shivers down Margaret's spine. For some reason, she was trembling in fear. Irene had always been meek. This was the first time she exuded such a terrifying aura. Margaret felt like Irene would actually kill her, so she retreated frightfully. Nathan and Irene were anxious at Eden's continual crying. They sent Eden back to the hospital. The doctor gave him a checkup and said that he was merely in shock. It would be better to let him stay in the hospital for the moment to be observed. In the ward, the faint beeping sound of the hospital equipment was the only noise heard. Irene stared at Eden's pallid face and felt so dejected that tears started trickling again. "Eden, I'm so sorry," she trailed off. Nathan reached out to hold her in his arms and patted her gently. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." "Nathan," she said with tears in her eyes. If it wasn't for her, Nathan wouldn't be sucked into this horrible situation. "I'm sorry. You silly girl, I want to do this for you. I'll be happy as long as you're happy." Edric pushed the door open and saw the two of them hugging each other in the ward. Feeling as if his heart had cracked, he could no longer keep looking at them. He turned around and left. Standing in the empty corridor, he felt his heart sink all the way to his stomach. Irene walked out of the ward and saw a tall and lonely figure in the corridor at a glance. Edric was like a sculpture, standing there motionlessly, looking at the red marks on his handsome side profile and his furrowed brows. She felt bad about her earlier action, but when she recalled Eden, who was still lying in the ward, that feeling disappeared instantly. She walked over with an impassive face. "I'm sorry. I didn't know it would turn out like this." Edric apologized. This time, he was indeed tongue-tied. The problem between them seemed to always lie in Margaret. He naively thought that he could solve everything, but in the end, he was at the mercy of his own powerlessness. "If you really feel sorry, show me what you do. Actions speak louder than words. As long as you and your mother stay away from us, Eden and I will be safe and sound." Irene responded coldly. She didn't hate Edric, but she could never forgive Margaret. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have told her. I thought it would help." "Help? What sort of help? Don't you know what kind of person your mother is?" Irene shouted at the top of her lungs. She did it in the heat of the moment. She wants a grandson so badly that she lost her temper. She doesn't really intend to hurt the child. If she wants a grandson, why don't you get together with some other woman and give birth to one? Doesn't she keep a lot of tricks up her sleeve? This shouldn't be a problem for her. So what is she pestering me for? She is a mother herself. How can she be so cruel? Eden is still sick. Do you have any idea how all of this will affect him? Irene bombarded him with questions mercilessly. She doesn't know what's going on with Eden. If she knew Eden was sick, she would never do that. Edric replied firmly. I do not want to listen to any of your apologies and excuses. If you really wish for Eden's best, please leave, both of you. Don't ever show up in his life again, Irene retorted. Irene, how could you leave at a time like this? How could I? He was Eden's father. It was fine before when he hadn't known, but now that he had learned the truth, how could he abandon his ill son and leave? What can you do if you stay? Irene questioned. Look at your mother. Do you think that if you stay, it will help the situation? Do you want to see her snatch my son away and have a repeat of what happened today? Edric was speechless. It was indeed useless for Margaret to stay. The most urgent matter at hand was to persuade Margaret to go back. Irene, I will persuade her to leave the country. That's your business, Mr. Myers. You and I have nothing to do with each other. Please stop bothering me. I beg you. Irene looked at Edric. Don't you realize what kind of person your mother is? She treated me so horribly in the past, and yet she still hasn't shown the slightest bit of remorse. All she wants is Eden. Can't you see that? Of course, Edric knew that Margaret had come for Eden. He also knew that Margaret and Irene had not got along well in the past. Irene, I promise this won't happen again. Please believe in me. No, I will not believe you. Edric, I know what you're thinking, but it's impossible between us. Your mother only came for Eden. I know that women all too well. A classic case of a toxic mother-in-law who covets only her descendants and gives zero care for the daughter-in-law. She's going to come to me and offer a sum of money right in my face in exchange for Eden. I will lay it clear to you at this very moment. Eden is mine and mine alone. He has nothing to do with either of you. Stop getting the wrong idea. Edric was speechless at Irene's words. It was true. Margaret was the kind of person who would do such a thing. He could not think of anything to refute her words. Edric, we are finished. If you have even the tiniest bit of affection towards me, if you really want what's best for Eden, then I beg you to let me go. Nathan and I will get married soon. I am imploring you not to pester us anymore. Please. Edric's eyes darkened when he heard that. In his mind, he thought, Irene, are you so eager to marry Nathan? Don't you feel anything for me? Seeing that he was silent, Irene didn't want to stay there any longer and walked right past him out the door. You really aren't going to give me a chance? Edric asked pitifully. Tears began streaming down her face. Irene turned her head away to prevent Edric from seeing her cry. Even if I give you a chance, so what? You have a mother who looks upon me so unkindly. We are destined to be unhappy if we live together. Edric, love is not everything. I can't take this anymore. I suffered so much in the 3 years we were married. How much more of that do you want me to go through? Her voice was laced with unspeakable sadness and desolation. Edric felt his heart sink, his body rooted to the floor like a statue. Even as she disappeared from sight, he stood there, transfixed by her words. On the same night, Marie and Lily arrived at San Fitio Hospital, both well prepared to carry out the embryo implantation surgery. It was a routine procedure for Marie. After all, she was a skilled surgeon. During the procedure, she deftly implanted the embryo into Lily's womb, her skillful hands making miraculous work. After the surgery went off without a hitch, they both sighed in relief. Marie instructed Lily to rest in the ward for a few hours and cautioned her not to move about too much or strain her body with exercise. This was to prevent the embryo from getting dislodged from her womb, which would cause the surgery to fail. After that, Marie left the hospital while Lily stayed in the ward with Deborah. Not long after Marie left, a man in a military jacket snuck into the hospital. He made a few rounds in the wards before heading to the parking lot. There, he took stock of his surroundings. At this hour, security was a little lax. Hence, he watched and waited for a while before noticing an Audi parked in one corner. Walking quietly over to the car, he peeped inside. At a glance, his eyes lit up in delight. In the car was a lady's handbag. The man whipped out a glass cutter and cut a hole in the car window. In a flash, he grabbed the handbag, cleared out all of its valuables, and disappeared into after dark. Meanwhile, back in Mencodia, Margaret sensed that something was wrong when she noticed Eden being rushed to the hospital. Brittany was normally courteous towards her, but after seeing how bad the condition Eden was in, her attitude had completely changed. She commanded her servants to show Margaret out, and then retired to her study with a stormy expression on her face. Margaret thought herself worthy of more respect. Thus, being shooed out by Brittany's servants like this was very insulting to her. But she had no excuse to linger there. After leaving the home of the White family, she huffily returned to her hotel. Along the way, she kept calling Edric, but he didn't pick up. By now, her anger had reached its boiling point, and she needed to find someone to lash out on. When she was in San Fitio, the first person she would look for was Lorraine. But now that she was in Mencodia, she had no one around her. With no other solution, Margaret thought of Marie and called her up at once, even though it was so late at night at this moment. Marie had finished the surgery and had just returned home. Seeing Margaret calling at this hour, she assumed that something serious must have occurred. Therefore, she answered the call immediately. In a flurry of spluttering words, Margaret told her what had happened earlier that day. Upon hearing that Eden was Edric's child, Marie was taken aback, saying, "Surely, you must be mistaken?" "No, it's true. I thought the same at first. I refused to believe the child was Edric's. But when we met and I took a closer look, I realized that he's the spitting image of Edric when he was a young boy. He really is Edric's child." Margaret wasn't doubting the child's identity. She was more indignant at Irene's attitude towards them. That malicious woman secretly gave birth to a child and kept his existence from us. What is she playing here? "She's definitely up to no good," responded Marie. Naturally, Marie wanted to add fuel to the fire. She is obviously using her son for selfish reasons. Why didn't she tell us that she was pregnant when she got divorced? If she had, I wouldn't have made her divorce Edric. Margaret was the type of person to always push the blame onto someone else. Clearly, she was the one who had forced Irene to divorce Edric, but now she somehow managed to twist the story around and put the blame on Irene. Who knows what she was thinking? But Marie knew, of course, why Irene had kept silent. She was just like Myra, a stubborn and prideful woman. She was convinced that Edric had betrayed her, so obviously she kept the news of her pregnancy to herself. For Marie, this was the perfect opportunity to gaslight Margaret so she could hate Irene more, thus paving the way for Marie's own plans. "I think she is deliberately torturing both Edric and you. She knows you want grandchildren and that Edric feels sorry towards her. She is trying to upset the peace in your family," barked Marie. Margaret was now convinced that this was indeed Irene's motive. She was deliberately taking revenge on Margaret and Edric. Marie's words had made a deep impression on her. Yes, that's it. She hates us, so she wants to take revenge on us. What a vile woman. I'll put an end to her schemes. "What are you going to do?" Marie asked tentatively. "That boy belongs to the Myers family, so of course I'll take him back. As for Irene, if she even thinks about stepping into the Myers family again, she can dream on. Not while I'm still alive." Margaret spoke these words wholeheartedly and emphatically. She knew she must have Eden. She and Irene were enemies from the start. Really, how Irene could have ever been a good match for Edric? Margaret swore that she would never allow Irene to walk through those doors again. "She definitely isn't going to agree to give the child to you," reminded Marie. "She won't have a choice. Does she think she can beat us?" Margaret said arrogantly, "I'll just throw some money her way. If she refuses, I'll file a lawsuit against her. Let's see who will win." This was basically a declaration of war. Perhaps Margaret really was too stupid to see where this would all lead. Irene wasn't just some ordinary girl. She was Stephen's daughter. Margaret was convinced that she would win the lawsuit, but Marie knew better. Stephen wouldn't sit idly by if Irene lost custody of Eden. Then again, perhaps it was better this way. A declaration of war did have some upsides to everyone involved. Marie continued to egg Margaret on. Yes, if she doesn't agree, take her to court. With the financial backing of the Myers Group, there's no way she'll be able to keep the child. Margaret's mood lifted after hearing Marie's persuasive words, but Marie was still pensive. She had to put in a few good words for Lily, so Margaret would rally behind them in support. "Margaret, I'm telling you, you can't give in to someone like Irene. The child belongs to the Myers family. You must take him back. With such a shoddy person like Irene as his mother, you have to really take good care of him. Lily is way better for that boy than Irene. While Irene has been stirring things up between you and Edric, Lily has been running up and down preparing for the sports tournament. I heard Deborah say that almost everything under the sports tournament will fall to the Myers Group." "Really?" Margaret was delighted. "It's true. With a daughter-in-law like Lily who works so hard for the Myers family, the company will definitely soar to greater heights. You must be firm in your convictions. Don't let Edric convince you otherwise," Marie added. "I understand. By the way, has there been any news about Lily?" "I haven't asked yet. I'll do so tomorrow," Marie answered. Although she was confident in her own surgery skills, she still couldn't guarantee that it would be a success. She wanted to monitor the situation to make sure no potential complications arose before bringing it up again. Marie knew Margaret was fond of children. Thus, during the surgery, she'd made sure to implant 2 embryos. If it was a success, then Lily would be pregnant with twins. The chances of having twins were so small that when that news broke, Margaret would certainly be over the moon. They chatted a bit longer and then ended the call. After hanging up the phone, Marie didn't feel completely at ease and wanted to call Deborah to check on Lily. But since Lily had just had her surgery, Marie didn't want to disturb her rest either. Therefore, she opted to wait until the next day to ring them up. After Margaret had poured her heart out to Marie, she felt a lot calmer. Thinking about recent events, it seemed that she had indeed gone too far. Eden was such a young child. What if he had been injured from his fall? She started getting anxious again, so she called Edric, but still there was no answer. Margaret started overthinking things again. What if Eden was seriously injured from his fall? If that was the case, then she had made things even worse than she thought. Even though she was haughty and snobbish, she wasn't really an evil person. She had a sharp tongue, but she had never actually physically harmed anyone before. At nightfall, Edric finally appeared, his expression inconsolable. Margaret was worried about Eden, but she was used to bossing people around. Hence, her tone was rather unpleasant as she barked, "Irene spoils her child too much." "It's just a fall, isn't it? Is all that really necessary?" On hearing that, Edric turned to stare at Margaret. His eyes were filled with a gleam of unfamiliar darkness that Margaret had never seen before. She shivered unconsciously as he asked, "Mom, are you really my mother?" "What are you talking about?" Margaret felt extremely guilty under Edric's gaze. "How can you say all these things? Even a healthy child wouldn't have been able to withstand your force, let alone a sick one. He is your grandson. How can you be so indifferent and cold-blooded?" Edric suddenly grew furious. Irene was going to marry Nathan, and Eden was sick. He felt being pulled apart from the inside out. "Wait, is the child sick? What's wrong with the child?" Margaret asked nervously. "It's leukemia." Edric sat down with his head in his arms, his tone strapped with helplessness and sorrow. "What do you mean? How could my grandson have such a disease?" "It's all that woman's fault. If she hadn't had given birth to him in secret, would he have gotten this sick?" Margaret was both irate and remorseful. She was used to finding a scapegoat for every misfortune and mishap in life. Therefore, she immediately started pinning the blame on Irene. "Even now, you still have the nerve to find an excuse. How can you honestly keep blaming Irene for everything? Other people might not know the truth but I know you were the one who found a surrogate mother. You were the one who forced Irene and me to get divorced. And you were the one who kicked Irene and Eden out. Everything's such a mess, and you're the mastermind behind it all," yelled Edric. "Edric, keep your voice down. This is a hotel. People can hear us. Have you no shame?" Margaret's face turned red. "Shame? Do you know what shame even means? If you did, you wouldn't have rushed over to the White family to make such a scene today. Look at what you have done," Edric roared. "I was just frustrated. Irene wouldn't let me see my own grandson, so I was upset. If she would just let me hug him, would I even have to do that?" Margaret tried to explain herself in a small voice. "What do you have to be upset about? The mother of your grandson is toiling and working hard to raise her own child. Is that not the natural order of things? You're also a mother yourself. If someone tried to take your son away, would you just sit back and do nothing?" Edric asked incredulously. "Of course I wouldn't. But I'm not some random stranger. I'm the boy's grandmother. I just wanted to see him, that's all. I had no bad intentions." "Since you want to see him, why didn't you try your hardest to ask for Irene's forgiveness and make amends for all the mistakes you had done in the past? But look at what you have done instead. You had thrown a hissy fit. All you know how to do is cause a scene and stir up more trouble. Do you honestly think that will change anything?" "I didn't mean to cause that. I just love him so much. Edric, I'm your own mother. Why could I ever hurt my grandson?" Margaret felt that she'd been unfairly wronged. "But you're not good to Irene. Mom, as long as you're treating Irene badly, the issues between me and her will never be resolved." Edric grabbed his head. "Doesn't she also treat me badly? How could you put all the blame on me?" Now Margaret was unhappy. "You're the one who forced her hand. Think over it yourself. How well did Irene treat you when we were married? For goodness sake, think about it." Edric's eyes were bloodshot. "I treated her well at that time, didn't I?" Margaret retorted. There was no way to get his point through to her. Edric had no choice but to vent his anger on the table beside him, violently slamming his fist down, hard. Frightened, Margaret stopped talking at once. Edric slammed down his fist on the table a couple more times. At the sight of this, Margaret's heart ached, and she quickly went to his side to stop him. "Edric, don't do this." Edric looked at Margaret with bloodshot eyes. "Mom, if you really care about me, please return to Haverland immediately. With Eden's condition now, I don't want you to disturb them. Irene and I will find a way to cure him." "How do you plan on doing so? Leukemia is no flu or fever. How can I not worry?" asked Margaret, unwilling to leave. "I've already found a way. We could get him a bone marrow transplant. Irene is pregnant. When the child is born, we could transplant parts of his bone marrow to Eden." "Irene is pregnant again? Is it yours?" Margaret squealed, aghast. She was already surprised to find out about Eden, yet now she was about to have another grandchild again. She didn't know how to react to this shocking news. "Yes, it's mine. Now go back home. You'll only cause more trouble if you remain here." Edric softened his tone, trying to get Margaret to leave. "I won't. My grandson is sick. How can I abandon him? I can't leave. I'll stay here to look after him," Margaret insisted. Noticing that Edric was staring at her, she quickly added, "I promise I won't be a nuisance. Don't worry, I won't bother Irene." Edric let out a long sigh. What was he supposed to do? Margaret wasn't an evil person. She had a heart of gold as well. But she had a short temper and would often lash out at others with her mean words. With such a temper, it was bound to be difficult for her and Irene to get along with each other. Deborah accompanied Lily in the hospital until dawn before leaving. When she walked to the parking lot, she was dumbfounded. Her car window had been smashed and her handbag was gone. Breathless with anger, Deborah immediately went looking for a security guard. The security guard examined the CCTV footage and saw that the break-in was carried out by a man wearing a military jacket. The director of the hospital was also in pure disbelief. Deborah was Stephen's wife, and her car had been broken into at his hospital. Standing by and doing nothing was out of the question. He stepped forward and personally offered to bring her car to the workshop to be repaired. He also offered to pay for the damages inflicted. At first, Deborah was distraught, but later on, she realized that she should try not to make a big fuss over this. Up till now, Stephen had no idea that she and Lily had visited the hospital for the operation. They'd lied to him and instead claimed that they were going on vacation. If he were to find out the truth, they would be in deep trouble. Deborah eventually recaptured her composure and accepted the compensation offered, asking the hospital director to keep this matter under wraps. Both Deborah and Lily were devastated, as their car was now out of commission. They had no choice but to take a cab to a hotel and stay there for 2 days before returning home. After recuperating in the intensive care unit for 2 days, Rowan finally regained her consciousness. The nurse called Nathan over excitedly as soon as she woke up. Nathan rushed to the hospital. A Haverland doctor was already attending to Rowan. "Are you all right? If you can hear me, please blink once." Rowan blinked her eyes once. "Do you have difficulty breathing? If not, please blink once." She blinked again. "She appears to have fully recovered, don't you think?" whispered the nurse next to him. "Nurse, please help the patient take off her oxygen mask," the doctor ordered the nurse. "Who are you? What am I doing here?" These were the first words that tumbled out of Rowan's mouth. Although her voice was soft, it was clear. "We are doctors, and you're in a hospital. You were hit by a car, and you are receiving treatment right now," explained the doctor. "I was hit by a car? Why? Why can't I remember anything?" stammered Rowan. "Look, this was the man who brought you here." The doctor gestured to Nathan next to him. "Did you bring me here?" Rowan shifted her focus to Nathan, who nodded. "Then you must know me. Can you tell me who I am?" She looked at Nathan expectantly. "Wait a minute, what's going on?" Nathan thought. He was stunned. She didn't know who she was? How could she forget her own identity? How could something like this happen in this day and age? "Calm down," the doctor said soothingly. "Try to recall it slowly. Perhaps you'll remember soon. I can't think of anything, and my head hurts. Not just my head, but my whole body hurts. That's because you're injured. Take plenty of rest. You'll recover your memories soon enough." The doctor quietly tugged at Nathan's shirt and gestured him to the door. Nathan followed the doctor out, his suspicion growing. "Is there something wrong about her?" Nathan asked urgently as he followed the doctor back to the office. "She is no longer in danger, but it'll take some time for her to recover," answered the doctor truthfully. "Why can't she remember who she is? Could it be that her brain is damaged?" Nathan hypothesized. "Pretty much. Judging from her injuries, I expect she's suffering from amnesia." The doctor invited Nathan to take a seat. "Amnesia?" parroted Nathan. "Yes, as a result of her severe injuries, her brain has likely been damaged. In humans, memories are stored in the cerebral cortex. Hence, any brain injury can potentially cause people to lose their memories. Usually, less serious injuries will only cause temporary memory loss, but the severe ones may lead to permanent memory loss," the doctor clarified. "So which group does she belong to?" Nathan asked, this time his voice as soft as a whisper. "It's hard to tell. For her to be involved in such a serious accident, it's a miracle that she survived." Nathan interjected, "Are you implying that she might never regain her memories?" "I'm not very sure, but judging from her current situation, it's not looking good. We can only wait and see until after she has recovered." The doctor shook his head. After this conversation ended, Nathan went to see Rowan. He stood outside the door and observed her being fed by a nurse. She looked so helpless and pitiful. He couldn't help but feel sadness engulfing his entire being. If her relatives found out that she was in such a miserable state, they would be heartbroken. Meanwhile, Edric still did not have any idea how to deal with Margaret since she refused to leave Mencovia. Nevertheless, he managed to extract a promise from her not to harass Irene and Eden. Margaret agreed to his requests, but she couldn't control her desires. When she had heard that Eden was in the hospital, she paid a visit there in secret. Since Irene was resting in the ward, Margaret was not allowed to enter. She could only watch from outside the door as Irene and Nathan chatted with Eden in the ward. The three of them looked so happy, which agitated her. Edric had mentioned that Irene was going to marry Nathan. While she indeed glad about that, what about Eden? Irene would certainly not give up Eden. With Nathan's support and influence in Mencodia, it would be difficult for Margaret to get full custody of Eden. Furthermore, Irene was now pregnant. Was Margaret supposed to stand idly by as Irene whisked away 2 heirs of the Myers family to the White family? When Margaret returned to the hotel, she felt extremely apprehensive. Suddenly, Joanne appeared. The moment she caught sight of Joanne, Margaret shed her genial appearance. She was the type of person to hold a grudge, and she hadn't forgotten what Joanne had said to her the other day at the White family. On the other hand, Joanne was a lot more friendly towards Margaret. She smiled and sat down without Margaret asking her to. "I'm here to help you solve your problems, Mrs. Myers." "Why are you being so nice?" Margaret snorted. "Mrs. Myers, please listen to me first before arriving at any hasty conclusions, all right?" Joanne ignored Margaret's outward hostility. "I am on your side when it comes to Irene." "What do you mean?" "Irene not only seduced my brother Nathan, but she is also involved romantically with my fiancé. How could I be fond of her?" Joanne shrugged her shoulders. This was true. Margaret finally felt like she had found an ally. "What ideas do you have?" "I have a few, but it depends on whether you're on board with them or not." Joanne tittered icily. "Tell Edric to warn Irene that if she were to marry my brother, he will fight for the custody of his children. But if she doesn't marry Nathan, then he won't raise any issues." "You know, what kind of idea is that?" Margaret sneered. "Miss White, I've already thought of this before. It won't work. Edric would never go against Irene." "If Edric doesn't want to smear his reputation by suggesting this, then you should do it," Joanne suggested. "Tell her you are warning her on Edric's behalf and see how she takes it. If that doesn't work, I have other plans as well." "What other plans?" asked Margaret. Joanne whispered a few words into Margaret's ear. Margaret's expression changed suddenly. "No, I can't do that. My grandson is sick. This will affect him." "Mrs. Myers, when did you become so timid?" "I'm not suggesting that you harm him, but just helping you get a load off your mind." Joanne looked at Margaret with withering sarcasm. "Just hire a few doctors on standby. Then you'll have nothing to fear, right?" Margaret was still hesitant. This is plan B. Try talking to Irene first. If she knows what's good for her, then you won't have to go through with that plan. If not, then only will we put plan B into action. Seeing Margaret's face written with reluctance, Joanne chuckled coldly and said, "Think about it carefully. Once Irene marries my brother, you will no longer have any say over the child. This is Mencodia. In a situation like this, they would never separate the children from their mother." Margaret considered Joanne's options before saying, "All right, I'll try talking to Irene first." So, Margaret met up with Irene. Upon seeing Margaret, Irene looked at the latter coldly. "What's the matter?" "I went looking for you because I'm going to tell you something." Margaret's tone was as arrogant as usual. "I've discussed it with Edric. We will not take away your guardianship rights over Eden under one condition." "What's the condition, then?" Irene simpered. "The condition is that you can't marry Nathan," Margaret finished off. "Mrs. Myers, what right do you have to say this to me?" Irene smirked haughtily. She was wondering why Edric had been so calm. It turned out that he had this under his sleeve all along. "I've already told you, I gave birth to Eden after I divorced Edric. His upbringing has nothing to do with the Myers family. You guys have no right to ask me to do this. It's not that we don't want to take responsibility, but you won't let us. Irene, if I knew you were pregnant back then, I wouldn't have forced Edric to divorce you." Irene interjected, "It's useless to say these things now, Mrs. Myers. Have some dignity. As I've said before, if you want a grandson, just get someone to have one with Edric. You don't need Eden, but for me, Eden is all I have. I won't let anyone take him away from me. If Edric is willing to give birth to a grandson with someone else, would I be coming to you?" Margaret thought to herself, if Edric was going to listen to her, she would already have a grandson on her lap right now. She wouldn't be living this lonely life. However, under no circumstances would she let Irene know about it. If Irene knew that all Edric wanted was to have her back, then it would make matters worse. Irene would become even more unreasonable to talk to. "I didn't come here to negotiate with you, Irene. I am informing you that if you are really marrying Nathan, Edric and I will not just sit idly by. We will remove your guardianship rights over Eden. Neither I nor Edric will accept a Myers calling some other man his father." "We shall see about that." Irene stood up. She hated being threatened. Edric and Margaret could dream on if they thought their threats would work on her. When Irene returned to the hospital, she saw that Edric was playing with Eden in the ward. It was such a happy, blissful scene. Eden couldn't help but get excited when he saw Irene had arrived. "Mom, Edric said that when I get discharged, he'll take me boating at the park. Can you come with us?" Sure. Irene didn't want to disappoint Eden, hence she decided to play along with it. "Edric also said that he would give me a toy boat that can shoot water. Next time I'll be able to play with my toy boat in the pool." Irene gazed at Edric with a blank expression. Edric was clearly trying to bribe Eden by giving him toys, but Irene would not let him get his way. "Eden, have you forgotten what I told you? If you like a toy, you can ask me to buy it for you, but you're not allowed to take things from strangers." "But Edric said that's a limited edition toy. Most people won't be able to get it." Eden pouted. "If I can't buy it, you can ask Nathan to buy it for you. Uncle Nathan is not like most people. He's a Superman." Irene crouched down to meet Eden's eye level. "That's right. Nathan is a big CEO. He's extraordinary." Eden's eyes lit up. "Edric, I don't want your toy boat anymore. My mom says I can't accept gifts from strangers, so I'm sorry." Suddenly, Edric's smile faded a little, and his eyes grew dark. Irene was completely shutting him out. Irene was still fuming from her encounter with Margaret a while ago. She felt so vexed to see Edric's face at this moment. If Eden wasn't there with them, she would have kicked him out right there and then. For Eden's sake, she had to suppress her anger. After she coaxed Eden into sleeping, her expression flipped to a serious one, and she said, "Mr. Myers, please don't come here again, okay?" "Why? Didn't you agree to let me stay with Eden until he recovered?" asked Edric. "Yes, at first. The circumstances have changed now." Irene looked at Edric coldly. "Nathan and I are getting married soon. Eden also sees Nathan as his father. You have no right to be here. Are you worried that I would be a hindrance to your marriage?" There was hurt in Edric's eyes. Irene, you said that you wouldn't stop me and Eden from spending time together. What is going on? For someone like you who goes back on his word, there is no need for me to keep my word. Irene didn't mince her words at all. Edric, I know what you're up to, but I'm telling you now, I will never compromise. If you have something planned up your sleeve, bring it on. Edric was stupefied for a moment and immediately reacted. Did my mother say something to you again? Irene sneered. Don't pretend like you don't know. Be a man and admit it. Don't push everything to your mother like a child. Edric's face turned pale and he left the hospital without saying a word. He needed to see Margaret and ask her what tricks she was up to. Again, in the face of his aggressive questioning, Margaret answered calmly, Son, I am doing this for your own good. Irene is about to marry Nathan. I just want to stop her. Breathless with raging fury, Edric had nothing to say to Margaret. He called John and said, Send a private jet to take Mrs. Myers away immediately. I'm not leaving. Margaret started to panic when she saw his ferocity. Edric didn't care. Mom, you have to leave this time. There's no room for discussion. Margaret sat down dejectedly. It seemed that she had no choice but to return this time. It was Joanne's horrible idea that got her in this mess. She called Joanne angrily and chastised her, but Joanne was far from bothered. Congratulations, Mrs. Myers. You'll soon be able to fulfill your wishes. What are you talking about? Don't make flippant remarks, hissed Margaret. Have you forgotten about the plan B I told you about? Isn't this the perfect opportunity? Margaret's eyes lit up when she was reminded of the backup plan. Her anger subsided at once. This was indeed a perfect opportunity for her. Eden stayed at the hospital to be treated for one more day. The next day he was discharged and Irene brought him home. Coincidentally, it was his birthday that day. Hence, Nathan had already planned a small birthday celebration at home to cheer him up. Nathan had invited quite a few children from the neighborhood to join in. Eden had been bored out of his mind at the hospital. Thus, after receiving so many gifts and having so many people celebrate with him, he was extremely happy. As they sang a birthday song for him, Eden, Irene, and Nathan blew out the candle together. Then Eden put his hands together and started to make a wish. After the wish, Nathan asked him curiously, Tell me, what did you wish for? Eden whispered a few words into Nathan's ear. Nathan smiled and kissed Eden's cheek a few times. Brittany and Irene were very curious. Well, what did Eden wish for? I can't tell you guys. If I were to mention it, it won't come true. Eden refused. You've already told Nathan. Why can't you tell me? Irene became jealous. Okay, I'll tell you. My wish is for Nathan to become my father, Eden answered in a childish tone. Edric had just appeared at the door with a gift in his hand. He knew that it was Eden's birthday, therefore he came over to the White family. He had turned up right after selecting a gift for him. Just as he arrived, he saw Eden making a wish. He was curious as well as what Eden had wished for, but when he heard Eden say his wish out loud, Edric's smile disappeared immediately. Joanne saw Edric at the door, and a cold grin appeared on her face. Eden, since you like Nathan so much, why don't you call him Dad? No, I can't call him Dad yet. I have made a mistake before. Eden was talking about Jordan. He had always liked Nathan as his father. Jordan even told him that he was the man Irene liked and that Eden should call him Dad. He felt that Jordan was a good man, so he did as he was told. But in the end, Jordan left him and Irene. I can only call him Dad after Nathan and my mother get married. Eden looked at Irene expectantly. Mom, when will you marry Nathan? Irene glanced at Nathan without thinking. When her eyes met Nathan's starry eyes, she lowered her head. Eden stared at them excitedly. Mom, I really want a dad. Please get married to Nathan quickly so I can call him Dad. Upon hearing Eden's pleading voice, Irene felt a pain in her heart. She felt sorry for him. Then a beam appeared on her face. I will marry Nathan tomorrow. Great. I finally have a father. Eden was extremely excited. He hugged Irene and kissed him a few times. Then he went over to kiss Nathan. Brittany also broke into a smile when she saw how happy Eden was. Go and register your marriage first tomorrow. I'll get someone to start planning the wedding immediately. I will arrange a grand wedding for the two of you. Grandma, please don't bother. Irene was embarrassed. Yes, I must. Nathan is getting married. How could we keep this a discreet affair? I will invite everyone famous I know. A chilly simper flashed across Joanne's face when she heard Brittany's words. In a flash, she picked up her wine glass and said, "Congratulations, Nathan. Congratulations, Irene. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness." Irene was a little surprised at Joanne's dramatic change in attitude. "Doesn't she want me to stay away from Nathan?" Irene wondered. She picked up her glass and accepted Joanne's blessings together with Nathan. "Mom, I want to be the page boy," Eden interrupted. "Sure, let Eden be our page boy." Nathan chortled and looked at Irene, his eyes dripping with tenderness. Edric stood blankly at the door as the scene before him unfolded. When he heard everyone congratulating the happy couple, he felt a sense of despair in his heart. For Irene and Eden, Nathan was family. Meanwhile, Edric was just an outsider. No matter what he did, he could not change Irene's view of him. He could not stay there any longer. He gently placed the toy on the ground and turned to leave the White family. He didn't know where to go. He walked aimlessly on the street for some time until he finally felt tired. He sat down on the side of the road. A lovey-dovey couple walked past him. The smiles on their faces were so beautiful and warm. He used to have something as beautiful as what they had. How could he have lost her? A gentle voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Edric, I love you, forever and always." The vow remained as vivid as if it was the day before when Irene made this promise. He sat at the edge of the street and stared at the colorful night sky. He tried to fight back his tears, but it was futile. He was a business tycoon, but right now he was sitting at the edge of the street crying his heart out. As per Edric's instructions, John immediately sent a private jet to collect Margaret. Worried that Margaret would not get on the jet, John personally came along. When he arrived in Mencodia, he couldn't find Edric anywhere. John was anxious because Edric wasn't answering his phone. Did something happen to him? He had no idea how to look for Edric. Therefore, he headed to the White family home. Eden's birthday party had already ended. Irene took Eden upstairs to have a rest while the servants were cleaning up the living room. When he saw a toy boat by the door, Eden was ecstatic. "What a cool toy boat. I wonder who gave this to me." Irene was dumbstruck. She recalled the other day Edric said that he wanted to give a toy boat to Eden. Was he the one who sent this? But why would he not come in if he had dropped by? Did he overhear the news about her and Nathan getting married the next day? Eden didn't know what Irene was thinking. He hugged the toy boat happily and said, "Edric said he would give me a toy boat that day, but he didn't come today." His words were tainted with disappointment. Irene came to her senses and patted his head. "Edric is the one who gave you this." "Where is he? Why didn't he come to see me? I haven't said thank you to him yet." Eden pouted. "He really liked Edric. You can thank him another time." Irene stroked Eden's hair. Suddenly, Nathan came over and said, "Just now, Edric's executive assistant, John, dropped by. He said that Edric was missing and he couldn't find him anywhere. Edric's phone can't be reached either. I'll go with John to search for him." Irene was taken aback. She steeled herself and said, "He's a fully grown adult. How can he be missing? Just leave him be. This isn't like Haverland. Edric doesn't know his way around here. What if something happened to him? I'd better go look for him." Nathan reckoned that Edric might be in some form of danger if they did not take some actions. Irene was really just acting tough. Inside, she was exceedingly worried. "Just go. Call me if there's any news about Edric's whereabouts." Nathan agreed to her request and left. After tucking Eden to sleep, Irene stood by the door of the White family and glanced around nervously, checking her phone every few minutes. Why hadn't Nathan called her? Had something really happened to Edric? All of a sudden, the phone rang. Irene answered it immediately. "Nathan, have you found him?" "I'm not Nathan," Edric said in a low voice. "It's you. Where are you? John is looking for you everywhere." "Irene, I have something to tell you," Edric interrupted her. "Can you not marry Nathan?" Irene was silent for a moment. "No. Are my mistakes really unforgivable? Can't you just forgive me this once?" Irene let his question hang. Was Edric truly that unforgivable? She had loathed him before and thought him inexcusable. But after knowing the truth, her hatred for him had abated. She had considered getting back together with him for Eden's sake. She really had. But with Margaret hovering around, Irene just didn't see a future for them. With a calm voice, she said, "You knew that we did not hold a future together, yet you still refused to let us go. What are you if not a fool?" "We have no future together?" Edric let out a wretched laugh. "Irene, I've never forgotten my promise to you. Never. Did you know that?" "So what? We can't go back," she thought. Cold tears dripped down her face. She wiped them away. "Edric, I'm almost 30 years old. I'm no longer that girl who believed in fantasies and promises, you know? Whatever you had said is long gone, and I don't remember any of it anymore." What she meant was she had long dismissed his promise to her. Edric looked up at the sky, his heart coursed with bitterness. "Irene, I was all for my pretense to be generous. Though I do wish you abundant happiness, I just can't bring myself to do it. I'm already a pile of garbage in your heart anyway. I suppose I could make myself look worse, no? I hope you and Nathan won't be happy, because only I can give you happiness." Hearing what he had said, Irene was surprisingly not offended at all. "Edric, I don't need your blessing. You'd better return to your hotel as soon as possible. John is everywhere looking for you. He is very anxious. Call him back, or tell me where you are and I'll ask him to go get you." Her indifferent voice spread in Edric's ears and crushed his hope into smithereens. She was not the slightest bit unshaken. As expected, she didn't care about him. He reached out his hand to sweep away the tears at the corner of his eyes. "I'll go back right away." The phone call ended abruptly. Irene stood in the living room in a daze, her phone still in her hand. 6 years ago, on a night like this, Edric had stood in front of her firmly and asked for her hand in marriage. He'd told her she would only be happy if she married him. But now he was wishing for her the opposite, claiming that he was the only one who could give her happiness. How ironic. "Edric, my life will not be controlled by you. I will show you that even without you, I can very well be happy." It didn't take long for Nathan to come back. He stated that Edric had returned to the hotel, and Irene felt relieved at it. They then called it a night. The next morning, Nathan and Irene drove to the marriage registration department. Because of their identities, they weren't required to make an appointment like regular people. They just had to wait to be notified. The staff member informed them that all the procedures could be completed immediately before handing them a form and asking them to fill it out. A marriage license application in Mencodia was equivalent to a form filled at that in Haverland. The staff member noticed that they hadn't brought a witness along and reminded Nathan that a witness needed to be present. Therefore, Nathan called Brittany. After the form was completed, they had to collect the wedding certificate. The procedure in Mencodia was slightly different than in Haverland. Here they had to have a ceremony. The two parties had to make their vows in front of a minister and exchange wedding rings before the witness signed on their marriage license. Irene and Nathan were brought into a small room, and the ceremony was presided over by the staff member who registered the information. Seeing that Irene was a foreigner, he asked her if she spoke the local language. If not, they could get someone else to ordain the marriage. Irene said that she could understand the language. Thus, the staff member commenced the ceremony. Irene and Nathan just repeated after what he said, which was basically not unlike a priest's speech. Halfway through the oath, the housekeeper called, "Young Master Nathan, bad news, Eden is missing." Irene and Nathan were shocked. They could care less about the ceremony as they excused themselves and ran out. Along the way, their anxiety was peaking. When they reached the White Mansion, the housekeeper was already waiting by the door. "What's going on?" they asked simultaneously. "Young Master Nathan, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I don't know what happened too. Eden was playing in the house, so I went to make a cup of tea. When I returned, he had already disappeared. I thought he was just being naughty and went into hiding. I looked around, but I couldn't find him. So I called you," answered the housekeeper truthfully. "Check the CCTV right now," Nathan immediately ordered. On the monitor, it showed that while the housekeeper was making tea, Eden had picked up the phone in a living room. They had no idea who he was speaking to. But after the call ended, he went out of the White Mansion alone. There was a car parked outside the gates. As soon as Eden left the house, someone jumped out, picked Eden up, and left in the car. Who on earth is this person? Why did he take Eden away? Nathan and Irene exchanged glances. Edric, it must be him. Find him right away. Wasting no time, Nathan took Irene to the hotel where Edric stayed. The front desk of the hotel stated that Edric was in the room. Nathan and Irene went straight to his room and pressed the doorbell for a long time. Finally, the door was opened and a pungent smell of alcohol flooded their nostrils. Edric staggered over and leaned against the door. He asked without looking up. What? Irene frowned. Edric, where is Eden? Edric heard her voice and looked up at her drunkenly. It's you? I'm not dreaming, am I? Then, when he caught a glimpse of Nathan standing behind Irene, he chuckled. I've said that I'm not giving you any of my blessings. What are you guys doing here? Edric Myers, did you get someone to take Eden away? Irene was enraged. Isn't your son mine too? Edric was slurring his words. Why would I take my son away? Edric Myers, stop pretending. Hand my son over, or I will never let you off, screamed Irene. What? What are you going to do again? Edric reached out his hand to hold Irene's shoulder. Irene, you heartless woman. Do you know, it feels like you're stabbing me with a knife? I'd rather die than to live. Get out of my way. Irene pushed him aside. Edric wobbled and fell down. His head hit the floor with a thunk. He had injured his forehead and was bleeding, but he didn't feel any pain. He just stared blankly at Irene. His eyes were twinkling with 1,000 emotions: pity, resentment, and aggrievedness. In that split second, Irene was stumped by his gaze. Her words seemed to have gotten caught in her throat. Nathan, who was behind him, interjected, Edric, we should never drag the child into our affairs. Eden is sick. What if something happens to him? Nathan White, I have no idea what you're talking about, and I don't want to see you. Get out of here right now. Edric couldn't vent his anger on Irene, but there was no way he was going to be courteous to Nathan. He was the one who took Irene away. Without him, Edric would be living a blissful life with Irene and Eden right now. Hearing this, Nathan's face turned bone-chillingly cold. Stripping the veil of politeness, he barked, Edric, if you are a man, then don't bring Eden into this. What happened? John had just returned and was shocked when he saw Edric lying on the ground. What's going on? He reached out to help Edric up and looked at Irene and Nathan, his expression frigid. Mr. White, what are you trying to do? Don't you think you're going too far? What do you know? Edric took Eden away. I'm here to reclaim him, Irene said furiously. Miss Nelson, you must be mistaken. Mr. Myers has never left the hotel since he came back last night. How could he take your son away? Explained John. If it's not him, it must be his mother, Irene snarled. She was certain that they were the culprits. That's out of the question. I just sent her back to Haverland, and I never saw her with Eden. John suddenly remembered something, his face changing. Unless, that day, John had been instructed to send Margaret to board the plane. He had been worried that she would not return to Haverland. Besides, the night before, Edric had ordered him to take Margaret away with any means necessary. But Margaret was still Edric's mother after all, and if John had done so, Edric and Margaret's relationship would grow even more strained than before. After Edric had come back and given John the order the previous night, he had stayed in his room and refused to come out to meet anyone. Before John went to send Margaret off, he had rapped on his door, but Edric gave no response. John knew Edric was agonizing over Irene and Nathan's marriage. Thus, he didn't disturb him and went straight to Margaret's room instead. He had been worried that Margaret would refuse to leave, but surprisingly, she didn't make things difficult for him at all. She agreed to go back on the condition that she could bring a couple of friends with her. Needless to say, John accepted her request. He then sent her to the airport where the private jet was parked. However, Margaret's friends had not arrived yet. After waiting for a long time, he saw a car coming over. Two strange men stepped out with a child. The child was sleeping soundly with a coat over him. Margaret saw the two of them and greeted them enthusiastically. She invited them to board the plane. John was still confused at that time. He had been with Edric for so long. How had he never seen these two men? However, he couldn't care so much. As long as Margaret was willing to go back to Haverland, his task would be completed. After the two men carried the child on the plane, Margaret immediately boarded the plane and urged John to get on the plane too. John had wanted to go back with them, but he'd decided to stay because he was worried about Edric. Putting two and two together at this moment, he suddenly remembered the child in the arms of two men. Was that child Eden? Just as John was lost in his thoughts, Joanne rushed over. "Nathan, I've just received a call from Mrs. Myers. She asked me to let you know that she has brought Eden back to Haverland." "What did you say?" Nathan raised his voice. "When did this happen?" "Just now. After I received her call, I came over immediately. I thought she was joking," answered Joanne. Joanne looked at the crowd and sensed the belligerence in the air. "She said that she had boarded a private plane with a doctor. She told you not to worry." "Godmit, how can I not worry?" Seething, Nathan cursed. Then he looked at Edric and said, "Mr. Myers, you are such a brilliant actor." Irene looked at Edric. She had originally found Edric a little pitiful since he was injured, but now her heart was as cold as steel. "Book a ticket right away. I'm returning to Haverland. No one can ever take my son away from me." Originally, Nathan was going to accompany Irene back to the country. However, the previous incident at the factory had disrupted his plan. One of the disobliging workers had filed a lawsuit against him. As the defendant, he wasn't allowed to leave the country. Nathan was distraught. He had no choice but to call Jordan. Jordan jumped up in anger when he heard Nathan tell him that Margaret had brought Eden back to the country secretly. "For God's sake, what's wrong with you? Didn't you promise me that you would protect Irene and Eden? How could you let that crazy woman snatch Eden away?" "It's my fault. I had never for the life of me expected Edric's mother to come all the way here. I'm worried about Irene going back to the country alone. On top of that, Eden's health is at stake. Please help Irene. After I'm done handling some work stuff, I'll rush over immediately." Nathan felt culpable as well. Joanne was the one who had started all this. If she had not revealed to Edric about Eden's identity, Margaret would never have come to Mencodia and taken Eden away. Now that Eden was in such a vulnerable state, if his condition worsened and something befell him, Irene would be devastated for sure, and Nathan would never be able to forgive himself. "All right, I got it. I will keep an eye on Irene and help her get Eden back. The Myers are so despicable. This time, I will make sure to show them what I'm made of." Jordan knew that Nathan wasn't solely to blame for this matter. If anything, Joanne was the one to be held accountable. This fiancée of his had earned her way deeper into his contempt, and he deeply regretted how rash he had been with making that 3-year promise to her. Right then, he wasn't even aware of the fact that Joanne was the one who had spurred Margaret into abducting Eden back to Haverland. If he did, his boiling blood would probably erupt in rage. Nathan thanked Jordan and hung up the phone. After thinking for a while, he called Kinsey. He asked her to pick up Irene at the airport if she was available and accompany her to find Eden. After everything was arranged, Nathan returned home. Brittany was waiting restlessly at home. When she saw Nathan, she immediately asked, "How is it going? I heard from Joanne that Eden was taken away by Margaret. Is it true?" "It appears to be the case. John said that she brought 2 men and a child with her. The child's face was covered by a coat, so he didn't manage to get a good look. It must be Eden. The 2 men are probably the doctors that she hired. Margaret is really quite something. How can she be so audacious?" Brittany sighed. "After all, Eden is her grandson. How could she be so cruel?" "Yes, she's awful." Nathan sighed. "I was going to follow along, but I haven't settled the factory incident, so I had to ask Jordan for help. Once I'm done with that, I will go there immediately." "Well, that's for the best. I'm really worried that Irene will not be able to deal with Margaret and Edric alone." While they were busy discussing Irene and Eden, no one realized that Margaret's accomplice, Joanne, was standing on the 2nd floor, eavesdropping on their conversation. The day before, she was so glad to see Edric and Irene leave the White family. She reckoned that she could finally heave a sigh of relief as Irene was finally getting what she deserved. She wanted Irene to tremble in fear. She knew what Eden meant to Irene. Now that Margaret had taken him away, Irene had no choice but to fight it out with Margaret to bring him back. However, the Myers family was rich and powerful. There was no way Irene would be able to beat them, unless she went to Stephen for help. Now that would be exciting. Anyway, She had already promised Margaret that they would keep in touch so she could be kept in the loop about what was happening. Just then, when she'd heard that Nathan had called Jordan to ask him to aid Irene, Joanne was smoldering with fury. She had been so close to rushing downstairs and taking her anger out on Nathan. Nathan knew how enamored Joanne was with Jordan, but he did not consider her feelings at all. Instead, he had repeatedly asked Jordan to go to Irene's aids. Before this, she wasn't engaged to him yet. But now that she and Jordan were engaged, Nathan was a bit too much by asking Jordan to help Irene. In addition, she had worked so hard to put this plan into motion, and it was only halfway done right now. She wasn't going to let Jordan ruin everything. She had to quickly book a ticket to return to Haverland. There was no way she was allowing Jordan to come into contact with Irene. As her decision had crystallized in her mind, she turned around and walked back to the room. After ending his call with Nathan, Jordan consulted his watch for the time. He stood up, grabbed his coat, and stalked out of the office. Nathan had mentioned that Irene was flying back with Edric, and their journey would take at most another hour. He wanted to rush to the airport to pick Irene up. He couldn't trust Edric with Irene. What if he treated her like he did before? Besides, the first thing Irene would do would be to search for Eden. Margaret was one crazy lady who could not be reasoned with. If he didn't go with her, Irene would definitely be at a disadvantage. Although Nathan had told him that Edric was equally angry at Margaret for taking the liberty of snatching Eden away and had promised to help Irene bring Eden back, Nathan would not give him the benefit of the doubt. He knew that Edric had never given up on Irene. Now that Margaret had brought Eden back into the Myers family, who knew whether or not Edric would take the chance to weasel his way back into demanding Irene to remarry him. Thinking of Irene's current situation, Jordan's uneasiness had reached a crescendo. He immediately ordered David to send some men to all main hospitals in San Fatillo to check if Margaret had admitted Eden. Then he ordered David to drive him quickly to the airport. When they arrived at the airport, Jordan locked the car and marched to the lobby. As soon as he reached the entrance, he heard someone calling out to him. He quickly turned his head and saw that Kinsey was heading his way. "Mr. Reed, are you also here to pick Irene up?" asked Kinsey, panting. Jordan said, "I am. You too?" Kinsey nodded. "Just now, Nathan called me and told me that Irene is coming back to San Fatillo. He asked me to come to pick her up if I am free and go with her to the Myers family to look for Eden. He also informed me that you knew about this as well, and if I need anything, I should come to you. So when I saw you here, I immediately knew that you are here to pick Irene up too." "All right, let's go," Jordan praised Nathan inwardly. He was indeed a meticulous man. He knew Irene would need help from her friends at a time like this. With Kinsey's feisty attitude, she would be great at standing up against that crazy lady Margaret. Besides, he had engaged to Joanne. Maybe Nathan didn't want him to follow Irene alone, for it would only bring unnecessary gossip. It would be more convenient to have Kinsey by his side. They arrived at the hall and saw that it was still early. Thus, they found a place to sit down and wait. At the sight of Jordan's slightly furrowed brows, Kinsey felt a little emotional. He looked so anxious for Irene. Even though Irene was about to marry Nathan, and Jordan himself was also engaged, he still had Irene in his heart. Whenever Irene ran into trouble, Jordan would immediately offer his help. Kinsey wondered when she would be able to meet a man of this level of loyalty. Seemingly aware of Kinsey's strange gaze, Jordan glimpsed at her and asked, "What's with you?" Kinsey's face turned red, her head lowered in an instant. Nothing. I'm just thinking about Irene. I'm wondering if she'll go immediately to the Myers family to look for Eden." "Don't doubt it. You know how impatient she is. She's definitely going to go look for him at once." As he spoke, Jordan felt his fury rising again. Underneath his deep gaze, his rage was fanning. Kinsey sighed. "Speaking of which, Irene is really quite pitiful. After so many years of suffering, she could finally marry Nathan and settle down. But Margaret and Edric refused to let her go. Now Eden has been taken away. Irene must be consumed with worries. You can rest assured at that." "As long as I'm here, I will definitely get Eden back," hissed Jordan. "I'm afraid that Margaret will hide him somewhere and we won't be able to find him." Kinsey exhaled deeply. Jordan said calmly, "Scratch that concern. If my guess is right, Eden is probably in a hospital now." Kinsey's eyes brightened. "You're right. I'm so muddle-headed. What was I thinking? Just now, Nathan told me that Eden hates Margaret. He never wants to come back here with her. She even made him fall and terrified him back in Mencodia." After a while, Kinsey added, "Now that Margaret has brought him back by force, he must be extremely scared. Most likely, he would not be able to withstand the repeated shock. His condition would inevitably worsen. Hence, Margaret would have to send him to the hospital. We should have split up. One of us can go search the hospitals for Eden, and one of us can pick Irene up. Then we could save time." Jordan looked at her, surprised. Kinsey was not muddle-headed at all. She was obviously very smart. "I have already sent men to search the hospitals. Once there is any news, they will inform me." Kinsey couldn't help laughing and mocked herself for being ignorant. How could she have forgotten who Jordan was? With his ability, even if Eden was hidden in some unknown back alley, he would be able to locate him. At this time, Jordan's phone rang. Kinsey's heart was brimming with joy when she heard that. "Did your men find Eden?" Jordan reached for his phone and looked at it. A smile appeared on his face. The phone call was from David. He should have found Eden. He pressed the answer button and asked, "How is it going? Is there any news about the child?" David said, "Yes, Mr. Reed, we have found Eden. He has been admitted to the hematology department in WellCare Hospital of San Fatillo. The doctor said that his current situation is relatively stable, so you don't have to worry." Okay, got it. He hung up and told Kinsey that Eden had been found. Kinsey felt a weight off her chest. She had been so worried that Margaret might have hidden Eden somewhere they could not find. But now, after they picked up Irene, they could bring her directly to the hospital. The plane finally landed at the airport. Irene hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt and stood up to leave. Edric sat near the aisle and blocked Irene's way with his legs. Impassive, she looked at his legs and spat, "Excuse me." Edric looked up at her pallid face and felt distressed. In the entire 10-hour plane ride, she had only talked to him once. No matter what he had said, she had given him the cold shoulder. When she'd learned that Margaret had taken Eden away, she was infuriated. She grabbed him by the collar and threatened him that if anything happened to Eden, she would be sure to impart her wrath on Edric. For countless times, he had apologized to her and promised that he would help her get Eden back and go back to Mencodia with her. But she still didn't stop torturing him with her livid response. For more than 10 hours, she had been half lying on her seat and staring out of the window blankly. Except for drinking a glass of juice, she hadn't eaten anything. Looking at her haggard face, Edric felt rather anguished. He persuaded her to eat and to have a wee nap. She had ignored him as if he didn't exist. He had never seen her in such a state. He knew that she hated him. She hated him for coming to Mencodia to ask for a reunion with Eden. She hated him even more because he had told Margaret about Eden's identity, which was what had prompted Margaret to take Eden away. At this moment, his regret started heaping on top of his conscience. He should have never gone to Mencodia, nor should he have told Margaret about Eden. If he hadn't done any of this, they wouldn't be mired in this situation right now. He had already made up his mind. After returning to San Fatillo, he would help her get Eden back and would make sure that Eden never left her side again. Before getting on the plane, he had called one of the employees from work. He told him that Margaret had taken Eden back to San Fatillo and instructed him to keep a close eye on her. He wanted to see where she would take Eden to. He believed that with their efficiency, they had most likely already sent him an update about Eden's whereabouts to his phone. Once he got off the plane and turned on his phone, he would be able to know the latest news about Eden. He retracted his legs, allowing Irene to pass. Then he silently stood up and followed behind her, exiting the plane. No sooner had they alighted the plane than Edric turned on his phone, and as expected, they had already learned Eden's whereabouts. After reading the message, he hurried to grab Irene's hand, who was scurrying in front of him, and said, "Irene, Eden is in the WellCare Hospital right now." Swiveling around, Irene asked eagerly, "How is his condition?" "Don't worry, he was just slightly frightened. The doctor said that there's nothing serious. He can be discharged from the hospital after staying for a few days, Edric answered. Irene lightened herself with a sigh of relief. She had been worrying about Eden's safety the whole time she was on the plane. Although she also knew that Margaret would not harm Eden, he must have been disoriented since Margaret took him away by force, and it might even aggravate Eden's condition too. However, right then after hearing Edric's words, her heart, which had been tensed up for a long time, could finally beat steadily. Seeing that Irene was finally talking to him again, Edric said grovelingly, "My people are waiting for us at the entrance. Let's go to the hospital to see Eden immediately." Irene glared at him before she turned around and continued to move forward. Seeing that Irene did not refuse his suggestion, Edric secretly felt a trace of gratification in him. He had been afraid that Irene would no longer pay attention to him after that incident, and he would truly be at a loss if it was really that case. That time, he did not dare to forcibly bind her with a contract like before, for he would definitely lose her forever if he did so. She would also never tolerate Eden accepting him as his father either. Nevertheless, it did not cross Edric's mind that the real reason Irene didn't reject his offer of sending her to the hospital was so she could see Eden as soon as possible. In addition, she was also worried that Margaret would never allow her to claim Eden back. With Edric there, he could also be a good tool to persuade Margaret. Anyway, she had decided that once she took Eden back from Margaret's hands, she would no longer care about Edric. After retrieving their luggage, the two of them walked out of the security check. At that moment, they heard someone shouting Irene's name. Irene followed the sound and was greeted with the sight of Kinsey. She walked towards the ladder with a smile as Jordan followed behind her, concern underlining his features. "Kinsey, Jordan, why are you guys here?" Irene was utterly touched to see her two friends there. Needless to say, Nathan must have been worried about her, so he had let them know that she was returning to Haverland and had requested them to pick her up. Kinsey glared at Edric, who was tagging behind Irene, and said, "We are afraid that a certain shameless person might harm you again, so we came to help you." "Why indeed? Irene, I didn't expect that man was so thick-skinned that he even went to the Mencodia to look for you. Don't worry, I will help you get Eden back," Jordan said. Jordan scowled at Edric as he moved forward to take Irene's luggage for her. "Edric, I knew that you were a bad person from the beginning, but I didn't expect that you are so despicable. How could you do such a thing? Give it a rest. Don't blabber about if you don't know the situation." Edric had already been displeased to see Jordan coming to pick Irene up. As it followed, he got even disgruntled after being subjected to such denigration. "Blabber about?" Jordan sneered. "Do you dare to own up to the reason you went to Mencodia? Wasn't it because you wanted to ruin Irene and Nathan's marriage? Do you really have it in you to say that your bonkers of a mother's actions weren't your idea?" Kinsey joined in to reproach Edric. "He's right. How could you be so downright vicious? Back then, you drove Irene away because you assumed that she was infertile, and now you want to steal Eden from Irene after knowing his identity. What a wonderful delusion you have there." At that time, John came over, and when he saw Edric being criticized by Jordan, he hurriedly spoke for Edric. "You've both misunderstood the entire situation. Mr. Myers has never thought of stealing Eden from Miss Nelson. It was all Madame Margaret's doing. Now that we have found Eden, let's hurry up and go there. I think Miss Nelson is waiting to see Eden as soon as possible, too." Jordan snorted. "I don't care who was the brain behind everything. Eden is veritably Irene's son. No matter who it is, no one can take Eden away against her will. Edric, you'd better talk sense into your mother and get her to let go, or we'll meet in court." "That's enough, Jordan. Let's go to Eden now." Irene glanced at Edric's livid face and quickly dragged Jordan away. She knew that Edric was trying to please her right then. That was why he was trying to contain his anger. If Jordan had continued to say as much as a few more words, Edric might blow his fuse and assault him. Jordan shot another baleful glare at Edric before he followed Irene to the entrance. As he stared at Irene's back, Edric knew that she wasn't going to take his car to the hospital. He had no choice but to say to John, "Let's go." In Wellcare Hospital, the exasperated Margaret was looking at the soup that was spilled all over the floor as she shouted at Lorraine, who was standing beside her in a panic, "Make haste and clean up." That was the third time that Eden had knocked over the soup she had cooked. Begrudgingly, Lorraine glanced at Eden, who was sitting on the bed while lowering her head to clean up the mess. In Mencodia, Margaret had tricked Eden out of the White family. They boarded a plane immediately, flying across to San Fatillo with Joanne's cooperation. When Eden couldn't get to see Irene when he woke up, he had begun to wail loudly. Margaret couldn't coax him no matter what. Then she immediately sent Eden to the hospital after getting off the plane, as she was worried about Eden's health. Margaret was relieved to hear that Eden's condition was okay. Thus, she'd asked someone to buy a heap of toys for Eden, and she also planned to keep him company. Eden had been distracted when he saw the toys, but only after a while he had started to ask for Irene again. He wouldn't drink the soup that Margaret had told Lorraine to prepare. He even threw a tantrum and pushed the soup away, spilling it all over Margaret's body. In the beginning, Margaret managed to hold back her anger. She even crooned Eden in a low voice. However, Eden refused to listen to her and kept speaking of her as a bad grandmother. She was so furious that she vented her anger on Lorraine by roasting her, that Eden refused to drink the soup because it was too awful. She even ordered Lorraine to cook another portion. Lorraine knew that Eden was sulking not because of her cooking skills. However, in the face of the furious Margaret, Lorraine didn't dare to raise any objections. Therefore, she had no choice but to go back and prepare another soup for Eden. Yet the little Eden still refused to drink it. Helplessly, Lorraine repeated the same task before Eden knocked it over as usual. That time, Margaret didn't make things difficult for Lorraine anymore. She knew that Eden wouldn't eat anything she gave. Looking at Eden's swollen eyes and his ashen face, Margaret felt sorry for him. His face had been worn away by his illness. In the end, she couldn't help taking out her phone and went to the balcony to call Edric. Edric was rushing to the hospital in the car right then. When he saw Margaret's number on his phone's screen, he answered the phone in a heartbeat. Margaret yelled, "Edric, are you back? Hurry up and come to the Wellcare Hospital if you are. Eden keeps crying, and no matter how I coax him, he won't listen to me. It's been more than 10 hours. He has only drunk a carton of milk and is not willing to take in anything. I am afraid that he will not be able to stand it if it stretches on like this." Edric's heart trembled, his temper unleashed. "Mom, look at what you've done. I told you before not to meddle in my business, but you still want to poke your head in it. How does it feel to panic, huh? Why can't I? You are my son, and your son is my grandson. How can I leave Eden alone? He is throwing a tantrum right now. Help me pacify him once you reach." "Fine, I'll be there soon. Don't rattle him anymore. Hurry up and ask Lorraine to fix some delicious food. I'll feed him later." Edric was aware that Eden might not listen to him either, but fortunately, Irene was heading to the hospital too. Eden would definitely eat something after seeing her. Nonetheless, he did not dare to disclose to Margaret that Irene was also coming to the hospital. Otherwise, Margaret would definitely take Eden away again. "Lorraine has already prepared everything. I'll tell her to reheat everything right now." Margaret breathed a sigh of relief and went into the room to order Lorraine to heat up the food quickly. Eden was in a luxury ward, replete with all the facilities possible. Lorraine went to heat up the food. While Margaret was watching Eden, she quickly took out her phone and sent a message to Deborah, telling her that Edric had returned from Mencodia, and it was very likely that Irene was with him. That afternoon, Margaret returned to San Fatillo with Eden. It was only then that Lorraine knew Eden was Edric's child. She then immediately relayed that information to Deborah. Deborah had instructed Lorraine to keep an eye on Margaret and report anything that happened to her immediately. When she learned that Edric was back, of course, she had to report it to Deborah immediately. After Lorraine had entered the kitchen, the door of the ward was pushed open. Margaret heard the noise and hurriedly turned her head. At that sight, she was stunned. Eden! When Irene saw Eden sobbing on the bed from the door of the ward, tears streamed down immediately. She then rushed to Eden's bed quickly and held him in her arms. "Mom, you're finally here. I was so scared." When Eden, who had been terrified for a long time, saw Irene, he felt happy and aggrieved at the same time. He cried and threw himself into Irene's arms and hugged her tightly, afraid that she would disappear again. Feeling Eden's little body quivering in her arms, Irene felt like her heart was sliced by a knife. He patted Eden's back gently and comforted him. "Eden, you don't need to be afraid anymore. I am here to take you home. I'll never leave you again." Incredulous, Margaret stared at Irene. She only expected Edric's arrival, but she didn't anticipate seeing Irene there. Needless to say, she must have come back with Edric, for that was the only reason she learned about Eden's whereabouts so quickly. From the looks of it, she would definitely take Eden away. Fear sprouted from the bottom of her heart. Margaret stepped forward and hugged Eden. She said sternly to Irene, "Don't even think of taking Eden away. He's my grandson." Irene was caught off guard and Eden was almost carried over by Margaret. Then Irene grabbed Eden's arm in a panic and glared at Margaret. "Let go. Didn't you see that Eden is crying? You should be the one to let go. I finally took my grandson back after so much difficulty. I won't let you take him away." Margaret didn't let Eden go. Instead, she tried to hold Eden with all her strength. Eden was so scared that he desperately called for Irene. Irene felt both anxious and angry, but she wasn't willing to yank Eden with such force. As soon as she loosened her hand, Margaret managed to carry Eden away. When Margaret turned her head and saw Lorraine coming out of the kitchen, she said to her, "Lorraine, drive her away." Lorraine looked at Margaret before she finally settled her gaze on Irene. She hesitated and dared not move. "Put Eden down, or you'll scare him." Seeing Eden bawling his eyes out, Irene's heart was in tatters. Yet, she didn't dare to take Eden away from Margaret, as she was afraid that Eden would fall on the ground like that time in Mencodia. At that time, 2 more people rushed in from outside the door. They were Kinsey and Jordan. Observing the situation in the room, Kinsey went forward and pried Margaret's hand away from Eden, cursing, "You psycho, put Eden down quickly." When Irene saw that her reinforcements were there, she quickly reached out to hold Eden. Margaret's hand hurt so much because of Kinsey. She then released Eden due to the pain. Irene held Eden in her arms and flounced out. Without waiting for the elevator, she ran down the stairs. When Margaret saw that, she chased after her in a fit of rush. Disregarding her usual elegance, she shrieked and tugged at Irene. Irene was worried that she might hurt Eden, therefore she shoved Margaret away. Margaret, an elderly, couldn't stand Irene's push and toppled backward. She landed heavily on the ground and rolled down the stairs. Edric arrived precisely at that time. Alarmed to see Margaret rolling down the stairs, he hurried forward and asked, "Mom, are you all right?" Margaret screamed, My leg hurts so much." Irene was also shocked to see Margaret fall down the stairs. However, seeing that Edric was there, she decided to pay no heed and continued to stride out with Eden in his arms. Jordan and Kinsey followed closely. After the 3 of them reached the front desk, Irene informed the nurse about her identity and asked her to discharge Eden. The nurse frowned. "Do you have any proof of you being the child's mother?" "Yes, and I'll show you my identity card and passport." Irene hurriedly reached for her identity card from her leather purse. She had just got off the plane, hence both her identity card and passport were still with her, which could be used to prove the relationship between her and Eden. The nurse eyed her documents and said, "The child is not emotionally stable right now. I'd suggest you let him stay at the hospital. You'd better keep him here for 2 more days to observe his condition." "No, I have to get him discharged from the hospital immediately." Irene did not dare to let Eden stay there anymore. With Margaret around, Eden's condition would only worsen. The nurse had no choice but to say, "If you insist, you'll have to sign an AMA form. It means you insist on discharging your child against medical advice." "Okay, I'll sign it." Irene only hoped to leave as soon as possible. She would sign anything in order to achieve that goal. Edric was frightened to see Margaret on the floor, screaming in pain. He immediately sent for the doctor and nurse to treat her. Margaret was then pushed into the examination room. After a short while, the doctor told Edric that Margaret's leg was broken and an operation was required at that instant. Margaret was then pushed into the operating room for surgery while Edric was waiting outside. Margaret was already quite old. She couldn't possibly withstand any more fall. Looking at his worried face, John consoled him. "Everything's going to be okay. Don't worry." Finally, after the operation, Edric and John went to see Margaret. Although Margaret had already undergone an operation, her legs still hurt a lot. As soon as she saw Edric, she cried and cursed at the same time, trying to force Edric to take Eden back. She also stated that she would not let Irene get away with it. Edric's head was in a mush when he saw Margaret acting like that. Just then, his worries were all superseded by Margaret's cursing. He ordered Lorraine to look after Margaret before he turned around and left the ward. Seeing Edric leave, Margaret was so infuriated that she vented her anger at Lorraine. Lorraine took in all the anger silently and cussed Margaret in her heart. Edric went out of the hospital and called Irene to inquire about Eden. Originally, he'd thought that Irene would not answer his phone, but the call was soon connected. Coldly, Irene said to him on the other side of the phone, "Look, Edric, from now on, I hope you won't come to me in Eden anymore. Otherwise, you will never get to see Eden in your lifetime." With that, Irene hung up the phone. Edric fixed his eyes on the phone, feeling empty and grim. It was completely beyond his expectations for things to turn out that way. Originally, he'd thought that as long as he worked hard and expressed his sincerity to Irene, Irene would be moved. She would then allow Eden to reconcile with him before she married him again. Right then, the family of three would rejoice in their reunion. However, he didn't anticipate that all his previous efforts would regress into nothing with Margaret's involvement. Right at that moment, let alone remarry Irene and let Eden recognize him as a father, it would already be an impossible feat just to obtain Irene's forgiveness. Margaret had told Marie that Eden, whom she brought back from Mencodia, was Edric's child. But she kept the news from Lily and Deborah first. Since those were immutable facts, telling them would not change anything. Right then, Lily just had an operation, and she was afraid that the piece of news would affect Lily negatively. Thus, she planned to only tell them that after some days. Of course, Marie couldn't lie around and do nothing either. She had to think of a way to persuade Margaret to steal Eden back. If Irene were to fight against Edric and Margaret, she could just reap the fruits without even exerting a finger. While Marie was thinking of a plan, Margaret called and said that she was injured and was hospitalized. Marie immediately went to see her after hearing that. Margaret was lying on the hospital bed, gasping, for her fracture hurt a lot. When she saw her friend Marie, she immediately explained to Marie what had happened. "Dumb that wench, Irene. I won't let her go with this. I have already called the police to deal with it. This time, I won't let her go scot-free." Marie was delighted to hear that. Fate was at her side. It seemed that she didn't need to rack her brain for a way to persuade Margaret to strive for Eden's custody. However, she reckoned that she still had to fuel Margaret's wrath so the latter would not change her mind. What a detestable thing to do. After all, you are an elder. How unbecoming of her to resort to this. Margaret, you should never let her off the hook, or she will do something worse to you in the future, Marie said. "I think so too. I must teach her a lesson this time," Margaret replied. "But Edric won't let you touch her, right?" Marie asked tentatively. Irene had rushed to the Myers family and slapped Margaret in the face before. Yet, in the end, Edric decided to patch up the quarrel and forgive Irene. Would it be the same for this time around? "Don't mention that heartless thing. After I called the police, he even persuaded me to write off the case, claiming that we should just keep this in our family. A typical case of putting his love above his own mother. I will never give in this time." Growing increasingly angry as Margaret brooded over it, she added, "Look at how I turned out after sacrificing so much for this family. He left me in the hospital alone, and I can't even see a trace of his shadow. He completely ignores me and asks Lorraine to tend to me. I'm utterly crestfallen at his behavior. I really have to raise a big fuss this time." "Of course. Find a lawyer to sue Irene for battery immediately. Anyway, you are now seriously injured in the hospital. According to the law, she could be charged with a crime." Marie shrieked. With Marie's instigation, Margaret became more determined to put Irene behind bars. Since Irene was so arrogant, Margaret had to parade her power so Irene knew her place. Irene took Eden and left the hospital after completing the discharge procedure. After getting into the car, Eden finally quieted down in Irene's arms. What happened just then had scared Eden. Still in horror, he clutched Irene's neck tightly and looked in the direction of the hospital, fearing that Margaret would catch up and try to seize him away. It was only after Irene's constant reassurance that Eden finally became relieved. "Irene, where do you want to go now?" Jordan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, glanced at Irene and slightly slowed down the car. Irene lowered his head to look at the exhausted Eden. She whispered, "Let's go to Genuine Hospital." Eden twitched his body and suddenly opened his eyes, staring at Irene in panic. "No, Mom, I don't want to go to the hospital. I want to go home." Irene felt her heart scrunch up and comforted him in a hurry. Okay, we won't go to the hospital. We'll go home right now." Sitting next to them was Kinsey. As she coaxed Eden with Irene, the latter soon calmed down again. Kinsey sighed and gently tugged at the corner of Irene's clothes. She gestured with her lips, asking Irene what they should do next. Irene frowned slightly. She was also pondering about that. Right then, Eden's emotions were highly unstable. Besides, it was as clear as daylight that he did not like the idea of visiting the hospital. If Irene forced him to go to one, he would definitely burst into tears again. However, he was not in the best of condition, and she wouldn't be put at ease if she did not send him to a hospital for further observation and examination. Jordan suddenly chimed, "Let's take Eden to my house first. Immediately, I will ask for a doctor and bodyguards to take care of Eden. With that, you don't have to worry about Eden, and we won't further traumatize him either. Besides, Edric won't be able to locate you guys so easily too, if you're at my place." Kinsey immediately agreed. "That's a good idea. If we go to the hospital, Margaret will definitely be able to find you two, and it will only scare Eden if that happens. No, I don't want to trouble you that much. Why don't we go to my home first?" Irene was cool with the part to invite a doctor and bodyguards to take care of Eden, but staying in Jordan's house was very inconvenient and inappropriate in her opinion. She didn't want to bring Jordan into her affairs again. Besides, he was already engaged. If she and Eden crashed in at his house, it would definitely cause a fuss. Jordan could entirely understand Irene's concerns. He thought for a moment and said, "If you think it's disturbing, you can go to my villa in the west of the city. It's very close to the TV station. Kinsey can move in and live with you for a few days if she doesn't mind. She can keep you company too." Irene pondered for a moment and agreed. After Lorraine had called Deborah to tip her off about Edric and Irene's return, Deborah began to devise a scheme. The fact that Eden was Edric's son was a troublesome one. It was possible that all the effort they had poured prior to that might go down the drain. A discussion with Marie was urgently needed. She called Marie, and Marie expressed the intent to meet her. Then, the two of them immediately set a cafe as the location for their rendezvous. As soon as they met, Deborah told Marie that Lorraine had let her know that Eden was Edric's son. Marie sighed and said, "I already knew about it. I was worried about Lily. She just finished the operation, and I'm afraid that it would affect her emotions. That was why I didn't tell you guys. Since you already know it now, there is no point in hiding it anymore." "You should have told me earlier," Deborah complained. "Edric already has deep affection towards Irene to begin with. Now that he learns that he has a son, I say he will definitely convince Margaret to accept Irene. Margaret is someone who values an heir a lot. God, you should have told me earlier so that I can think of a plan as soon as possible. Come on, you don't have to think about it. Right now, Margaret and Irene are fighting against each other," Marie answered. Marie spilled to Deborah about the dispute between Margaret and Irene. "Don't worry. Margaret won't acknowledge Irene no matter what. She is now looking for a lawyer to sue Irene. With Margaret there, Irene and Edric are bound to be enemies." When Deborah heard that, she felt a glimmer of relief. But the child is still a nuisance. The child has leukemia, and his treatment is still a conundrum right now. Marie did not think that Eden was a problem. Anyway, Margaret wants the child, not Irene. What are you afraid of? It's hard to explain to Stephen. Deborah reminded Marie, If the child wasn't there, Lily could bear Edric's child and marry Edric in a justified matter. Now that we learn that they have a child, I have to expend more effort to think of an explanation for Stephen. It's such a pain in the ass. What's there to think about? Just put the blame on Edric. It was not Lily's fault if Edric did those things when he was drunk. Marie sneered. Since Rowan is abroad right now, let's just put the blame on her. I guess this is the only way. For the time being, Deborah couldn't conjure up any better idea too. Marie told Deborah her plan and told her to discuss it with Lily. She even mentioned that Deborah should not let Stephen know about it. After a discussion, the two of them went their separate ways. With Marie's encouragement, Margaret could not wait to find a chance to embarrass Irene. After Marie left, Margaret immediately called the lawyer to the hospital and asked what punishment Irene would get in such a situation. The lawyer analyzed the situation and explained that under that situation, Irene might be sentenced to under 3 years of imprisonment. Of course, Margaret could also ask for compensation. Basically, she had the final say. After listening to the lawyer's interpretation, Margaret was ecstatic. She reckoned that if Irene didn't kneel down in front of her and plead for her forgiveness, she would definitely send Irene to jail. As soon as the lawyer left the hospital, he called Edric and informed him that Margaret was going to sue Irene. Edric rushed to the hospital at once. "Mom, can you stop making trouble? It's time to stop, please." "Making trouble? Me? Look at me now. You didn't even do anything after seeing that woman push me down the stairs. Are you still my son?" Margaret asked. "Wasn't it an accident?" Edric replied. "What are you talking about? She did it on purpose. She despises me so much that she wants me dead. That's why she did this to me," Margaret barked. "I can't talk any sense in you, can I? If you didn't snatch Eden back on your own accord, would Irene even do that to you?" Edric retorted. "Am I in the wrong for wanting to see my grandson?" Margaret shouted. "You ungrateful brat, I raised you up with all my heart, and yet you turn against me for that bitchy woman. Where's your conscience? I will definitely send her to jail this time." Seeing how Margaret had closed herself off to any room for discussion, Edric slammed the door and left. Furious, Margaret panted, "You ungrateful brat, just you wait. I'll surely sue Irene. I must let you know I am your mother, and I am someone whom you two can trifle with." Margaret confirmed with the lawyer that she wished to sue Irene. Soon, Irene received a letter from the lawyer. Jordan immediately hired a lawyer for her upon learning that. Margaret requested the lawyer to hand over the surveillance video to the court. The judge gathered that although Irene didn't mean to hurt Margaret, she had indeed caused serious injury to Margaret. Hence, the judge concluded that Irene should pay monetary compensation to Margaret and go for detention. However, the judge still recommended letting them reach a consensus in private. Edric went to Margaret again. "Mom, Irene is pregnant. Even if you do not have the slightest care for her, please at least think about that unborn baby in her tummy." Only then Margaret remembered that very fact. Irene was pregnant now, i.e., another grandson of hers was in her belly. Margaret had never wanted Irene to go to jail to begin with. She just wanted to teach her a lesson. At Edric's words, Margaret decided to find a justification for her own action. "I can let her go if you tell her to come to the hospital to kneel down and apologize to me." "Aren't you just being ridiculous?" Edric smiled bitterly. How could Irene kneel down and apologize to Margaret? It was impossible for him to even picture it. "I don't care. I'm badly injured. What's wrong with me asking her to kneel and apologize? This is what she owes me. I will never give in this time. Either she apologizes to me or goes behind bars. Tell her to choose one." Margaret snarled. Seeing that Margaret refused to compromise, Edric left the hospital with a grave frown. Margaret assumed that she had caught Irene's soft spot and could finally use that to force Irene to admit her mistake. However, she didn't expect that the result was quite different from what she had imagined. Irene would rather bear criminal responsibility than apologize to Margaret. Damn that Irene! How could she be so stubborn? Margaret only wanted Irene's apology, not asking for her life. Margaret muttered silently, "Do I really have to send Irene to jail? My grandchild is in her belly. If they learn that I forced Irene to go to jail knowing that she is pregnant, they would definitely hate me." However, there was no turning back. If Margaret were to go back on her word, she must think of a way that would not embarrass herself. Edric never showed up again, and she couldn't possibly call Edric and tell him her thoughts. Just as Margaret was caught in her own apprehension, the lawyer she had hired came to the hospital. He told Margaret that Irene's lawyer had applied for the abolishment of detention for Irene, which meant that Irene didn't need to go to jail since she was pregnant. Although Margaret didn't want Irene to go to jail, that result was still unbearably humiliating to Margaret. Her feathers were so wildly ruffled that she smashed almost everything in the ward. Then she vented all her anger on Lorraine again. Although Lorraine looked docile on the outside, inwardly she was lambasting Margaret the whole time. After a while, Margaret went to discuss a counterattack with Marie. Marie didn't expect that this matter would end so easily. Margaret was definitely irate and irked as things did not go as per her plan. All of a sudden, she thought of kidnapping Eden again. Although Marie was not interested in Eden at all, she couldn't possibly tell Margaret that. After all, even a fool could tell that Margaret was determined to win over Eden. Suddenly, an idea dawned on Marie. Irene would definitely cling to Eden, and that meant that she would definitely run to Stephen for help. With Stephen's aid and Edric's lack of enthusiasm to fight for Eden's custody, Margaret would definitely plan to fail. Of course, deep down, Marie didn't want Margaret to take Eden back to the Myers family too. Lily was in good condition after the operation. She could get married to Edric and give birth to 2 grandsons for Margaret immediately. After all, Lily would surely feel uncomfortable seeing Irene's child in front of her. Marie had to take precautions against that matter first. Irene must win the case no matter what. As long as Irene took Eden away and left San Fatillo for the rest of her life, the marriage of Lily and Edric would surely go on smoothly. Marie suddenly had an idea. She planned to go to Stephen and tell him about the truth, prompting him to make a choice. Needless to say, Stephen knew that Irene had left San Fatillo previously. It was no secret that Edric followed her to Mencodia thereafter. Marie guessed that Stephen did not get himself involved, for he assumed that Edric and Irene were merely having a lover's spat. It was not until Margaret sued Irene that he learned about all those details. When he heard that Eden was Edric's son, Stephen just couldn't believe it. With that knowledge, he hated Margaret even more. The reason why Margaret forced Irene to divorce Edric back then was that she judged that Irene couldn't give birth to children. Hence, since she now had learned that Eden was her grandson, she should accept Irene with a smile instead of continuing pulling an attitude with Irene, right? Since Margaret was hell-bent on suing Irene, Stephen decided that enough was enough. He immediately met with the judge and told him about that matter. The judge recommended to either let both parties make peace privately or that Stephen should bail her out. Then, Stephen called Edric and requested him to persuade Margaret to settle this matter outside the court. Edric let out a sigh while stating that he had already looked for Margaret and that she wouldn't listen to him at all. Margaret insisted on making Irene kneel down and admitting her mistake. He was thinking of other ways right then. Stephen was furious to hear that. What a hateful woman Margaret was. How dared she ask Irene to get down on her knees? What arrogance! He hung up the phone angrily. Irene was his daughter. Stephen could not forgive Margaret since she acted so arrogantly despite knowing that fact. She was digging her own grave. Even a fool knew that ordinary people shouldn't fight with him. He was a politician after all. Stephen wanted Margaret to understand that his position was not for nothing. He immediately called the judge and asked him to find a way to let him bail Irene out. The judge naturally would not refuse Stephen's request. He immediately helped to bail Irene out. Irene was fine in the end. Just as Stephen was about to see Irene and Eden, Marie called him, saying that she had something to fill him in. Therefore, Stephen went to meet Marie first. He asked, "What do you want to talk about?" "About Irene," Marie replied. "Since when did you care so much about Irene?" Stephen mocked. With Marie's hatred for Myra, it was already good enough that Marie didn't harm Irene. Stephen wasn't convinced that Marie would ever help Irene. "Do you know why Irene fell out with Edric?" Marie ignored his sarcasm. "Do you know about it?" Stephen retorted. I went to see Margaret today, and she told me everything. Marie sighed. Edric once had a lover called Rowan, didn't he? Seeing that Edric and Irene got back together, Rowan was seething with envy. Thus, she went to Irene and provoked her. Edric didn't want to have any trouble. Therefore, he broke up with that girl, Rowan. Then, she decided to go abroad after that. But before going abroad, she wanted to have one last meal with Edric as a farewell. Certainly, Edric accepted her invitation. Marie continued. Did Irene get jealous over Edric having a meal with Rowan? Stephen asked. No, Rowan was a vindictive girl. She got together with Edric knowing that Lily and Irene were sisters. She came up with a vicious idea. That night, she invited Edric to have dinner and drugged his wine. Then, she used Edric being drunk as an excuse to call Lily to pick him up. And since Edric was drugged, he slept with Lily. Marie trailed off. Is this true? Stephen's face fell. If Lily really had a one-night stand with Edric, judging on Irene's personality, she would certainly not forgive Edric. Stephen also hoped that Irene and Edric could get together since they now had Eden. Yet it seemed that the possibility of it happening was pathetically meager. Marie nodded. I swear it's true. Edric didn't know what had happened after he was drugged, and Lily didn't dare to tell others about it because she cared about Irene. She had only told Margaret about it. This matter could have passed without anything happening, but Rowan, being the detestable woman she is, called Irene and told her that before she left. So Irene went abroad in a fit of anger. As a matter of fact, it was Marie who had instructed Rowan to call Irene. Never did Rowan know that Irene had left San Fatio because she was pregnant. Rowan presumed that it was because Irene was angry that Lily and Edric had sex. That was why Marie did not even bat an eyelid when she lied. Damn it! Stephen was furious. Irene refused to forgive Edric because of this. When Margaret knew that Eden was Edric's, she went straight to Mencodia. It turned out that she wanted Eden and also Edric to marry Irene again. However, she didn't expect that Irene would refuse to forgive Edric. Irene wouldn't let Eden recognize them as his father and grandmother. That was why Margaret took Eden back secretly. When Irene learned about it, she came back to San Fatio immediately. They had an argument on the stairs, and Margaret ended up falling down the stairs. You know Margaret's temper. She won't even let a small thing go, so she surely wouldn't forgive Irene. This time, they might really despise each other for their entire life. Margaret would definitely not let Irene marry Edric as long as she's alive. Marie sighed. Did you come to meet me to talk about this? Stephen asked. In addition to this, I also want to tell you that Margaret is dead set on competing with Irene for Eden's custody. You have to think of a way to help Irene, Marie added. Isn't Margaret your good friend? Aren't you betraying your friend by doing this? Stephen didn't believe that Marie would be so kind. Why are you doubting me when I'm telling you this out of kindness? Marie was offended. Irene is my niece no matter what. I just can't watch Margaret take Eden away. Thank you then. Stephen flashed a fake smile. I will look into this. As long as I am here, no one can take my grandson away from my daughter. Marie was relieved to hear that. Since she had fulfilled her goal, she got up and left the cafe. Marie walked out of the place and bumped into a waiter who was holding a cup of tea. The waiter spilled the tea all over her. Marie's clothes were soaked with the hot tea, and it scalded her. She then slapped the waiter in the face and hissed, "Did you leave your eyeballs at home?" I'm sorry. The waiter apologized repeatedly. The commotion attracted the attention of other customers. Seeing that everyone was looking over, Marie chose not to argue with the waiter further and left the tea house in a hurry, since Stephen was still in the private room they met a while ago. After a few minutes, Stephen followed suit and left the cafe. Hey, isn't that Mr. Cook? A colleague who was having tea with Kinsey pointed at Stephen, who was leaving. Kinsey turned around to have a look. Yeah. Why do you think he's here? Her colleague asked. Mr. Cook is also a human. He has a life too. Him coming here to drink tea ain't that big of a deal, Kinsey responded. No, I think there is a lot more to it than meets the eye. The fierce woman who slapped the waiter just now also came out from the same room. Kinsey had also witnessed the scene of Marie slapping the waiter just then, but she did not pay much attention to it. Nonetheless, now that her colleague had brought it up, Kinsey was slightly stunned too. Why did Marie meet with Stephen? Stephen exited the cafe and returned home. At his arrival, Deborah welcomed him. Why are you back so early today? Stephen snorted. Where's Lily? She's sleeping upstairs. It's the middle of the day. Why is she still asleep? Ask her to come down. I have something to ask her. Stephen's face darkened. Deborah immediately ascended the stairs and pushed open the door to Lily's bedroom. She lowered her voice and spoke. Hey, your dad wants to ask you about Edric. Do as Marie says. Don't ever blunder, understand? All right. After freshening up, Lily went out of the bedroom. Looking at Stephen's sullen face in the living room, Lily felt somewhat nervous. She didn't even know why she was afraid of Stephen. Dad, you're looking for me? She asked, pretending to be nonchalant. Stephen snorted and gestured to Lily to sit down opposite him. What's going on between you and Edric? Nothing special, Dad, Lily answered, looking innocent. Really? Stephen just stared at Lily. Let me ask you, have you met him in private? I did. Lily lowered her voice. So are you the reason why Irene and Edric are in such a mess right now? He demanded. Dad, that has nothing to do with me. Lily shook her head. Do you mean it? Stoic, Stephen looked at her. Lily was stunned by his scorching gaze. Dad, I swear, it's all Edric's fault. He was drunk, and then I didn't tell anyone, not even Mom. It's none of my business that Irene is in a row with him. It was a blatant admission that she had slept with Edric. Stephen had been hoping that Marie was just spouting nonsense, but now he was genuinely furious. He grabbed the glass in front of him and smashed it on the floor. Didn't I warn you not to go near Edric? So you just completely ignored my words? I didn't mean it. Dad, I really didn't know it would turn out like this. Lily sobbed. That Rowan called me and told me that Edric was drunk. She asked me to take him home. I didn't think much about it, and I didn't know that Edric would pounce on me like a madman. It was useless for me to struggle. He was way stronger than me. Then he fell asleep, and I sent him home. Aunt Margaret is the only one who knows about this. I can vouch. No one else knows. If you don't want anyone to know about it, you shouldn't have done it in the first place. Can't you understand such simple logic? Roared Stephen. What's going on? Disconcerted, Deborah came over. You've done a very good job at raising your daughter. Stephen glared at Deborah censoriously, as if he wanted to swallow her alive. Dad, it's my fault. It has nothing to do with Mom. She doesn't know anything. I'll take all of your anger. Lily knelt on the ground and said, I'll go and explain to Irene. It's not Edric's fault. Explain what? Do you think your explanation will help Irene and Edric in getting back together? Stephen glimpsed at Lily, who was crying bitterly. From now on, you'd better be obedient. Stay at home and don't go anywhere. He shouted at her and slammed the door on the way into his study. Deborah reached out to help Lily up. The two of them shared a glance, both with a proud look on their face. After Kinsey had parted ways with her colleague, she went back to Jordan's villa. On the way back, she bought some of Eden's favorite snacks. Eden was full of beans to see Kinsey coming back. Kinsey, did you bring me any yummy food? You cute little kitty. I knew you would be hungry. I've brought you some of your favorite snacks. As she spoke, she produced the snacks she'd bought on the way back and handed them to Eden. Hey, you're spoiling him. Irene reached out and rubbed Eden's head. Looking at his joyful expression, she smiled and added, Go on, say thank you to Kinsey. Thank you, Kinsey. Eden thanked her sweetly. Be a good boy. Go and eat over there. I need to talk with your mom. After Eden obediently stepped aside, Kinsey pulled Irene over. I saw Marie and your father in a cafe just now. Why do you think she wanted to see your father? How would I know? Irene shook her head. Marie is so beautiful. Besides, she's single. Do you think something is going on between her and your father? Kinsey scratched her chin. No way. Irene shook her head again. Why not? Marie looks so similar to your mother. Maybe he regards her as your mother's stand-in. Kinsey chuckled at her own imagination. Is that the kind of stuff you've been feeding your mind? Irene paused for a while and continued. Marie is Jordan's father's lover. Bloody hell! Kinsey was shocked. Jordan's father's lover? Does Jordan know about it? Of course. A sudden voice rang out, and Jordan appeared in front of them out of nowhere. Kinsey blushed. Although she wasn't tattling about him, she still felt embarrassed that she got caught. We weren't talking bad about you." "I know, I heard what you said," Jordan interjected indifferently. "It's no secret anyway." Kinsey breathed a sigh of relief at how chill he was. She looked over to Irene. "This isn't the first time I've seen your father meeting Marie. I saw them meet once before at a cafe. They looked kind of suspicious. I mean, they were scanning the surroundings before entering. I found it really strange. I had wanted to tell you, but I forgot." "When was this?" Irene was surprised. "Give me a moment." Kinsey rubbed her temples. "I can't remember the specific time, but I think it was around when you had just moved in with the Cook family." "Well, he does have a history of cheating. Perhaps he hasn't changed out of his old ways?" Irene's face suddenly darkened. Stephen had cheated on Myra with Deborah, and now he was probably about to cheat on Deborah with Marie. "I hope he's having an affair. Deborah deserves that karma." Kinsey snorted. "Deborah seduced a married man. Now she will know what it feels like. Time for her to have a taste of her own medicine." "It better be so. Then we can sit back and enjoy the show," Jordan echoed. He knew that Marie and Stephen were brother and sister-in-law. But Thomas had wanted to keep this secret from Irene, so naturally, Jordan would not let the cat out of the bag, at least not to Irene. But he wasn't fond of Marie either. If he showed Deborah the picture of Stephen meeting with Marie and misled her into believing that they were having an affair, Deborah and Marie would definitely get embroiled in a cat fight. "Maybe we should follow them and take pictures of Mr. Cook and Marie. Then we can send them to Deborah." "That will seriously piss her off," suggested Jordan. "Holy, that's a marvelous idea. Why don't we get someone to follow? You two can really make a good pair." Irene interrupted Kinsey. "I only care about Eden now. I have no care left for irrelevant characters." "I knew you'd be like that." Kinsey curled her lips. "You gave up on being the daughter of a politician and let some illegitimate daughter take your place. Only you would do that. If it were me, I'd never let Deborah and Lily through the front door." "That's because you're a bystander, not one of the parties involved." Irene sighed. "After finding out that Stephen had an affair, I was extremely disappointed in him. I looked up to him when I was younger, so I couldn't accept the truth when I found out. If it happened to you, I'm willing to bet that you wouldn't be able to either." Jordan nodded. "Truer words were never spoken. Only the people involved can understand it. But I've always been curious about something. Have you never even thought about taking revenge on Deborah and Lily?" Any normal person would have found it difficult to forgive Deborah, but Irene had never done anything to Deborah nor Lily. Did she not begrudge them even a tiny bit? "Why would I bother?" Irene retorted. "It takes two to tango. It's not Deborah's fault alone." "Why isn't that her fault? If she hadn't seduced Mr. Cook so shamelessly, would your mother have died in that car accident?" Kinsey rebuked. "Of course Stephen's affair is a factor in my mother's accident, but in the end it was still an accident. She fell in love with the wrong man. A tragedy ensued because she put every last bit of her hope onto him. That's exactly why I hate Stephen. If it weren't for him, none of this would have happened. I think my mother was too foolish. She gave up her life for a man that wasn't worth it and left me alone." Irene's voice was tinged with sadness. "If, let's assume, it was Deborah who seduced your father and separated your family, will you take revenge?" Jordan asked tentatively. "If your assumption is true, I will definitely avenge my mother," Irene replied. "But I heard from Uncle Thomas that she got into a car accident when she was passing the zebra crossing. It was purely an accident." Jordan fell silent again. There was no way to uncover the truth from back then, but he was sure that Deborah must have somehow been involved. Should he tell Irene? At the sight of her frail expression, he couldn't bear to. Indeed, Eden was the most important person to be concerned about at this moment. Perhaps Jordan would leave this matter to another time. When he gathered enough evidence, he would surely tell her. Jordan was about to leave, and Kinsey volunteered to see him off. After walking him to the door, she softened her voice and asked, "Jordan, what did you mean just now? Which of it?" Jordan asked. "That it was Deborah who separated Irene's family. Have you found any evidence?" Since Irene had all her mind on Eden, she hadn't really paid attention to what Jordan had said. But Kinsey was different. She sensed that there was something more to his words. When Irene was around earlier, she'd kept quiet. Now that the two of them were alone, she couldn't pass up on the chance to ask him. There is no evidence. I was just making a random statement. Of course, Jordan wasn't going to Kinsey without concrete evidence. Oh, I thought you had found something. Kinsey was a little disappointed. Deborah used to be Irene's mother's best friend, but she shamelessly seduced her best friend's husband. How awful. It pisses me off even more knowing that Lily tried to seduce Edric. I just want to beat them two up for Irene. Everything I told earlier was the truth. I really hope Stephen is having an affair so that evil woman can get a taste of her own medicine. Kinsey was blistering with rage, for she too held a grudge against Deborah and Lily. In this sense, she and Jordan were similar. I understand your anger for Irene, but we should take it one step at a time. Keep an eye on them. They're bound to slip up one day, said Jordan. Does that mean you're watching them? Kinsey became excited. She had always wanted to catch Deborah making a mistake, but she was too powerless to pull such a stunt. If Jordan was willing to help, it would be much better than her working alone. Yes. Jordan nodded. I don't really care about Stephen. After all, he is Irene's father. He won't do anything to her. But Deborah is different. I have to pay more attention to her. Agree. I also think that we should pay more attention to Deborah. I have something else to tell you. The last time when I went to dinner with Irene, we were stuck in the jam. Then we saw Deborah with another man in a car. They were holding hands, spoke Kinsey. Are you serious? Jordan's interest was piqued. I'm not too sure. At that time, we were a little far away, and the woman was wearing a hat and sunglasses. Irene couldn't say for certain either, but at the time, Irene called home and Maisie said that Deborah wasn't home, claiming Deborah had gone to the beauty salon. Maisie also told us that Deborah would only go visit that saloon when Stephen was busy, and that Deborah would always spend a long time at it. I thought it was a little off, so Jordan immediately interjected. I see. I'll keep an eye on Deborah. I'll let you know should I come across anything. At noon the next day, Stephen brought a large bag of gifts over to Jordan's villa. Irene heard the doorbell and opened the door. When she discovered that it was Stephen at the door, her expression immediately darkened. Why are you here? She asked. I'm here to see my grandson, Stephen yelled. He had no concern over Irene's indifferent attitude and went straight into the villa. Eden was occupied with solving a puzzle in the living room when he heard Stephen's voice and looked up. This was the first time Stephen had seen Eden. He instantly took a liking to him. Eden bore a resemblance to Irene. He placed the gift he bought in front of Eden and affectionately touched Eden's head, saying, You're Eden, right? I'm your grandfather. Grandfather? What's that? Eden asked curiously with his eyes wide open. Irene had never mentioned the word grandfather in front of him. Hence, he didn't know what it meant. Stephen's face turned a little red. It means I'm your mother's father. Do you understand? Yeah, Eden replied. In fact, he didn't actually understand Stephen at all, but he was just pretending. He turned to look at Irene and said to her, Mom, do you have a father? Irene forced a smile. She didn't want him to feel embarrassed. Thus, she simply nodded. So you are my mom's father. Why haven't you been taking care of her? Why do you let bad men bully her? Eden turned to look at Stephen again, questioning him. I was wrong of me. From now on, I will take good care of both you and your mom. I won't let anyone bully the two of you, Stephen said, feeling very guilty about it. Really? Eden lightened up. Margaret had given him a bad scare. If he had a father, Eden was certain that he would not be harmed by Margaret again. Now that he had discovered that Irene had a father, Stephen would definitely protect him and Irene. Eden added, There is one bad lady who bullies me and Mom a lot. You must help us punish her. She is an evil witch. Well, the next time she comes to you, just let me know, and I promise to protect the two of you, Stephen assured Eden. Then he looked back at Irene. Irene, since you're back, why don't you bring him home? Although she knew that Stephen was here without any ill intentions, Irene still was not on friendly terms with him. There is no need for that. We are doing just fine here. No matter how good it gets here, it is still someone else's home. I'll get Maisie to help set up a room for Eden. You must take him home, all right? Repeated Stephen. For me, I am more at home here than I am in your house, Irene insisted in such a carefree manner. Truth be told, she did not want to see Stephen, but at the same time, she could not drive Stephen away while Eden was here. Suddenly, Thomas appeared. Ever since Irene and Eden moved to Jordan's villa, Thomas would come over to help take care of them. When he caught sight of Stephen, he was obviously surprised and his expression dropped at once. "What are you doing here?" he demanded. Eden was elated to see Thomas. He immediately left Stephen and ran to Thomas. "Uncle Thomas, I just ate some snacks, so I'm not hungry yet. Can you cook later? Come play with me first." "Okay, I'll play with you now and cook later," Thomas said as he prepared himself to go to the kitchen to set down the groceries he had just bought. Irene reached out and got hold of the groceries from him. "Uncle Thomas, why do you go and play with Eden?" "I'll cook today." "That's all right. Eden prefers my cooking. I'll do it instead." Thomas shook his head. Right then, Eden chimed in. "Uncle Thomas's cooking is better than Mom's. I want Uncle Thomas to cook." "Eden, can't Uncle Thomas catch a break once in a while?" Irene glared at him. Eden hid in Thomas's arms. "Uncle Thomas, Mom is being fierce to me." "Don't be afraid. I am right here," Thomas tittered. Seeing how close Eden and Irene were with Thomas, Stephen was consumed with a wave of mixed feelings. Irene was his daughter and Eden was his grandson. How could they be so amicable with an outsider but not to their own blood relative? He wondered, feeling perplexed. Eden made a face at Irene in Thomas's arms. When he saw Stephen just standing aside, he poked his head out and pointed at Stephen. Then he said, "Uncle Thomas, Mom has a father now. From now on, the bad guys won't dare to bully me and my mom anymore." "Him?" Thomas scoffed. If it weren't for the fact that Eden was here, Thomas would have already lashed at Stephen. Thomas's sneer provoked Stephen. If Thomas did not take Irene away from him, Irene would have grown up with him and be close to him instead. She wouldn't have suffered so much. Stephen felt an inexplicable feeling of hatred towards Thomas. "Me what?" He stared at Thomas coldly. "From now on, I, Stephen, will take care of my daughter and my grandson. I don't need your help." "Don't you think it's too late to say that now?" Thomas jeered. "Irene and Eden don't need your fake kindness. You're not even related to them. You have no say in this." Stephen smirked. He had always been patient with Thomas and never argued with him. Only he knew the reason why. But at this moment, he wasn't going to put on a kind facade in front of Thomas anymore. "The next time you see me, you'd better act nicer to me, lest I reveal all your ugly truths," Stephen warned. "Stephen, how dare you say that?" Thomas became livid and his face was filled with rage. He was being threatened by Stephen openly. Stephen was implying that he was going to let Irene know about the fact that Thomas was actually Dave. Thomas didn't want Irene to know about this. Looking at them, Irene felt an unpleasant feeling growing in her chest. Although Stephen had hurt Irene and Myra because of his affair, it was undeniable that Stephen had been very kind to her when she was a child. It was precisely because Stephen had been kind to her that she couldn't accept that Stephen would have committed such a sin. Despite Thomas only being her uncle, he had been taking care of her since she was 10 years old. He had played the role of being an uncle and a father in her life. She didn't want to see their tit-for-tat fight. Therefore, to diffuse the situation, she simply said to Stephen, "Why don't you just head back first for today?" Irene requested him to leave. She was clearly siding with Thomas and was driving him away. Stephen became even angrier. He shot a glance at Eden and chose to suppress his anger. "Eden, I will return tomorrow to see you. Be good and listen to your mother." "Okay, Grandpa. Goodbye." Stephen did not leave immediately, but looked at Thomas coldly. "Thank you for taking care of Irene all these years. I'll treat you to a drink someday." "The mighty politician asking me out for tea? I wouldn't dare." Thomas did not want to have anything to do with Stephen. Stephen forced a smile on his face and said, "I insist. I will personally come to meet you." Then he strode to the door. After Stephen left, Thomas' face turned a little pale. Irene comforted him. "Uncle Thomas, don't pay him any mind. Eden and I won't have anything to do with him." Thomas gave a wry smile. If he were the real Thomas, Irene would certainly not turn to Stephen. However, if Stephen revealed to her his true identity, would Irene still treat him the same way? After lunch, Edric dropped by. His face was hollow and he looked skinnier. Seeing Edric decline to his current situation, Irene's heart couldn't help but ache. Edric, please leave us be, okay? I promise I'll let you see Eden after he's recovered. Edric smiled bitterly. Irene, I'm not here to see the child. I found a doctor for Eden. He is a famous doctor in Haverland. He's experienced in treating leukemia. Please let him have a look at Eden. A doctor from Haverland? Irene asked, a little hesitant. Mr. Myers heard that Donald Brown, an old professor, has a lot of experience in treating leukemia, so he expressly took the effort to invite him over. Please let him take a look at Eden, John interrupted. Since he's invited him already, we might as well let him, Thomas persuaded. Observing that Thomas did not object, Irene opened the door to allow Edric and the other two men to enter the room. Dr. Brown examined Eden and read Eden's health report. He noted that he had treated a patient in a similar predicament as Eden before. After receiving treatment from him, the patient never had a relapse until this day. Hence, he suggested that Eden should commence treatment immediately. Naturally, Irene was cautious when it came to Eden. She eventually accepted Donald's suggestion. Donald prescribed Eden some medication. He told Eden to try these first and see how it went. Thomas made sure to ask if there were any dietary restrictions needed for Eden, and Donald informed him that it would be best for Eden to avoid eating sour, cold, and spicy foods. Irene thanked Donald and took the prescription slip. She was about to leave in order to collect the medicine, but Edric immediately offered to help. He could not pass up on the opportunity to spend more time with Irene. Irene did not reject and got into his car. This was the first time that they had been alone since returning to Haverland. Edric looked carefully at Irene. Irene, I'm sorry. I was wrong this time. I apologize for having caused you so much trouble. Is sorry all you know how to say? Irene snorted. You're always making mistakes and apologizing. What's the point then? I won't do it again next time, he said with caution. Will there even be a next time? Edric was so stung by her words that he did not know how to respond. After a while, he begged, Irene, I wish to be able to visit Eden as much as possible. Would that be all right with you? Can I just say no to that? She was in a foul mood. Edric was relieved that she didn't outright refuse his request. With a smile on his face, he said, Irene, thank you. Thank me for what? Edric, I warn you, do not cross the line. I'm just letting you see Eden. Don't get any wrong ideas. I just want to see Eden. I will never hit on you, Edric promised. They arrived at the pharmacy and picked up the medicine. When they started the car, Edric glanced at the figure in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but make a sound of surprise. Isn't that Lorraine? What is she doing here? Irene followed his gaze and looked over. She saw Lorraine standing by the door of the pharmacy. Edric looked at Irene and said, Let me go ask her what she's doing here. Irene knew what he meant. He must be worried about Margaret. She remained mute as Edric's matters had nothing to do with her. Seeing that Irene didn't agree to his request, Edric immediately explained himself. I've been running around looking for a doctor for Eden, and I asked Lorraine to take care of my mother, so it was normal for him to worry about Margaret. Seeing how cautious he looked, Irene couldn't help but say, Edric, when I was still seeing you, I have never stopped you from doing anything. We aren't related to each other anymore. You are pleased to do whatever you want. There is no need to explain to me. Edric looked at Irene with a complicated expression. While he was hesitating, a man walked over to Lorraine. They greeted each other as if they had known each other for ages before entering the pharmacy together. Isn't that Tommy? How does he know Lorraine? Now it was Irene's turn to be surprised. The man who entered the pharmacy with Lorraine was none other than Stephen's driver, Tommy Lewis. Yeah, how do they know each other? Edric was also confused. Edric, don't you want to know about your mother's condition? Why don't you ask her now? Irene urged. Edric got out of the car and went straight into the pharmacy. He saw Lorraine and Tommy at the prescription counter. Although Tommy was standing beside Lorraine, his eyes were darting around the store. Tommy saw Edric the moment he stepped off the elevator. When he saw Edric, he distanced himself from Lorraine without thinking and took the initiative to approach Edric. Mr. Myers! Tommy's greeting made Lorraine, who had her back to Edric, turn her head. She was obviously shocked when she saw Edric, Fortunately, Tommy was now talking to Edric, so Lorraine could use some time to process the situation. After a moment, she went back to having a neutral expression on her face. After calming herself down, she marched over to Edric as if nothing had happened. "Mr. Myers, nice meeting you. When did you return to San Fatillo?" "I just came back today," Edric answered. "How is my mother?" "She has recovered well, but her mood isn't doing too well. You could pay her a visit," Lorraine answered truthfully. Seeing that Edric was discussing private affairs with Lorraine, Tommy politely bid Edric goodbye. "Mr. Myers, I'll be on my way then." Edric nodded. His gaze followed after Tommy. Why did he feel like Tommy seemed to be a little flustered? Was he overthinking? Seeing his eyes fixed upon Tommy, Lorraine's heart beat faster. She forced a smile and said, "Who is that man just now?" Edric was stunned by her question. What did Lorraine mean? Was she not acquainted with Tommy already? However, the two of them had clearly chatted to each other at the entrance earlier before coming in together. How could she suddenly not know who he was? What was going on here? Eric wondered suspiciously. Although he had doubts in his heart, he did not reveal them. "He is Mr. Cook's driver." "Ah, so that's who he is," Lorraine responded in a monotonous way and explained, "I've been feeling a little under the weather these days, so I came to buy some flu medicine." "You must have worked very hard lately. Thank you for your good work." Edric knew of Margaret's temper. In his absence, she would have definitely vented her anger on Lorraine. Surely, Lorraine would not retaliate against Margaret. It was only expected for Lorraine to be feeling a little ill. "I'll find 2 more caretakers for her right away, so you can at least take a wee break in between." "There is no need for that. I can take care of Madame Margaret," Lorraine quickly said. Edric was indeed one generous man. Although working for the Myers family meant she was often rebuked by Margaret, her salary was quite high. For the sake of money, Lorraine never had any complaints whatsoever, no matter how much Margaret berated her. Of course, apart from the money, she had another reason for working with the Myers family. Deborah paid her handsomely as well for the work she did. She was basically getting paid twice as much for one job. If Edric hired someone else to take care of Margaret, and that person gained Margaret's good side, then that might jeopardize Lorraine's position in the family. Afraid that Edric might really hire a new maid, Lorraine immediately stated, "I have stayed with Madame Margaret for a long time and know her preferences well enough. She's more comfortable with me as well. If you hire someone new, she might not like it." What she said made sense. Edric nodded and remarked, "If it gets too much to bear, do let me know." Irene waited in the car for a while before Edric came out of the pharmacy. Seeing him get in the car, Irene couldn't help but ask him, "Is your mother all right?" Lorraine said there's nothing worrying. She's recovering quite well. Go and pay her a visit. Irene looked out of the window. "I will," Edric answered and started the car. He then asked Irene, "Lorraine and Tommy greeted each other at the door just now, didn't they?" "Yes." Irene felt a little strange. "Why?" "Nothing. I'm just trying to make sure I didn't see anything wrongly." After sending Irene back, Edric and John left together. On the way, he told John what he saw earlier in the day. The two of them clearly know each other, but they pretended not to. There must be something fishy going on. Run some background checks on Tommy. John nodded after receiving the instruction. Although Stephen had told Lily to stay at home, there was no way she would abide by Stephen's order. Margaret was being warded at the hospital. She had to find a way to visit her. She wanted to test and see for herself what Margaret's attitude towards her was like now. Seeing that Stephen was not at home, Lily went out to buy one of Margaret's favorite snacks and headed to the hospital. When Margaret saw Lily coming to see her, she was delighted and pulled at Lily to ask her all sorts of questions. Naturally, all of Lily's answers were all that Margaret wanted to hear. They had a whale of a time chattering with each other. Margaret could not help feeling that Lily was much better than Irene. "Lily, don't you have any good news for me?" Lily smiled coyly. "My period hasn't arrived yet." "Really?" Margaret was on cloud 9 to hear that. "Have you gotten tested yet?" "Not yet." Lily lowered her head, giggling. "Do it quickly if there's good news." Margaret suddenly felt like she had hit the lottery. If Lily was pregnant, any hopes of Irene getting back together with Edric would be completely crushed. Lily returned home after visiting Margaret. Lily told Deborah about Margaret's reaction. While they were happily chatting away, Stephen had reached home too. As soon as he entered through the door, he told Deborah to clean the spare room and set it up for a child. Deborah knew that it was meant for Eden to move in. Her hatred for Eden was growing inside her like a tumor, but she didn't show it. Is Irene moving back in with her son? Yes, Stephen replied curtly. Decorate the room to make it a bit nicer. Maisie was very excited when she heard this. Mr. Cook, leave the room to me. I'll make sure it's well arranged. All right, thank you. Stephen sat down while Lily brought him some tea. Stephen sipped the tea and looked at Lily. You've graduated for several years now. Do you have any plans? Lily was stupefied by his question. Apart from marrying Edric and being admired by all, she really had no other plans. She hesitated and said, I haven't thought about it yet. Stephen frowned. What kind of adult had no future plans? Was she really his daughter? Comparing Lily with Irene, Stephen began to feel the edge of irritation returning. Lily was his daughter too, but how did they end up being so different? Irene had always kept a low profile. Even when she married Edric and became part of a rich and powerful family, Irene had remained humble. He had never seen her around in any posh areas. However, Lily was different. All she did was frequent high-end restaurants and mingle with other rich heiresses. It was as if all she knew what to do was to enjoy life. Feeling disgusted, Stephen's eyes went colder. Since you have no thoughts on the matter, I've thought about it for you. Why don't I send you to study abroad? Send me abroad? Lily was shocked. She was waiting for the chance to marry Edric. Sending her abroad was obviously going to mess up her plans. Dad, I don't want to go abroad. What do you want to do then if you don't want to study abroad? People of your age have already started working for a living. Meanwhile, you do nothing all day except eating and having fun. Is that how you want to live for the rest of your life? Does it seem like a meaningful life to you? Lily was so dumbstruck by his question that she just looked at Deborah for help. Lily hasn't been doing nothing. She wanted to look for a job previously, but she had to postpone it for Irene. After that, she's been sick, so she had to rest at home. Deborah immediately stepped in to defend Lily. Stephen said with a faint smile, What happened before was our fault as parents. We have failed her. Now I want to make it up to her by sending her abroad to study. As long as she works hard, I believe that she can unleash a lot more of her potential. Why do you have to send Lily to study abroad? She's going to be all alone in a strange land. I can't bear to see Lily suffer, said Deborah, rushedly. Suffer? There are people who would give anything for a chance to study abroad, but you call that suffering? It was unnatural for Stephen to raise his voice. Dad, I don't want to go. I don't want to leave you and Mom, Lily begged. You don't want to leave us? What are you talking about? Do you want to stay at home with us all your life? Stephen sneered. Lily bowed her head mutely. Deborah quickly interrupted. Stephen, if she doesn't want to, don't force her. I'll ask her to get a job and start working some other day. It's not about work, it's about Irene. Irene and Eden will move back soon, and Edric will eventually come over. If Lily is at home, then they'll end up meeting each other all the time. I don't think that's appropriate, so it's preferable to send her abroad. It would be for everyone's good. Lily bit her lip. Dad, if that's what you're worried about, I'll move out. You still don't get what I mean, don't you? If you stay here, you will only make Irene and Edric feel uncomfortable. So the best solution is for you to go abroad. Stephen was being very straightforward. Lily's expression changed almost immediately. She glimpsed at Deborah and said, Mom, I am not going. Over my dead body. Deborah felt her heart aching. Nonetheless, there was still a smile plastered on her face. Since it's for Irene, I'll persuade Lily to follow your plan. Stephen, go ahead and make necessary arrangements. I will talk to Lily. Upon hearing that, Stephen calmed down a bit more, and his spirits were lifted. He ignored Lily, who was crying, and stated, I'll ask someone to get all the documents ready right away. You'd better prepare mentally over the next few days. After Stephen entered the study, Deborah and Lily also returned to their room. Lily's face was stained with tears. Mom, Dad is forcing me to leave just so Irene won't feel uncomfortable. I am also his daughter. How could he be so unfair? Deborah didn't say anything. Stephen used to treat her and Lily quite well. Why did he suddenly have a change in attitude? Was it because of Irene's return, or was it because he had begun to suspect them? Lily became more anxious when she noticed Deborah's silence. "Mom, why did you promise him that I will leave San Fatillo just now? You should have come up with an excuse so I can stay." "Button your lips." Deborah frowned. "You are still in San Fatillo right now, aren't you? This is just a delaying tactic. Don't worry, I won't let him send you abroad." "You sure? What can you do now?" Lily was worried sick. "Mom, why don't we tell Dad that I'm pregnant so he won't force me to go abroad?" "Idiot," Deborah glared at Lily. "If you tell him that now, you'll be dead meat. I know him. He'll definitely force you to go to the hospital and get rid of the unborn baby." "Then what should we do? We can't only tell him that after the baby is born, can we?" "There's no need to wait that long. I'll find a way. Just stay at home for the next few days." "Don't go anywhere," said Deborah, her eyes glistening with a hint of vileness. Stephen frowned as soon as he entered the study. Lily's reaction to his suggestion was as clear as crystal. After all, she was already used to getting pampered. There was no easy way to convince her to accept his suggestion. Deborah had spoiled Lily so much. However, logically speaking, she should have opposed his idea. Yet she agreed to him without much of a fuss. As a mother, her reaction was rather suspicious. Although Deborah had always put him first in their marriage, why did he feel like something was out of place with her reaction? As he was lost in his thoughts, Maisie knocked on the door and came in to serve him tea. She noticed that Stephen was scowling and chimed, "Mr. Cook, don't worry. Miss Cook will definitely get over it after a while." Stephen nodded. After pondering for a while, he suddenly asked, "Has everything been all right at home recently?" "I haven't noticed anything strange," Maisie responded. Stephen lowered his head slightly and spoke, "Do keep an eye on things." Maisie nodded and said, "I will." Seeing Edric leave, Lorraine bought the honeysuckle she was looking for and left the pharmacy too. On the way back, she called her son. "Tommy, are you sure he doesn't find anything suspicious?" "Don't worry. We aren't related in any way. There's no possibility that he'd put the two of us together," Tommy answered. After hearing that, Lorraine felt much relieved. The only people who knew that Tommy was her son were Deborah and herself. As a matter of fact, both Deborah and she were from the same village. Back then, Lorraine herself was also from Cat Alley. Moreover, she was only a few years older than Deborah. Thus, it made sense if they were friends. There were all sorts of people who lived in Cat Alley. People who were born there found it hard to escape the clutches of it. Lorraine's family wasn't rich, so naturally, her childhood wasn't an easy one. Their family earned a living by setting up a food stall by the roadside. They would wake up in the wee hours of the morning, yet they barely earned enough to make ends meet. As her parents grew older, Lorraine could no longer stand living in that disheveled house of theirs. Just as she was cracking her brain on how to support the family, a ruffian took advantage of her young age to prey on her. He would give her some money every now and then to win over her. Which young girl out there wouldn't like the feeling of being pampered? Lured by his sugar-coated words and succumbed to her own materialistic mind, Lorraine soon moved in with that ruffian and even gave birth to Tommy before they got married. Lorraine's parents were old and frail. Eventually, both of them passed on. After their passing, she and Tommy followed the ruffian everywhere, but the good times did not last. Soon after she gave birth, he was sent to prison. As a single mother, Lorraine had no means to raise Tommy. Later, she listened to the advice of others and gave him away to the Lewis family. After adopting the child, the Lewis family arrived at an agreement with Lorraine. Their only condition was that Lorraine would never look for Tommy. Afraid that the ruffian would come to look for her, she agreed to their condition without a second thought. The Lewis family had a pretty decent background, thus, they could afford to pay her off. Failing to make a living in Cat Alley, Lorraine was forced to look for a job somewhere else. While she was working her fingers to the bone, she got to know Duncan. When the time was right, they got married. In the beginning, they had their good days. Later, when Duncan heard about her previous pregnancy, he started to abuse her. Knowing that she was in the wrong, she accepted his beatings. However, this further fueled his wrath. He married her thinking she was a virgin, but since she wasn't, he felt deceived. To appease his own anger, he started seeing other women outside of their marriage. Feeling as if she had no choice, Lorraine just gave in to his devious ways. However, Duncan took advantage of her silence to bring other women back home. That, of course, became the last straw that broke Lorraine. When she finally voiced her fury and disapproval, Duncan turned a deaf ear to all her opinions. Instead, he proceeded to beat and bash her. He was so violent that he made Lorraine's face completely black and blue. Duncan did not put her in her eyes at all. However, little did he know that Lorraine was a fighter. With all the rage inside her, she grabbed the iron beside her and smashed it on his head, killing him while doing so. Because of this, she was sentenced to a lifetime in prison. After being in prison for 10 years, Lorraine was given parole for her exemplary behavior. In order to survive, she began to look for a job everywhere. It was then that she met Deborah, who was already Stephen's wife. Seeing that they were from the same village, Deborah took the initiative to help Lorraine land a job as a servant. After working as a servant for many years, Deborah wanted her to work as the servant for the Myers family. Compared to her normal jobs, being the servant for a prestigious family was certainly a huge opportunity for Lorraine. Although she was just a servant for the Myers family, the benefits and bonuses she received were much better than anyone else. In order for her to maintain a job in the Myers family, she went through all sorts of means to get on Margaret's good side. No matter how many times Margaret lost her temper, Lorraine would put up with it. Obviously, Margaret liked this characteristic of Lorraine, and therefore, Lorraine managed to secure her position in their family till this day. After working with the Myers family for about 3 years, she decided to return to San Fatio one day to look for Tommy. What greeted her wasn't good news. She soon learned that Tommy was going to be punished for a car accident he caused. Armed with desperation, she turned to Deborah for help. To her surprise, not only did Deborah manage to dispose of Tommy's jail time, but she even sent him to driving school and appointed him as Stephen's driver. It wasn't until later on that she learned Deborah had her own intentions for inserting her into the Myers family. She was merely a pawn in Deborah's game. Lorraine was no fool, but she knew she owed Deborah a favor, and Deborah was holding that against her. Little by little, she became Deborah's accomplice. Irene's fertility problems were probably at least half of her doing. Originally, she planned to leave the Myers family after Irene and Edric got divorced. However, Deborah persuaded her to stay. Deborah told her that Lily would marry into the family very soon and would require her help. Therefore, Lorraine had to continue working there. Although Margaret was snobbish, she never treated Lorraine badly. Initially, Lorraine's plan was to work for the Myers family for a few more years to save up enough money. Then she'd move to some desolate village and live the rest of her life there. But recently, Margaret began to become more demanding. Perhaps it was partly contributed by Margaret's foul mood and hospitalization. Lorraine ended up having to endure her verbal assaults. Unable to bear it any longer, Lorraine turned to Tommy for help. After some discussion, she expressed her idea of wanting to leave the Myers family, but Tommy told her to hold on for a bit longer. When he learned that Margaret was going through a rough time, Tommy suggested for them to drug Margaret. That way she'd be asleep half the time and wouldn't be able to scold anyone. With their game plan in mind, the two of them headed to the pharmacy to obtain some drugs. But little did they know, they'd run into Edric. Even though Tommy said that Edric wouldn't suspect anything, Lorraine was still a little terrified. Knowing that she had committed so many sins, it was practically improbable for Lorraine not to feel guilty. When she returned to the hospital, Margaret was having a tantrum in the room. When she saw Lorraine walking in, she scolded the latter. "And where the hell have you been?" "I just dropped by the pharmacy to get you some supplements." Lorraine smiled apologetically. "I ran into Mr. Myers earlier. He said he would drop by sometime soon." Even though the doctor claimed her injuries would take some time to recover, they weren't that serious at all. After a few days of treatment, the doctor found no alarming complications. The only reason why she was still lying in the hospital was to gain Edric's sympathy. However, instead, it had the opposite effect. Edric had already checked with the doctor about her condition. After learning that she wasn't seriously injured, he decided not to visit her. Rather, he went to look for a doctor for Eden. Recently, there wasn't even a trace of Edric's shadow, not even a phone call. Seeing this, Margaret was blistering with rage all the time. But when she heard Lorraine mention that he would drop by later, her mood lit up almost instantly. As expected, Edric came by to see Margaret in the afternoon. Margaret couldn't help but break down into tears. "Edric, where the hell have you been? Do you know how long I've been lying in this hospital bed, barely alive? How could you treat me like this? How dare you abandon me for that woman?" "Mom, what are you talking about? I went to look for a doctor to treat Eden." Seeing Margaret upset made Edric feel guilty. "How is Eden?" Margaret wiped the tears off her face. "For the moment, there seems to be nothing worrying. The doctor has prescribed some medicine for Eden for the time being," Edric answered. Looking at her, he continued, "Mom, I just consulted the doctor. He said he could discharge you today so you can rest at home. I've hired 2 nurses to take care of you at home." Margaret had intended to put on an act in front of him. What she didn't expect was that Edric had already talked to the doctor about her condition. Blushing, she didn't know what to say. Noticing Margaret's silence, Edric quickly beckoned for the 2 orderlies to bring her home. With Edric by her side, Margaret's mood was a lot better. In the car, she kept asking about Eden. Edric knew that Margaret was a woman with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart inside. Therefore, he showed her the photos of him playing with Eden earlier in the day. Margaret couldn't help laughing when she saw Eden's adorable face. If Eden could be with her every day, she would be the happiest person on earth. With this in mind, she made the request to Edric. "Edric, can't you bring Eden over so I can play with him too?" "I can't." Edric rejected her proposal flatly. "Why not? Eden's my grandson. Why can't his grandma, see him?" questioned Margaret. "Mom, do you think he would want to see you after how you treated him the last time?" Recalling how Eden had resisted her, Margaret felt a little defeated. She muttered, "It's all Irene's fault. If it weren't for her, would I be separated from Eden?" "Don't blame Irene. She's not as bad as you think. She promised me that as long as Eden gets better, she'll allow him to spend some quality time with me. When that happens, wouldn't it be easier for you to see Eden too?" "Did she really say that?" Margaret felt doubtful. "Edric, are you sure she didn't just say that to please you? And why would she?" Edric's eyes were now fixed on the photo too. "It's hard to say. It might be her tactics. If it weren't for the fact that I'd sued her, she would have brought Eden overseas and married Nathan by now." Margaret crossed her arms in front of her chest. Edric looked away, unspeaking. It was true that if the court hadn't put a restraining order against Irene, she would have fled abroad with Eden and married Nathan. Thinking about this, Edric's face fell too, his chest feeling heavy. "I don't mind if she remarries Nathan, but the child has to stay behind. I won't allow Eden to recognize someone else as his father," Margaret added. Edric was a little vexed at her statement. "The best way to prevent Eden from calling someone else his father is to let Irene marry me. Otherwise, you can never stop Irene." "Who said that? Wouldn't it be easier if we fought for the custody of the child?" Margaret didn't find her statement inappropriate at all. Edric couldn't help sneering. "Mom, do you think you really can obtain Eden's custody from Irene?" "Why not?" Margaret squealed. "Put aside the fact that Irene raised Eden alone for so many years, Eden has the choice in this too. You couldn't even take on Mr. Cook, yet you think you can snatch Eden from Irene without him interfering?" Margaret was rendered speechless. How could she forget that Irene's biological father was Stephen? Edric did have a point. As long as she had Stephen on her side, Margaret could continue dreaming about obtaining guardianship over Eden. But if she gave her blessings to Edric and Irene's marriage, she knew she'd always feel unsettled underneath. Irene was no longer the submissive and obedient girl as she was before. If she did marry into the Myers family, their days would surely be filled with endless arguments and quarrels. There would never be peace in their household again. When Margaret was discharged from the hospital, Marie, being her best friend, came to see her. The 2 met and chatted about their daily lives, and of course, the topic gradually navigated itself to Lily. Marie told Margaret that Lily had visited the hospital for a checkup. It was confirmed that she was pregnant, thereby giving Margaret the green light to start foiling her plan. Margaret was undoubtedly elated to hear this news. It was a good thing for the Myers family to have many descendants, but the only problem was that she'd need to deal with Edric. She realized that in that aspect, she couldn't rush things and had to take her time. Margaret made Marie promise to keep it a secret for now. She needed Lily to take good care of herself for the time being. When the time was right, she would break this news to Edric. If everything between Lily and Edric were to unfold smoothly, Margaret would only need to think of a way to get rid of Irene. Marie felt so much relieved seeing how enthusiastic she was about Lily's pregnancy. However, at this moment, Margaret brought up the bidding for the sports tournament again. Since the sports meeting was just a few days away, Margaret had been keeping a strict eye on it. She heard that Jordan's design was a combination of both Eastern and Western cultures. Although Edric had hired Sinclair as the chief architect, Margaret still felt unsettled. Something would always go wrong last minute, just like the time when they had to design the city. They thought they'd scored the bag, but in the end, they lost completely to Jordan. There was no way she was letting her guard down this time. They had to go for an all-kill. Although Edric had taken over the company and reminded her not to interfere in its affairs, how could Margaret just sit back and watch? This was such a huge project, and if they could win the bid, the future would look blindingly bright for them. On the contrary, if this project was snatched away by the Golden Age Group, then it could potentially tarnish their reputation. Having their status and fame taken away wouldn't do any good for the Myers Group's development. When Margaret had brought up this problem before, Marie had promised that she'd get Deborah to figure out a plan for Edric, hence the reason for Margaret bringing it up again now. Marie nodded and said, "I came today, not just to talk about Lily, but also about this matter. Deborah managed to get a blueprint of the venue. With this design and the Myers Group's proposal, we'll definitely win the bid this time." As she said this, Marie opened her bag and pulled out the blueprints she'd got from Dave. Seeing this, Margaret was overjoyed. She thanked Marie and vowed that as long as they won the bid at the sports tournament, she would surely treat Lily well in the future. With Margaret's assurance, Marie left happily. Margaret was equally delighted as Marie was. She immediately called Edric and asked him to come home quickly, saying that there was something important to discuss with him. When Edric returned home, Margaret handed him the blueprints Marie had given. After taking a look at them, Edric was positively surprised. He quickly brought the blueprints back to the company, assembling all the architects in for a meeting. When Sinclair saw the blueprints, he was as shocked as Edric. "Mr. Myers, where did you get these blueprints? This design is very similar to Dave's style." "I thought so too," Edric agreed with Sinclair's words. "I just couldn't be sure of it." "I can promise you, this is Dave's work." Sinclair took the blueprints from him and examined it carefully for a while before he confirmed, "I heard that he isolates himself from the world and is now staying in San Fetilo. I never would have thought he'd bless us with such a generous gift. With this blueprint, the bidding is ours to win for sure." Now that Edric had a winning streak at the sports tournament, Jordan wasn't just going to idle around. With Dave's design in Edric's hands, Jordan already knew what the result of this bidding would be. On the day of the bidding, after receiving comments from many experts, they came to the final conclusion that the design sent by the Myers Group was ingenious. It completely surpassed the design presented by the Golden Age Group. Although the design by the Golden Age Group was no match for the Myers Group's, their design for the secondary venue and other facilities superseded the Meyer Group's. In the end, everyone unanimously decided to employ the design from the Myers Group for the main venue, while the secondary venue and other facilities would be built according to the Golden Age Group's design. The collaboration between both companies was the best result they could ask for. Jordan had already seen this coming. Edric didn't have any objections too. The only person who was unsatisfied was Margaret. She didn't want to share the win with the Golden Age Group, and she felt bothered doing so. Because of this, she gave Marie a ring. Marie was also puzzled when she discovered the results. The drawing she gave Margaret was her brother, Dave's masterpiece. If everything went according to her plan, the Myers Group should have secured the bid. How could this have happened? Had Stephen been manipulating everything behind the scenes? Although this wasn't confirmed, she had to assign the blame to Stephen in order to avoid Margaret's naggings. After listening to Marie's explanation, Margaret realized that there was no turning back for this decision. Hence, she hung up after ranting for a while. Since the project was a collaboration between the two companies, Jordan and Edric set up a joint construction company. On Edric's side, Edric would be leading the team, while Jordan would obviously be leading the Golden Age group. After working together for a few days, they held a press conference. Jordan and Edric, both coiffed smartly in suits, stood on the podium and answered the reporters' questions one by one. The two rivals were standing in front of a crowd of reporters, flashing wide smiles on their faces. Those who didn't know any better would have thought that they shared a close bond. Watching the two of them on TV, Irene sighed in her heart. Who said only actors could act? These two right here would give any actor a run for their money. In the evening, both companies decided to throw a party to celebrate the occasion. As usual, Jordan just showed up at the event for a while before he requested David to host everything else on his behalf. He immediately returned to Irene's villa in the western suburbs right after. At the villa, with the help of Kinsey, Thomas had cooked up a table of scrumptious meals and was waiting for Jordan to join for dinner. Once Jordan walked through the door, he was greeted by a profusion of cheers and a pat on the back. Even Eden came to congratulate him. Holding Eden in his hands, Jordan smothered him with kisses. While Kinsey and Thomas set the dishes on the table, Jordan opened the wine cellar with a grin and took out the oldest bottle of wine he had. For a moment, the fragrance of wine infused the air while the room was blistering with laughter. Since Irene was pregnant, alcohol was a no-no for her, so she could only sip on some juice. Not missing out on the expensive wine, Kinsey and Thomas joined Jordan as they downed several glasses of wine. After a few rounds, the lot of them were slightly tipsy. In the end, Jordan decided to stay back because he was too drunk. Joanne had been back to San Fatio for quite a while now. Since her return, Jordan had only dropped by once before he vanished without as much as a trace. On the contrary, Jordan would voluntarily go to Irene every single day. Joanne knew that Jordan had asked Irene to live in his villa in the western suburbs. With that knowledge in mind, she was downright mad. How could he have jilted her, his actual fiancée, at some hotel room, but brought Irene to his villa? What the hell was going on? Although she was irate, she did not forget the 3-year agreement that Jordan had made with her. Jordan had stated clearly that she couldn't interfere in his affairs. The agreement rested solely on how much she could tolerate all of it. If she were to flip now, everything she had done before would have been in vain. Joanne, for one, felt uncomfortable on the inside, but she didn't dare to show it, fearing she would invoke his wrath. However, now that the Golden Age group had won the bidding, it was sort of a huge deal, wasn't it? There were going to be many events that Jordan had to attend. Naturally, he would bring along her, who was in San Fatio at the moment, as his plus one, right? However, she was wrong. Throughout the entire day, and until it turned dark, Jordan didn't even deign to make a single phone call. Joanne was so pissed that she decided to gate crash the venue where the company's party was. When she arrived there, she couldn't even see Jordan's shadow. There were only David and a few others helping to liven the event. It was a no-brainer to figure out where Jordan was. She drove angrily towards the villa in the western suburbs. As she drew closer, she saw the villa well lighted and the sound of laughter floating from inside. All these further angered her. Irene was literally manipulating these two men in her hands. One was her brother Nathan, and the other was Jordan. There was no way she could take this in any longer. Joanne had to talk things out with Irene. The next day, Joanne visited Irene. Seeing that the visitor was Joanne, Jordan's fiancée, Irene treated her with the utmost respect and politeness. But Joanne was the complete opposite. She stared at Irene coldly as the latter served the tea to her. Irene, for some reason, You seem to be very comfortable living in my fiancé's house, don't you? But I wonder, does my stupid brother know about this? Nathan knows about this. It was him who asked Jordan to take care of us, Irene replied. Nathan's just pretending to be the bigger person, but I don't think he really approves of this. Joanne smiled playfully. Irene, Jordan, and you were once a couple. Did you really think Nathan would be okay with this? Miss White, I did date Jordan before, but since you and Jordan got engaged, we are now no more than friends. As for Nathan, I've known him for years. He understands my character very well. He knows I would never do something to betray him, and I myself know my place. I wonder if that's true. I have but one reminder for you, Irene. You're nobody to Jordan. I am his actual fiancée. Do you think it's right for me to stay in a hotel and suffer the cold shoulder from him every day? I'm sorry. It's my fault for overstaying the invite. I will move out as soon as possible. Irene finally caught on to what Joanne was hinting at her. She could tell that Joanne found her a pest for staying in Jordan's villa and that she wanted her gone for good. Joanne was now Jordan's fiancée. Her position gave her the authority to throw Irene out of the house. Hence, Irene chose to give in. Move out? Where are you going? For all I know, you could just be saying this to please me and snitch on me to Jordan. You're merely turning your back on me. Joanne couldn't believe what she heard. Don't worry, Miss White. I am not that despicable a woman. Irene thought for a moment and added, I'll move back to the place where my uncle lives. Irene, your uncle's house is also Jordan's house. Are you really playing dumb with me? Joanne sneered. Jordan really went all in for you, and he even hired people to play an act, but you're a smart girl. I'm sure you would have figured it out. With those words, Joanne revealed that Jordan was indeed the owner of the house that Irene had rented. Miss White, you've been reading too much into it. I honestly didn't know that the house I rented belonged to Jordan. If that's the case, I'll find another place. It was true that Irene had never expected Jordan would go to such extents for her. She felt as if she owed him a lot. Irene, save it. You don't need to find another place to live. If you want to appease me, I have a better suggestion. Joanne crossed her arms in front of her chest. And what's that? Why not go to Edric? He owns so many houses in San Fatillo. Plus, Eden is his son. It's only normal that he provides for Eden. If you move into Edric's, everything will be settled. Jordan won't pester you if you do that. Besides, I'll finally believe that you do not want to have any sort of relations with Jordan. The three of you can reunite too. Isn't that a good thing? That's not going to happen. Irene swatted off Joanne's suggestion. Edric and I are divorced, and I won't have anything to do with him. Irene, you truly puzzle me. Edric is your ex-husband and Eden's father. According to the law, the ex-husband would have to give his ex-wife alimony to support the child, so it's only natural for you to stay with him. But why did you keep refusing him? I couldn't figure it out for the longest time ever, but today my eyes are opened. Joanne was completely thrown off. And what great revelation did you have, my dear Miss White? Irene, you're literally planning to keep all the men on earth in your bag, aren't you? You're playing with Edric, Nathan, and even Jordan. Does it delight you to see them fighting over for you? My, how could someone with a savoir-faire like you utter such gibberish? I really doubt if your parents taught you any manners, Miss White. Irene's expression changed, as did the tone in her voice. She never did have a good impression of Joanne. The only reason she invited Joanne in was for Nathan. Now that Joanne was being so rude, Irene decided that enough was enough. She wasn't going to play by the rules any longer. In my defense, I don't think there's anything wrong with my manners, Miss Nelson. But if you have any, please don't shamelessly live in my fiancé's house, and don't expect Nathan to marry you when you're bearing someone else's child. He isn't a dumbass. Since they had already reached this point, Joanne decided to tear apart her facade and release all her anger on Irene. You. Irene was so infuriated that her face turned blue. Get out! Irene, there's no reason for you to be mad. Let me tell you, your best choice now is to marry Edric. You already have 2 children together anyways. I'm sure it'll be easier for you to stay with their father than finding a stepfather for them. Mom. A childish, nasally voice suddenly came out of nowhere. Looking around, they saw Eden standing at the door with his eyes peered wide open. Aren't you going to marry Nathan? Why is it Edric now? Shocked, Irene stared at Eden. Since when was Eden awake? Shouldn't he be taking his nap? Judging by the look on his face, he must have heard their entire conversation. Joanne should be damned. Because Edric is your biological father, Joanne answered Eden with a measure of spite. Joanne White, Irene raised her voice. At this moment, she really wanted to rip Joanne's mouth apart. Edric is my father? Is that true? Eden searched for Irene's face, seeking confirmation. He only believed in Irene's words, so he wanted her to testify to it. Of course it's true. The little baby in your mother's belly is also Edric's. Edric is your father, Joanne said. Joanne, you leave right now. Otherwise, I won't play nice any longer. Irene reached out and shoved Joanne. Seeing that Irene was enraged, Joanne didn't dare to stay any longer and left obligingly. Eden stood at the door of the house, crying with his mouth puckered up. Irene rushed over to hug him while coaxing, Eden, fret not. I'm here. Don't cry. Mom, is Edric really my father? Eden insisted on knowing the answer. Irene was left with no choice. She sighed and nodded as a reply. Why doesn't Dad want us? I saw on the TV that he got engaged to another woman. Why doesn't he want us? It's not that he doesn't want us. It's just that his hands are tied, Irene explained. But obviously, this made no sense to a child. Eden had seen with his own eyes when the news channels had announced the engagement between Edric and Lily. He had been disappointed, but back then, Edric was just another man to him, so he had not been a great deal bothered by it. Now that he knew Edric was his father, Eden's innocent mind couldn't comprehend the entire situation. He couldn't understand why Edric didn't want Irene and him when they were so nice. Refusing to accept the fact that Edric didn't want them, Eden was positively upset. Mom, Dad is a bad guy. He's a bad guy. No, Dad isn't, Irene explained. He is. He is the big bad guy. I hate him. This was the first time Irene heard Eden express hatred, and the subject of his wrath was Edric, his biological father. She didn't know what to say. She could only console him in her arms. And right on the dot, Edric chose to show up at this moment. Normally, Edric would take this time off work to visit Eden and play with him. It wasn't any different this day, as he came bearing many of Eden's favorite snacks and toys, looking forward to their playtime. Stepping into the yard, he immediately spotted Irene carrying a very upset Eden. Naturally, he rushed forward and asked in a very concerned manner, "What happened?" At the sight of Edric, Eden freed herself from Irene and ran to him. Edric spread his arms, anticipating a hug, but Eden clawed at Edric's hand and shouted fiercely, "Bad guy, you're a bad guy. I don't want to see you again." Edric grimaced in pain as Eden turned around and ran back into the house. After a while, he rushed out with a toy gun in his hand. He pointed the gun at Edric with a face brimming with anger. "Liar, get out of my house or I'll beat you to death." Staring at a very emotional Eden, Edric could sense his palpable anger. Children were straightforward creatures who had yet to learn how to hide their feelings. He knew that if that were a real gun in Eden's hands, there would have been a bullet right through his chest already. What happened? Edric looked at Irene again, who was smiling bitterly. Joanne was here a while ago. She just made a scene. She spilled everything about me, you, and Eden, and he heard all of it. Edric was rooted to the ground. He recalled the countless times he had met Eden, all the good times they had spent together. Little did he know that it would lead up to such animosity. He could see through Eden's beautiful and clear eyes that the trust they had shared before was long gone. Instead, they were replaced by anger. No matter how Irene tried to persuade Eden, he refused to put down his gun. He pointed the toy gun straight at Edric and shouted, "Liar, you big liar, get out of here. We don't want to see you, forever." As Edric caught the despiteful look in Eden's eyes, accompanied by his hurtful words, he felt as if his heart was being sliced apart with a knife. After all, this was his very own son. Half of his blood flowed in Eden's vein. If life wasn't so cruel with them, they would have lived happily together. Eden would have looked up to him as a proud father, and they would have had a close father-son bond, but now everything was shattered. They would never be the happy father and son they were supposed to be. Right now, he was nothing but a liar to Eden, a big fat liar. "Edric, I think you should leave." Seeing that Eden remained inconsolable, Irene could only plead with Edric to leave. Surprisingly, Edric stood his ground and stared at Eden. He really wanted to apologize to Eden and beg for his forgiveness, but at this moment, he just couldn't fumble for the words. How was he ever going to make up for all the pain he had caused Eden? How was he going to get Eden to forgive him? God, help me, please, he screamed in his heart. At that moment, Edric was washed over by a sense of helplessness he had never experienced before. When Edric returned home, trudging under the weight of his distraught heart, Margaret was enjoying the nutritious soup Lorraine had made for her. She was happy to see him and quickly urged Lorraine to also get a bowl of soup for Edric. But how could Edric be in the mood to drink anything at that time? He had just been thrown out of Jordan's villa by Eden himself. Even the snacks and food he had brought along were rejected. Although Eden was still young, it was clear that he could grasp the line between good and evil. Edric knew that in Eden's little heart, he was the devil itself. Anything associated with him was to be condemned. After the incident at the villa, Edric sat in the car, languishing in a daze for a long time. The only thing teeming in his mind was the look of anger from Eden. He had no idea what to do to redeem himself. Seeing that his mind had not churned up any helpful solutions, he went home. At the dining table, he didn't even touch the soup Lorraine had placed in front of him. It wasn't until Margaret had finished her soup and called a few times for him that he snapped back to his senses. "Edric, what has gone amiss with you today?" Margaret was bemused. Hearing this, Edric pushed Margaret into the study and closed the door behind him. Sighing, he explained, "Mom, Eden knows that I'm his father." "Well, isn't that a fact to be celebrated?" Margaret was very happy to hear that. "When will you bring him home?" "Bring him home? Mom, why on earth would you think it is going to be a simple feat?" A bitter smile crossed Edric's face. "Eden hates me now. He hates me for abandoning them. He used a toy gun to point at me and chased me out. He even called me a liar." Edric couldn't go on. Eden's angry face once again crept back into his mind. No words could describe how he felt at this instance. Irene is to be blamed for this. If she had told him the truth earlier, would he hate you now? Margaret pinned all the blame onto Irene when she saw how much agony Edric was in. "Mom, this has nothing to do with Irene. I finally get why Irene didn't want Eden to know about me. She wasn't selfish. She knew that Eden would come to hate me." Edric shook his head. "What do you mean?" Margaret couldn't put two and two together. "Because Eden saw the news of my engagement with Lily on TV. Although he was young, he understood the gist of it. He thinks that I'm abandoning him and Irene, and he refuses to forgive me for that," explained Edric. Margaret couldn't formulate a response to that. She had been the one responsible for the press conference of his engagement. Her intention was to force Irene to give in, but she didn't expect Eden to stumble upon it. The air in the study hung quietness. After a while, Margaret broke the silence. "He is still young, so he doesn't understand it right now. He'll get it when he grows up. Just put on your apologetic face and coax him for now. I'm sure he'll change his perception of you." "I can coax him, but him accepting it is another matter." Edric sighed heavily. "Mom, look, the only reason I'm telling you this is because I don't want you bothering Irene and Eden anymore. Eden is sick. He can't stand all of this. And Irene, she's been through a lot for the past few years because of Eden's condition. I don't want you causing her more anguish and putting her through more than she needs to." Margaret kept quiet. She had already made up her mind to fight against Irene for Eden's custody. If she agreed to Edric's request, it would mean that she had to give this up. Seeing that she was hesitant, Edric knelt down in front of her and pleaded, "Mom, I'm begging you." With Edric looking like this, Margaret's discomfort gnawed at her. Everything she did for him. Yet it seemed like he didn't appreciate it at all. Looking at his solemn face, she sighed. "Fine, I can promise you that I won't disturb Irene, but you must also agree to my request." "What is it?" "Don't pine for something that has long gone. There are plenty of women in the world. You should live your own life." Edric was not in the mood to think about this, but hearing that Margaret would leave Irene and Eden alone lifted his spirits. He nodded and said, "Let's talk about it when Eden gets better." In fact, Margaret had her own objectives for agreeing to his request. First, Eden was sick, so it was better to let Irene care for him. The second reason being that Lily was already pregnant with Edric's child, so Margaret's desire to get her hands on Eden had been blunted. Her backing off at that moment would serve to help her scoot closer to her true goal. The next day, Edric bought some food and toys to see Eden, but Eden threw a ball at him as soon as he entered. Eden cursed, "Liar, bad guy, you are not allowed to come here. Go away." Edric's heart ached as he tried to comfort Eden. "Eden, Dad brought you your favorite toy." "You're not my dad. I don't want to see you here. I don't want anything. Go away." Hearing the commotion, Thomas walked out, shaking his head at the spectacle. "Mr. Myers, you'd better not come back. Eden won't forgive you that easily." Edric looked at Eden's irritated gaze and sighed. "Where's Irene?" "She has gone out for groceries," Thomas replied. "Uncle Thomas, don't talk to him. He's a big liar, a bad guy. Hurry up and kick him out." Eden pointed at Edric, his face fuming with anger. "Look, you'd better hurry up and leave. Don't get Eden any angrier. He can't stand all these raw emotions." Edric couldn't bring himself to rattle Eden any further. Hence, he turned around and walked out of the living room. Standing at the yard, he waited patiently for Irene to return. Suddenly, he heard a rustling noise coming from behind. Turning back, he saw Eden coming out holding the things that he had brought for him. Setting it down on the ground, Eden smashed the toys right before Edric. As he was still a frail, young child, he couldn't carry all the toys and food in one go. Eden had to go back and forth for a good 3 rounds before he managed to destroy all the stuff Edric had brought, right in front of Edric. After finishing everything, Eden slammed the door shut. Edric smiled bitterly as he thought, really, Eden must have gotten that temper from Irene. Crouching, he picked up the things that Eden had thrown out one by one. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. "Well, isn't this Mr. Myers? What are you doing outside my house?" Edric looked back and was met with Jordan standing behind him, arms crossed, his sinister-looking eyes filled with conceit. Edric remained silent as he continued to pick the things up and place them in a bag. Only when he was done that, he extended his hand at Jordan for a handshake. "Mr. Reed, what a pleasure to see you." "Ah, please, don't hold me in such high regard." Jordan didn't have any intentions to shake hands with him. "Edric, I'm beginning to belittle you even more. Are you really in a hurry to fight with Irene for Eden's custody? He is your son, and he's sick right now. Don't you think you're being cruel by telling him all of that?" Jordan wasn't actually aware of the full story. He had only heard from Kinsey that Eden had found out that Edric was his biological father. However, Irene did not tell Kinsey about Joanna's provocation. Kinsey had a short temper, and she knew that it would not be good to let her know about Joanne's provocation. Irene didn't want to drive a wedge between Jordan and Joanne. "I didn't say that." Edric felt wronged. "I've never considered fighting with Irene over the child's custody." "Quit it. You don't have to explain yourself. Who else would have told him if it wasn't you? Your mother? As far as I know, she hasn't fully recovered yet. So now isn't the right time to scramble for an excuse for yourself." Jordan would never believe Edric's efforts to justify himself. Edric smiled bitterly. "It's not my mother, but your fiancé who told Eden." "Joanne? How's that possible?" Jordan asked incredulously. "It's the truth. She came here yesterday and told all of this to Eden." "Dumn it." Jordan's face darkened suddenly. How could he have overlooked a ticking bomb like Joanne? She was always scheming her next move. Therefore, it made sense that she was the only person who would do such a thing. Jordan was about to enter the house, but Edric's words made him turn around and drive away. Jordan seemed to be on the way to confront Joanne. However, Edric didn't have the heart to bother about such a matter. All of these issues arose because of Joanne. For the sake of her self-interests, she had deliberately revealed to Eden that he was Edric's son. She was the one who had convinced Margaret to bring Eden back to the country, and the one who had told Eden about his relationship with Edric. Now, the entire family was in a mess, and yet she was enjoying the show. After Irene returned from grocery shopping, she saw Edric standing outside the entrance with a few bags in his hands. The bags were filled with toys and food. At a glance, she knew what had transpired and said, "Eden is still pretty much shaken up. You should come back after a while." "Irene, I want to talk to you. Let's have a talk, Edric requested. About what? Irene asked. Let's talk about Eden, about us. Eden doesn't want to see you now, and you've seen his reaction yourself too. As for us, there has been nothing between us since a long time ago, Irene answered flatly. Irene, you said before that you didn't want to hear another word of sorry from me, and neither do I want to apologize to you anymore. This is what I want to say. For the sake of our child, let's get back together. Let's register our marriage now. You're out of your mind. Not at all. I've thought this through very clearly. Eden is strongly rejecting me right now because he thought I had abandoned both of you. I want to change his impression of me. So, you try to get back to me simply because you wanted to change Eden's impression of you? Irene sneered. Edric, you don't have to sacrifice yourself like this. Eden's prejudice against you is because of his tender age. I'll talk some sense into him and lessen his hatred for you. Although I am incompetent, I am a person of my word. You dare say that you're a person of your word? If your words meant anything, you shouldn't have forgotten the promise you made to me in the beginning, right? Edric asked in return. You promised that for Eden you would give me a chance, but you've broken your promise. You should very well know why I broke my promise, don't you? Irene replied smugly. Edric, I was ready to give you a chance, but you've been so ridiculous. I don't see the need to keep my promise to a man who constantly weaves lies out of his lips. Irene, even a criminal would be given a chance to appeal when he's facing the death penalty. Just humor me. What was the real reason you left without a trace back then? Irene stared at Edric for a moment before answering nonchalantly. Nothing big. Your lover, Rowan, had called me to tell me that she got together with you, and you guys were living happily together. Impossible. I was never with Rowan. She was going to leave that night and wanted to treat me to a meal. I had a bit too much to drink. Then I called myself a taxi. On the way home, I saw Lily's car break down. Edric revealed everything that happened that night. Lily was the one to send you home? Irene was taken aback. I can't quite remember. My mom told me that when I woke up the next morning, Edric replied. Rowan and I never had any hanky-panky between us ever since we met, until the day she left. I'd never intended to make her my lover, Irene. Ever since you left, I'd never touched any other women, I swear. Irene let silence settle between them. That night, Margaret had picked up the call when she was trying to contact Edric. If Rowan and Edric were never together before, was everything Rowan set up? She shook her head. Edric, everything in the past is already over. There's no need to investigate any further. I only care about my son's condition now. Everything else is not germane. Irene, think about his health. All the more reason for us to get back together. Eden needs a father. Let's resolve our conflict now, start everything anew, and give the child a happy family to grow up with. This is the only way for him to get his health back. A wry smile on Irene's face, she said, Edric, it's not that I'm denying you a chance, but rather I can't. Your mother won't give us a chance either. I've fallen out with her. Stop thinking that we can get back together. It's better to maintain our relationship like this for now. I've already told my mother. She promised that she wouldn't bother us. Irene interrupted him. Edric, her words never amount to anything. You better not believe her too much. Irene, it's true this time. You don't have to worry about her reactions. I won't let her affect you, Edric confessed eagerly. Irene, didn't you say that we should let bygones be bygones just now? Don't let the past haunt us. We should look ahead of us. You're pregnant now, and Eden had never had a father since he was born. You wouldn't want this child to not have a father the moment he's born, right? Irene went quiet for a moment before speaking. Edric, I'll think of a way to communicate with Eden. He's annoyed with you right now. I'll talk to him, test the waters. The thing between us, let's hold it off first. There are too many unpredictable things in the future. It's better to take one step at a time. Despite himself, Edric lapsed into a silence at Irene's words. The matter between him and Irene could not be rushed. She had been disheartened to the point that she had built walls around her. She would not be moved with just a few of his sentences. The matter at hand was getting Eden to not reject his efforts to be close with him. Jordan drove to the hotel where Joanne was staying. When she saw him coming, she was exhilarated. Jordan, how come you're free to come here now? Joanne, Jordan glared at her and said between his gritted teeth, you're incorrigible. When Joanne saw Jordan rush towards her in a fury, she knew that he had found out about her seeking for Irene the day before. Irene really was two-faced. She held the fire in her and asked, "What did I do? Why did you tell Eden that Edric is his father? Why would you do this?" "I accidentally spilled the beans." Joanne defended herself. "Fine, you don't have to explain yourself anymore. Do you still remember what I said to you from the start?" Jordan sneered coldly. "I'd mentioned before that you have no rights to disturb my personal life, although we are engaged. We would call off the engagement if you can't control yourself. And since you can't get a hold of yourself, let's break the engagement." "I won't break the engagement. Jordan, you can't behave ruthlessly to me. I didn't mess up your life. I merely let the words slip out from me." Joanne wasn't planning to give up. "It's my fault this time. I won't do this again." An overwhelming surge of irritation billowed in Jordan as he glared at Joanne. "Joanne, I don't love you. I don't love you at all. There's no need for you to persevere like this. Let's end it here." "Jordan Reed, I won't give up on you. You'd said it before that if I could stay determined for 3 years, you would marry me. That was your promise to me. You can't go back on your words." Joanne knew that Jordan was a man of his words, so she deliberately recited Jordan's words to stop him from babbling nonsense. Those words were indeed what he had said before. Jordan realized how utterly dumb he had been back then. He glanced at Joanne and spat, "Since you're irrationally headstrong, then I shall fulfill you." He left without looking back. Joanne bit her lips tightly as she watched Jordan's diminishing figure. She thought, "Irene Nelson, I've given in so much, yet you're still testing the limit of my mercy. Don't blame me for my next move. You'd better not get anything you want, including Nathan and Edric." She returned to her room and called Lily. "Miss Cook, it's Joanne White. Let's meet." Lily was astonished to receive Joanne's call. She had never come in contact with Joanne before, so why would she want to meet her? She was pregnant now, so she took the precaution and decided to reject the offer. "I'm sorry, Miss White. I'm not available to see you. If there's anything, we can talk over the phone." "I can't say it clearly over the phone. Let's meet and talk about it," Joanne insisted. Although she would be able to tell Lily about Irene's pregnancy over the phone, she would not be able to observe her reaction. Most importantly, she planned to discuss with Lily about her next move. She wanted any possibility between Irene and Edric to be nipped in the bud. "I really don't have time." Lily still refused to meet her. Her mother said that she had to be careful and not be involved in troubles during this period. So, it was better for her to err on the side of caution. Joanne chuckled. "Miss Cook, you need not be so wary of me. Let me tell you, I need to meet you because I have something important to tell you. I'll make it clear with you that it would be a great loss to you if we don't meet, because you may lose Edric forever." This sentence alone left Lily feeling uneasy. Were Joanne's words true? If she did not meet her, she might forgo a piece of crucial news. Joanne's suspicion began to grow as she realized Lily's hesitation. What on earth was Lily afraid of? Finally, Lily decided to meet Joanne at a cafe near the Cook family home. Joanne rushed to the cafe and found that Lily had yet to arrive. Slightly infuriated, she thought, "What's wrong with her? I'd already agreed to meet her near her place, and yet she's making me wait." While she was holding in her dissatisfaction, Lily walked in and urged her the moment she sat down, "Hurry up and speak. I'm in a rush." "Miss Cook, why are you so busy?" Joanne sneered. "If that's the case, I'm not going to talk about it. You'd better go and attend to your business." "Miss White, what do you mean? It was not easy for me to take the time to meet you. How can you fool me like this?" Lily was annoyed. "I'm not fooling around with you. The things I want to tell you, they're crucial. You have to show your sincerity," Joanne said as she ordered the waiter to serve the drinks. She picked the cup and took a sip. However, Lily did not budge. Joanne found her acting even weirder. However, she wasn't aware that Lily was feeling anxious as she watched Joanne sip her tea languidly. Not wanting to dilly-dally any further, she asked, "What kind of sincerity do you want me to prove?" "Miss Cook, you must answer a few questions of mine with honesty." Joanne stared at Lily. Have you given up on Edric or not? To Lily, Joanne was just an outsider. How could she tell an outsider that she still harbored feelings for Edric? Lily's reaction was only natural. Although Joanne was young, she was cunning. She didn't need Lily to answer this question, but rather make use of the question to judge her sentiments. If Lily replied decisively, then her reaction proved that she had indeed moved on from Edric. However, Lily's hesitation at that moment cleared the air for her. Miss Cook, you don't have to answer anymore. It's clear to me now. Joanne set down the cup. Miss Cook, you're in a dither because you have yet to trust me. That's understandable. Since that's the case, allow me to be frank with you too. I dislike your half-sister Irene very much. I reckon you must have heard some rumors about that, Miss Cook. So I won't share the reasons, and I'll be blunt with you. I'm here to seek your cooperation. How are we going to have a cooperation? I want to face Irene head-on and make her stay away from Nathan and Jordan. I believe, Miss Cook, we share the same goals. It wouldn't be easy to face her individually, so I purposely came to you to show my sincerity. So, I hope you would do the same for me, Miss Cook. Lily lowered her guard at this point. Miss White, what plans do you have in mind? This was an indication that she had agreed to cooperate with her, which was entirely within Joanne's expectations. I suppose you know that Irene's son is Edric's? At Lily's nod, Joanne probed further. So, do you also know about Irene's pregnancy, Miss Cook? Pregnant? Irene is pregnant? Lily was stumped. Margaret hadn't told Marie about this matter, so naturally, she wouldn't know. Joanne had always thought that Lily knew about Irene's pregnancy. When she saw how astonished she was, she knew that Lily had been kept in the dark. She lowered her voice. To save her son, Irene is bearing Edric's child again. If this child is born, she and Edric will have 2 children. By that time, it would be difficult for you to turn the tables, Miss Cook. Do you understand what I mean? Lily could not comprehend her meaning. Dumbfounded by the news, she failed to digest the information. Joanne added as she stared at her, I think we should come up with a solid plan together. Miss Cook, are you still with me? Seeing that Lily seemed to be lost in thought, Joanne waved her hand. Snapping back to her senses, Lily looked at the faint smile on Joanne's face. She felt her face flush warm. She had just lost her composure. Her mother was right. She needed more experience to improve herself. She was much more old-fashioned compared to Joanne. The truth of Irene's pregnancy was unverified. She couldn't make this decision independently, and she wanted to discuss this with her mother. Lily controlled herself and tried to chuckle, as if she was shrugging off the matter. Thank you for letting me know about this, Miss White. I've been out for too long, and I'm afraid that my mother would be worried about me. I'll take my leave. We'll stay in contact. Lily meant to go home first to discuss this matter with Deborah. Joanne knew her intentions and did not stop her. She passed Lily a name card and said, This is my personal number. You can call me for anything, Miss Cook. I hope I can have more tea time with you in the future, Miss Cook. Thank you very much, Miss White. I hope that we can be friends in the future. Lily received the name card and tried her best to maintain her elegance as she left the cafe. Edric had never doubted Rowan. However, he felt stirred up after hearing that Rowan had made up a lie to provoke Irene. Rowan was a kind person in his eyes. He had never expected that she would do such a thing behind his back. If someone else were to do so, Edric would suspect that the person had ill intentions. However, Irene was the one who told him so. She would never tell lies. Edric was doubtful. He had to meet with Rowan to find out her intentions. However, Rowan had been uncontactable ever since she had gone abroad to study. Her previous number had been cut off a long time ago, and she never gave Edric her new number. Edric called John and was about to ask John to search for Rowan's number. When the line was connected, John spoke first. Mr. Myers, where are you? I have something important to tell you. If John said the matter was important, it would certainly be. Edric had a hunch that he must have discovered something after investigating and replied, I'll reach the office in 20 minutes. We'll talk about it then. 20 minutes later, Edric entered the office. John followed from behind when he saw him coming, and they went into the office. Edric's mind was filled with Rowan's whereabouts. He asked before John could say anything, Is there any news about Rowan? John shook his head. Ever since Rowan left the country, her number had been unreachable. She hasn't reached out to us as well. I've checked her institution overseas, but there's no such person. It was strange that she went missing after studying abroad. This is getting stranger. Edric frowned and thought, unless Rowan had been lying to me all this while and she had never gone abroad at all? A sense of betrayal rose within Edric's heart, and his face became stoic. Go and find out who she has been in touch with during that time. I checked. She had contacted Marie most of the time, John replied. Marie? Edric was flabbergasted. He and Rowan used to suspect that Marie was Rowan's mother. However, Rowan had denied it eventually. Since Marie was not Rowan's mother, why did she contact Marie? Something was off. He recalled that Rowan had called Irene and lied to her. Edric felt a strong discomfort surge in his heart, but he controlled his composure. Then he recounted the whole story about Rowan treating him to a meal. What do you think about this? Is Rowan such a person? John staggered. He had been in contact with Rowan for some time, so he had a good impression of her. John was reeling in disbelief at the sudden revelation of her hidden side. Irene wouldn't lie. Rowan must have called her. Say, what ulterior motive do you think she had? Maybe she was bribed by Madame, John asked tentatively. My thoughts exactly. However, what was the purpose in getting me drunk? Just to provoke Irene and make her leave? Edric thought that she would be blowing the situation out of its proportion by doing this. What had happened that night was not a simple matter. Although he was intolerant towards alcohol, he would not have passed out with a mere few drinks. Then he recalled Lily's sudden appearance. Edric could not help but flinch. In his memory, he had only drunk a few glasses of wine that night and had not been drunk to the point of compromising his consciousness. However, that night, he had unknowingly fallen asleep and Lily had sent him home. This was a rather unusual matter. Mr. Myers, do they want to recreate the birthday party scenario again? John reminded. What about the birthday party? At John's words, Edric dredged up the dirty things that had happened on Margaret's birthday. Marie had a good relationship with Margaret. Had they bribed Rowan? Had Rowan drugged him and staged him to be with Lily? If this speculation was tenable, then there had to be something he did not know happened that night. Eric didn't dare to think about what could have happened. He felt his heart slam against his chest. Lily hasn't made any moves recently, right? She had gone to the hospital for a body checkup before this. I asked someone to tail her and saw her entering the gynecology department. Later, I asked someone to inquire about what she did, but we found nothing. What do you mean? She didn't have a checkup? No, the person who followed her saw her getting her checkup. However, the hospital had none of her records, which meant that Lily used another person's name for her checkup. I found it strange. Why did she have to be so sneaky? Was she plotting something? Stop beating around the bush. Edric was slightly impatient. So, I went to investigate this matter personally. I asked the gynecologist to identify Lily from her photos and then examined all of her records. Then, I went to another hospital to find several gynecologists to cross-examine those results. In conclusion, everyone deciphered that these inspections were done before someone went in for in vitro fertilization. Excuse me? Edric raised his voice out of the ordinary. Lily is going for IVF? This is unexpected. Why would she want to go for IVF? I found out that although Lily did all these tests, she didn't undergo any operations, which just adds up to the strangeness. I couldn't wrap my head around what she was planning to do, so I came to tell you. This situation was too sudden that it left Edric's mind a jumble. His mind was in a mess, and he could not figure out his thoughts. John noticed the tight knot between his eyebrows and did not dare to add anything. After realizing that Edric was not speaking for a moment, he tested the waters by asking, Is Madame Myers asking Lily to use surrogacy again? John wasn't completely sure, and his words were underlined with hesitation. Margaret had always been dissatisfied with the relationship between him and Irene. What's more, Lily had never given up on him. After a moment, Edric put two and two together and stood up abruptly. This isn't good. I might have been set up. Don't panic, Mr. Myers. This matter may not be as serious as what we're making it out to be. Let's check what happened that night first. Didn't we hire a designated driver that night? Let's go to the hotel immediately to find out who the driver was and get a clear grasp about the situation. Edric and John rushed to Rotate Palace, wanting to find the designated driver that night to get to the bottom of things. However, the hotel told Edric that there was no such driver and that Rowan was the one who had called the driver. Edric was sullen, knowing very well that he had been framed ever since the dinner invitation. Since someone had set up a trap for him to jump in, how would he find that driver so easily? It would be meaningless for them to look for that driver at that moment. Wearing a gloomy face, Edric left the hotel without saying a word. Miss Myers, what should we do now? John also realized the seriousness of the matter. Home, Edric spat. Madam is injured now. John was worried that he would go back and argue with Margaret, so he reminded him about Margaret's injury. Edric shook his head and said, It's meaningless to raise a row now. The only reason I want to go home is to know what happened that night. If all this was all Madam Myers' plans, she won't tell you. Someone is bound to come clean to me, even if it isn't her, Edric sneered. Have you forgotten about the surveillance cameras at home? I'm going to see for myself what happened that night. Lily came home to Deborah's sullen face. Deborah scolded her. Didn't I tell you that you were grounded? You've turned a deaf ear to it? Mom, I have something important to tell you. Lily led Deborah into her room and closed the door. Lowering her voice, she said, I just found out that Irene is pregnant. Where did you hear that? Deborah was taken aback. Lily told her everything that Joanne had said, making Deborah anxious. Joanne came to befriend Lily to deal with Irene together. However, she needed to verify this piece of news. She immediately called Marie. Hey, I've heard that Irene is pregnant. Is that true? Marie, who was at work, turned stunned when she heard that. She said, No way, Margaret has never brought this up. That's what Joanne told Lily. She said that it's to save Eden. I was still unconvinced, so here I am, asking you. Deborah noticed Marie's ignorant state and calmed down. She thought that perhaps the news was false. From the bottom of her heart, she certainly hoped that Irene was not pregnant. Marie was hopeful that Irene was not pregnant too. However, as they say, there would be no smoke without fire. Joanne could not have possibly faked an entire rumor to tell Lily. With Margaret's desire for grandchildren, she would be excited that Irene was pregnant. Why didn't she share with her anything about it? However, it was indeed possible to cure leukemia with the baby's cord blood. Marie pondered for a moment and said, I'll find time to visit Margaret and ask her about this. Marie was a person of her word. She immediately bought some fruits and went to visit the Myers family. Exhilarated to meet her, Margaret and her chatted for a while. Later, Marie deliberately brought up Eden's illness and asked Margaret about his treatment. Margaret sighed. He is stable for now. Since he isn't a terminal leukemia patient, Edric said it shouldn't pose a huge problem. By the time Irene gives birth to the baby, they could use the baby's cord blood for treatment and cure him. It was the first time for Margaret to mention Irene's pregnancy. Resentful, Marie thought that this old lady was so daring to keep this secret sealed within her. Fortunately, Joanne had leaked the news. Otherwise, heaven knows how long it would have taken before they caught wind of this matter. In her heart was abomination towards Margaret, but she remained her composure. This is a joyous occasion for you. Not only will the child be cured, but you can also have another addition of grandchildren. Of course, having more grandchildren is a good thing, but their mother isn't such a good person. I'm having a headache just thinking about it. Do you know that Edric is bent on rekindling the flame with Irene? Lily just happens to be pregnant at the moment. What should we do now? My head is killing me just thinking about it. There seemed to be something off in Margaret's tone. Now that the cat was out of the bag, and Margaret was not someone who kept her promises, she might regret her decision. Once she did so, the matter would be hard to deal with. Worried, Marie said, The success rate of treating leukemia with the cord blood transfer is high, but it needs to be compatible to be successful. Margaret naturally didn't understand what she meant. What do you mean? It's just that it's not certain that the child's blood in Irene's womb right now will match Eden's, Marie explained. What should we do? If Irene's newborn child doesn't match Eden, what would happen to Eden? Margaret became nervous after hearing this. You don't have to worry about it. I'm just talking about the probability. Besides, if Irene's newborn isn't compatible, isn't Lily pregnant as well? She is pregnant with Edric's child. The blood of her newborn child might as well match Eden's. Right, Lily is pregnant with Edric's baby. If Irene can't do it, we can count on Lily. Margaret understood everything rather quickly. Therefore, you don't need to rack your brain now. Be patient and wait for them to pop the babies out. If treating Eden also gives you a few more grandchildren, you should be over the moon. Margaret nodded and said, You're right. We should see things from different perspectives. As she spoke, the sound of a car came from outside. Lorraine entered the room and reported, Mr. Myers is back. A cheerful smile on her face, Margaret rose to her feet. Why did you come back so early today? Edric strode into the living room when she asked the question, with John following closely behind. Seeing Marie in the living room, Edric frowned slightly. He used to have a good impression of Marie, but now he felt she was like an accomplice when he saw her. Although he did not like her, he would not show it all over his face. He nodded politely to Marie and entered the study room. After closing the door, Edric switched on the computer and clicked on the surveillance records. The Myers family had a few cameras outside and inside the villa. As long as he could open the surveillance records from that night, he could get a clear understanding of what had actually happened. Edric adjusted timestamp of the records to the date of that night. Soon, the scene from that night unfolded before him. His car had arrived at the Myers family villa around 11 o'clock. When the car door had opened, Rowan had gotten out of the car first, followed by Lily. Then together, they carried him out of the car. At that moment, both Margaret and Marie opened the door to welcome them. They'd helped to carry him into the living room and then upstairs. There was no surveillance camera in the bedroom, so he could not see what had gone down inside. However, he could clearly see that the few people who'd helped him into the room leave the room one by one. Rowan had gone downstairs, leaving the Myers family home afterwards. However, Lily had not left. After Rowan was nowhere to be seen, she went back to his bedroom. Edric's face darkened when he saw Lily entering his bedroom again. John's expression changed as well. The two exchanged glances and continued to stare at the monitor. Marie and Margaret was chatting in the living room. The surveillance cameras had only captured the scene without recording the sound, so they failed to pick up what they had been talking about. Edric could feel his heart thumping vigorously, hoping that Lily had returned to his bedroom because she had dropped her things inside. However, that thought was undoubtedly a bit of a stretch. The clock ticked by, but Lily had been in his room for about an hour before she left. Then, Marie and Margaret both got up and greeted her. No one knew what they were saying to Lily. Finally, Lily and Marie bid their farewells and left the Myers family home. Why had Lily stayed in his bedroom for more than an hour? What had happened in the past hour? Could it be? He cut off his thoughts. For the life of him, Edric couldn't imagine that he had had intercourse with Lily in that 1 hour. He had been unconscious at that time. How could an unconscious person manage to do that? One of the possibilities was that Lily had offered herself to him, but such a notion disgusted Edric. How unimaginable would that be for a kind, demure lady like Lily to take advantage of him? What happened on this day had completely subverted his principles. Rowan, whom he had helped fund her studies, turned out to be an ingrate. Lily, who had pretended to be an elegant and gentle lady, was a fake goody-two-shoes. Margaret had aided the evil deeds and put her self-interest above her own son. Not to forget, Marie was an accomplice. They were all villains. Having been in the business world for so many years, he had operated under circumspect. However, he had never thought that such a day would come when such a thing had happened within his family's social circle. Edric felt sick to his stomach when he realized that he might have slept with Lily under their schemes. A strong wave of humiliation and fury threatened to break through Edric as John watched his face darken bit by bit. Mr. Myers, things might not be as bad as they appeared. John tried to persuade him. You were blacked out at that time. It is a bit too unbelievable that an unconscious man would do that kind of thing. Edric didn't say anything. If they all had plotted against him, it would be impossible for them to let him go unscathed. He was uncertain about what had happened, but he would be in muddy waters for long. The mystery would be unraveled eventually. It was only a matter of time. Lily wouldn't have been able to do anything in his room all by herself. Edric forced himself to ponder this question deeply. Had he been stimulated into sleeping with Lily while he was unconscious? Did Lily steal his sperm and went to perform a body checkup for an in vitro fertilization procedure in order to impregnate herself? Why would she want to be willingly pregnant with his children? Had her parents forced her to do it to write off the debt? That was an excuse in the past. What about the present? No one had forced her that time. It had been clear to Lily that he would never leave Irene, and she had been keenly aware of his fragile relationship with Irene. They would not be able to weather any form of hurdles, yet she had still done such shameful things. What was her intention? Lily was not as gentle and kind as she had appeared to be. That was but a front. Judging from what had happened in the past and present, what Lily had told him before had to be false. She had just made up a story to deceive him. Her exceptional pretense had driven him into believing her words. Slamming the table out of anger, Edric realized that he was such a joke for being fooled by a woman. How despicable. He would not let this matter slide. He would definitely show them that the consequences of framing him were terrible. In the evening, after Kinsey got off work and returned home, Eden ran over and grabbed her hand. He said to her, "Aunt Kinsey, that big liar came again today. I ignored him and threw away all the things he brought." "Good job." Kinsey gave Eden a thumbs up. "If he comes again in the future, you'll pour water on his head. He'll learn to surrender by then." "What does it mean to surrender?" Eden asked. "It meant that he wouldn't dare to come next time," Kinsey explained. "Okay, if he dares to come tomorrow, I will splash water on him." Upon hearing this, Irene frowned and said, "Kinsey, don't humor him." "I'm not humoring him. That man was shameless enough to abandon you and the kid. How dare he come back to acknowledge Eden as his son now? I'm teaching Eden to understand the truth and to prevent that man from fighting with you over his custody in the future." "He wouldn't be that brazen." "It's hard to say for sure. Edric's mother is not an easy person to deal with. With her plotting behind your back, anything could happen. It'll do us well to be on guard." Irene smiled helplessly. As Kinsey was thinking for her sake, she could not blame her for that. However, when she had seen Edric's fallen face that day, she found it somewhat unbearable in her heart. To be honest, Edric was not that much of a detestable man. Moreover, Edric was Eden's biological father, no matter the circumstances. She could not let Eden live his life shadowed in hatred. Edric was not a heinous man. During this period, she could see that he was sincerely trying his best. She could not just watch Eden hate him because that was unfair to him. While she put Eden to sleep that night, Irene mentioned to him about Edric. "Don't be rude to Dad like that in the future." "Mom, he is a big liar and a bad guy. I don't want such a person to be my dad," Eden insisted. Stephen said after thinking for a while, "Irene, I've asked Maisie to arrange a children's room for Eden. It's next to your room. You can move back in with Eden. It'll be easier for all of us to look after each other that way." Irene shook her head. It was only natural for Stephen to be fond of Eden. However, Deborah and Lily were a different story. The mother and daughter duo were bad news. If they tried anything, the consequences would be unimaginable. "You know what? I believe that you have good intentions. If you want to see Eden, you can come by any time. I'll pass on the offer to move back." "Are you worried about Lily? I've decided to send her to study abroad. We're making arrangements now, and it'll be done soon." Stephen started filling her in with the details of Lily's move abroad. "After she leaves, she won't trouble you and Edric anymore." Irene hadn't expected Stephen to do all this for her. She shook her head. "Lily and her mother are just one reason why I don't want to move back. The other reason is that I won't be staying here for long anyways. I'm planning to move abroad and bring Eden with me." "You're not going to remarry Edric?" Stephen was surprised. "So far, I have no plans to." "Irene, Edric isn't a bad person. What happened was my fault back then. Please forgive him just this once." Stephen pleaded on Edric's behalf. This has nothing to do with the past. Brad, Irene did not know how to explain her relationship with Edric. Then, is it because of Lily? Irene, Edric never intended to be together with Lily. He was set up by that spiteful Rowan. Stephen told Irene what Marie had told him. Irene, Edric is not irredeemably wicked. He is also a victim here. You should give him a chance, at least for the sake of the child. Irene looked at Stephen in surprise. She didn't know that Lily and Edric had gotten drunk and slept together. Stephen's news came as a huge surprise to her. Regardless of whether Edric had been tricked or not, it was a fact that he had relations with Lily. Irene smiled bitterly. Previously, she might have thought of giving Edric a chance, but how could she do so now when such a thing had happened? Stephen had no idea what was going through Irene's mind. He bowed his head and said, "Irene, I'm an old-timer. I can understand Edric's helplessness." Irene interrupted him. "You mean as the two of you have committed adultery before, therefore you can relate to him?" "No, I haven't cheated at all," Stephen defended himself. "Back then, I had gotten drunk and done something that I shouldn't have with Deborah. My feelings for your mother ran extremely deep. I had always blamed myself for what happened. I didn't dare to face your mother for a long time because I was afraid that she would find out. I carried that blame and remorse with me wherever I went. But you were the one who invited your mistress into the household, didn't you?" Irene pointed out bitterly. If Stephen had just married Deborah after her mother died, she would have supported Stephen's decision. However, she had stayed a mistress and he had brought her into his home as such. To Irene, this was unacceptable. "I wasn't thinking straight back then." Stephen smiled bitterly. "Irene, I know what I've done is unforgivable. I know that I am a bastard, and I've regretted it for half of my living years. It's because I've experienced it before, and that's why I'm here to persuade you. You and Edric still love each other. You can't allow the two of you to be separated just because other people are trying to break the two of you apart. Rowan deliberately wanted to keep you away from Edric to achieve her own selfish goals. If you leave Edric for good, then she will have gotten her way. I really hope you wouldn't let the instigator get away with this, especially since you're suffering." Irene stayed quiet. Stephen continued to persuade her earnestly. There will always be many unexpected events in a person's life. What you are facing now is just a sliver of time in your long life. I hope that you won't step aside and instead face it head-on together with Edric. Think about it. If you hadn't ran away back then and had listened to Edric's explanation, both of you would not be in this mess today. So Irene, please, give Edric another chance. Irene's mind was in a state of confusion because Stephen's words were actually making some sense. However, she was too shocked to hear about Rowan setting Edric and Lily up. She could not make up her mind in such a short amount of time. "Let me think about it." After Stephen left and Eden had been put to sleep, Irene sat at the bedside in a daze. Did Rowan entrap Edric to sleep with Lily? It even happened on the day she left? On that fateful night, Edric had not returned to her. She had called Edric, but Margaret had picked up and said that he was sleeping at home that night. The next morning, she had gone to the hospital to check on her pregnancy. After leaving the hospital, she had received a phone call from Rowan. Rowan arrogantly boasted that she and Edric had slept together the previous night. At that time, she had been full of joy and excitement from the news of her pregnancy, so she had not been particularly bothered by Rowan's provocation. Now that she thought about it, it was rather strange. If Rowan had set Lily and Edric up, why would she want to lie to her? Hold on, she suddenly remembered something. At that time, she had overheard a conversation between Lily and Deborah in the garden of the hospital, and they had been talking about a checkup. At that time, Lily was having her period. Since she was on her period, how could she have been pregnant with Edric's child? This was a fishy affair. Which of the two was lying, Rowan or Lily? Stephen had just left Irene's place and was about to return to the city hall when he received a call from Deborah on the way there. "Stephen, come back quickly. Something major has happened." "What's the big deal?" Stephen was impatient. Lily, she's pregnant," Deborah stammered. Stephen just sat up straight and looked at Tommy, who was driving. "Take me home right away." When Stephen arrived home, Deborah was pacing back and forth in the living room. Lily was sitting on the sofa with her face covered and crying. He barged in, and Deborah rushed up to talk to him. "What should we do now?" "Go to the hospital right away," Stephen ordered briefly. Without even allowing an opportunity for an explanation, he wanted to get rid of the unborn child. Deborah and Lily felt a pang of chill in their hearts. Lily continued to cry with her face in her hands, while Deborah had a pained expression. "I've already taken Lily to the hospital when I found out." "So is the unborn child gone?" Stephen let out a sigh of relief. "No. Why didn't you get rid of it?" Stephen's face suddenly darkened. "Lily's health won't allow it." Deborah handed Stephen a report. "The doctor said Lily's health is weak. If this unborn child is to be rid of, she will never be able to have a child ever again, so—" Stephen did not look at the report that Deborah handed him. He glanced at Deborah and Lily coldly. He knew very clearly what Lily's intentions were with Edric. Now, since she was pregnant with Edric's child, she would definitely try her best to keep the child. This so-called poor health excuse was obviously just to prevent him from going against their schemes. Stephen groaned inwardly. Although they were both his daughters, in comparison to Lily, Stephen owed Irene more. He was the reason why she was in her current situation. He would never allow such a thing to happen again. Stephen tried his best to make his voice sound indifferent. "Lily, don't cry. I'll bring you to have another checkup." These words seemed to be from a place of concern, but Deborah was well aware of what he meant. Stephen was implying that he did not believe there was anything wrong with Lily's health. She reached out to hold Lily up and said, "Don't cry. Dad has many connections. Let's go with him to have a checkup. Maybe it's a misdiagnosis." She emphasized the word misdiagnosis. Stephen's face bore a meaningful smile and took the lead to leave the home. Deborah helped Lily up and got in the car. Stephen told Tommy, "Take us to Culford City." Deborah had not expected him to go that far. He did not want her to get checked in San Fatillo. Instead, he would rather go all the way to Culford City, which was hundreds of miles away from San Fatillo. No matter how many connections she had, Deborah could not pull any strings there. Clearly, Stephen no longer trusted her. A cold sweat broke out on Deborah's forehead. As luck would have it, Lily actually was weak, or else their plan would be impossible to execute. How could Stephen, who had been a public official for so many years, not know what Deborah was thinking? He said lightly, "There are too many people in San Fatillo. We don't want this matter to be leaked out to the public. No one will know us in Culford City." That was a fake explanation as to why he wanted to go that far. Since Stephen wanted to act coy, Deborah played along. She deliberately showed a flustered look. "I didn't think that far. This morning when I realized something was wrong, I just brought her to the hospital. What do we do now? We won't be discovered, will we?" "I don't think so." Stephen was reluctant to discuss the topic. He took out his phone to make a call. The phone was soon connected, and a friendly voice could be heard. "Mr. Secretary, you must be very free today to be calling a commoner like me. I have something to ask of you." Stephen had a smile on his face. "Anything for you, ask away." "Then I will put it bluntly. I'm asking for help to get rid of a baby." "Get rid of a baby?" The other party was surprised. "Who did you knock up this time?" "It's a bit shameful to talk about this matter. However, I won't hide this from an old friend. My daughter is pregnant, but there's a problem. We can't keep the child, so I'm here to ask for your help." "No problem. I'll wait for you in the hospital." The other party was very frank and straightforward. Several hours later, the car stopped at the gate of a large hospital in Culford City. Stephen, Deborah, and their daughter went into the hospital together. Upon entering, Stephen brought Lily over to the obstetrics and gynecology department. His old classmate, Chris, was the director of the gynecology department. When Chris saw Stephen, he immediately led Lily into an examination room. After a checkup, he solemnly told Stephen, "She has done this procedure before. It seems that there was an issue with her surgery and it had adverse effects on her body." "What kind of effects?" "Let me put it this way. In her situation, she shouldn't have been able to get pregnant. It's truly a miracle that she managed to get pregnant this time. If she undergoes this procedure again, she may not be able to get pregnant again for the rest of her life." Stephen was surprised to discover that what Deborah said was true. He was stunned for a moment. Furthermore, I have something important to tell you. From the ultrasound images, she's having twins. Stephen did not care whether there were twins or not. He was worried about what to do now. If Lily could never get pregnant again, it would be too cruel of him to ask her to go through the procedure again. However, if he didn't, then this would definitely affect Irene and Edric. What could be done now? He racked his brain frantically. Deborah lightly pinched Lily's wrist, but Lily didn't react. She just stared at her mother blankly. Deborah pinched even harder and cried out sorrowfully, "What should I do, Lily, my poor child?" Lily came back to her senses and immediately knelt down in front of Stephen. "Dad, I beg you to let me keep my children. If I get rid of them, I will never be able to have a child again in my life." "Lily, it's not that I don't want you to keep your babies, but rather these children." Sigh. If it was another man's children, Stephen definitely would have let her keep them. However, the unborn twins belonged to Edric. He had just gone to Irene to persuade her to get back together with Edric. Now that this had occurred, how could he face Irene? Deborah stretched out her hand to wipe her tears. "My child, this is your fate. Just accept it." "Dad, it's so cruel for a woman to be infertile forever. Someone set me up to this. It's not my fault. You can't do this to me." Lily was not pretending this time. If Stephen really wanted her to get rid of her children, then her life would really be done for. Edric would not have anything to do with her, and she would never be able to get pregnant. She did not even dare to imagine what her future would be like after that. "Dad, I know you're afraid that I'll come in between Irene and Edric. I swear, I won't trouble them. I'll go somewhere far. Don't you want me to go abroad? I'll go right away. I won't stay here." Stephen felt uncomfortable as he watched his daughter kneeling on the ground and crying, broken to pieces. He reached out to help Lily up. "Get up. Let's talk about it when we get back." That was a concession. Visibly relieved, Deborah helped Lily up. The family returned to San Fatio in silence. On the way back, Stephen rested with his eyes closed without saying a word. Deborah and Lily were both uncharacteristically quiet, but they had both finally calmed down. As they predicted, Stephen was too soft-hearted. After all, he was a parent. They had finally won this round. A few hours later, they returned to San Fatio. The car stopped outside the villa. Stephen opened the door and got out of the car, while Deborah and Lily followed close behind. Stephen entered the study and motioned Deborah and their daughter to follow him. He closed the door and said, "I've been thinking about it in the car. Since this has already happened, we must find a way to deal with it. Since Irene and Edric are not aware of this yet, we must keep this from blowing up. So in everyone's best interests, Lily, you will go abroad soon, and the children will be born abroad. Don't come back again under any circumstances." "Whatever you say, Daddy." Lily looked agreeable. As long as Stephen agreed to let her give birth, it was her victory. As for whether she would never come back, was it possible? She may not even go abroad at all. Even if she did, with how advanced technology was, the news of her pregnancy would eventually reach Irene. Her pregnancy was essentially a ticking time bomb. Irene and Edric would never remarry, not under her watch. Lily had these thoughts inwardly. Stephen spoke again. "I'm not done yet. I've agreed to let you give birth only because of your health. There is no other reason. Don't get any ideas thinking that you can use your children as an opportunity. Edric is not someone you can dream of getting back." "Dad, don't worry. I've already lost feelings for Edric," Lily promised. "You'd better. I'm warning you both. This better be kept a secret. If I find out that either of you let Irene know about this, I won't hesitate to take action." Both mother and daughter promised that they would never let the secret out. Meanwhile, Maisie had set up dinner on the table. Since they had been running around all day, the three of them were pretty hungry. They ate silently, with Maisie serving them on the side. After the meal, Stephen went into the study while Maisie was busy cleaning up. Lily said that she was tired and went upstairs to rest. Deborah served Stephen a cup of tea and then went to her daughter's room. "Mom, what should we do now?" Lily asked in a low voice. "Now the most urgent thing is to reveal the news of your pregnancy to Irene." "I know, but with Dad's attitude, If we disclose the news of my pregnancy now, he'll definitely think that we did it. What should we do? Don't we have someone we can use? Deborah said. Are you talking about Maisie? Yes, she is very good to that little butch. Just act nauseous and front her. Maisie will definitely suspect something. Then she'll let it slip to Irene about your pregnancy. Lily nodded. That's a good idea. The mother and daughter duo then discussed the scheme to get Maisie to tell Irene about this matter. Meanwhile, Stephen called Maisie into his study and told her about Lily's pregnancy. You must keep this a secret from Irene. If Irene finds out, she will definitely never forgive Edric. Maisie nodded. Okay. I won't tell Irene. Back then, Deborah had used Lily to snatch away Myra's man. Now, her own daughter was using the exact same tactic to snatch away Irene's man. Maisie struggled to hold her indignation in check. She wished she could just destroy the children in Lily's belly. Stephen had said that the children could not be touched because of Lily's health. If the children were gotten rid of, she might never have a child again. Then, Maisie had a malicious thought. It's better to let them die, so Lily can receive the karma she deserves. There was no light in the room. Edric stood by the window and quietly looked outside. From downstairs came the sharp voice of his mother, Margaret. Most likely, Lorraine had made her angry again. His mother's temper had always been so short that any little thing could set her off. An average person probably would not be able to stand her. Edric remembered that they often changed nannies until Lorraine came to work for them. Lorraine had a mild temperament. No matter how badly his mother berated her, she could take it. He also felt bad for Lorraine, so he gave her a decently high salary. That was probably why Lorraine had never left. The scolding downstairs was getting louder and louder. Edric frowned and wondered what his mother was fussing about. It seemed that recently, her dissatisfaction with Lorraine had increased a lot. Edric didn't want to bother himself with it, but he finally couldn't stand it anymore. He opened the door and went out. Looking down from the second floor, he saw Margaret sitting in the wheelchair, yelling at Lorraine hysterically. Lorraine, with her back to his mother, lowered her head. She knelt down silently and wiped the floor with a cloth. Edric stood upstairs and was ready to open his mouth to calm his mother down, but when he saw the anger and hatred on Lorraine's face, he swallowed back his words. It never occurred to him that Lorraine, who usually endured the humiliation without saying a word, would display that kind of expression. He coughed gently. Upon hearing that, the anger on Lorraine's face suddenly disappeared and was instantly replaced by her usual meekness and modesty. Edric even suspected that his eyes had seen wrongly just now. He suddenly thought of something and walked downstairs. "Mom, what are you fussing about again?" "I asked her to make me some dessert, but she put in so much sugar. Is she trying to kill me?" Margaret said angrily. "It's just a small issue, isn't it?" Edric frowned. "It's not a small issue. She has been in our house for more than 9 years, yet she still doesn't even know how I like my food. It proves that she doesn't work hard at all. Don't you think she deserves a scolding?" The mention of 9 years made Edric frown. He and Irene had met and gotten married 9 years ago, too. He thought about how Lorraine had only entered their family after he and Irene got married. Seeing his mother still babbling on about how to scold Lorraine, Edric signaled Lorraine to leave and ignore his mother's nagging. He pushed his mother into the recreation room. Edric closed the door and said placatingly, "Mom, everyone makes mistakes. You don't have to make such a fuss over it. Think about what others usually do for you. Not everyone is willing to work so hard to make sacrifices for you." "What sacrifices? I pay her, don't I?" "Think about it yourself. Which nanny's salary is this high? She has been in our house for 9 years. She's earned at least a couple $1,000,000 from us. That's why we have to cherish her even more. She's already accumulated so much money over the years. She doesn't need to be slaving for us. She could have used her money to open a small business and enjoy her later years if she wanted to." Edric continued to persuade her. "The fact that she still works for us shows that it's because of sentiment. Mom, we are all human beings. Even if we had a pet for 9 years, we would be reluctant to see it go, let alone a human being. You can't treat her like this." "Do you think she really wants to stay in our house?" Margaret snorted. "I'm telling you, It has nothing to do with sentiment. She only cares about money. She can't work for free. It's only natural for her to want to earn money by working hard. I hadn't planned on exposing her, but since you keep defending her, I'll show you the kind of person she really is. Margaret started getting angry. Let me tell you, Lorraine is not a good person at all. She's paying for a male sugar baby outside. Do you know who that man is? It's Stephen's driver. I've seen him before. He's at least 10 years or more younger than her. Don't you think she's shameless? Can't she find a man around her own age? She found such a young guy, and she could practically be his mother. She's just a nanny for our family, not a captive. Her personal affairs are none of our business, Edric interrupted Margaret. He had seen Stephen's driver and Lorraine in the pharmacy that day and found it unusual, so he had asked John to investigate. There were no results yet, but he did not expect to hear all this news from his mother. So, that's what the relationship between Lorraine and Stephen was. What's more, I should select employees with good morals. Why should I have such an immoral person working in our house? Margaret asked. Edric sneered. Mom, you're right. Since you hate immoral people, why do you want me to marry a mistress' daughter? Margaret was struck speechless from his question. Edric continued to ask, didn't you say you hated immoral people? But your best friend, Marie, is a mistress. Before you talk about others, maybe take a look at yourself. Margaret became angry from embarrassment. The reason we're close is not even because of that. I don't forget a person's kindness. Marie used to treat me well, so naturally I should treat her well too. As for Lily, she is a kind person and has never done anything unscrupulous. Although her mother is a mistress, Lily can't help that. You can't blame Lily. There was neither reason nor logic to love and hate. Edric had expected Margaret to be protective of Lily. Neither did he expect to change her view of Lily so quickly. At this moment, he didn't want to expose his real motives too soon. Lily had put on such an excellent act that even he himself had been duped, let alone his mother. He planned to slowly strip away her act and let his mother see her true colors. After persuading Margaret to go back to her room to sleep, Edric also went back to his own room. After taking a shower, John called him. Mr. Myers, Stephen had just taken Lily and Deborah to the hospital in Culford City today. They went to a hospital so far away? Edric was confused. Yes, I had asked people to follow him, but all I could find out was that Stephen had just met up with his old classmate, Chris Cassidy. Due to the fact that the meeting was held in private, we could not confirm what they were doing. However, this Chris Cassidy is a well-known gynecologist in Culford City, John answered. Is that so? Edric was stunned. At that time, why was Stephen finding a gynecologist expert for Deborah and Lily? Did Stephen know that Lily had colluded with Deborah to plot against him? No, he had to talk to Stephen and tell him that he had nothing to do with Lily at all. After thinking for a while, John added, I had asked someone to investigate Lorraine and Tommy. We found that the relationship between them was very suspicious, as they seemed to be very intimate with each other. Edric nodded. I've just heard about it. Let's put this matter aside for now. You just keep an eye on Lily. The following day, Lily deliberately acted sick in front of Maisie. She wanted Maisie to know that she was pregnant, but Maisie did not even look at her. When they were having dinner, Lily covered her mouth and went into the bathroom again. After going back and forth 3 times, Maisie finally said, Miss, you don't have to pretend to be pregnant at home. You should do a better job faking it outside instead. It's not a good thing to let others know that you are pregnant. It turned out that she knew that Lily was pregnant. Lily and Deborah were petrified. Maisie added, Mr. Cook has said that you'd better not go out in this state to prevent any trouble from happening. Once he finishes preparing your documents to study abroad, I will accompany you there for the birth, so it is best if you do not go out during this period. Lily hated her situation very much. Maisie had refused to pass the news to Irene. What should she do? Should they let Marie spread the news? No, Stephen was already suspicious of them. It was impossible to let Marie do anything at all. Stephen had made it very clear that if Irene knew about her pregnancy, he would not hold back. This matter had come to this point. With Stephen's maliciousness, he would definitely get rid of her child without hesitation if she angered him. Was she really going to give birth to a child abroad like what Maisie had said? Was she going to retaliate only after giving birth to the child, as Deborah did? Deborah's situation was completely different from what was happening now. Stephen had just been an official last time. He was afraid that this kind of thing would affect his career, so he was forced to marry Deborah. However, Edric was different. He was a businessman, so he didn't care about these frivolous things. She thought that Deborah's way of retaliating would not work at all. The only way left was to make Irene give up on Edric completely. As Lily thought of this, hatred began to pool in her heart again. If Joanne hadn't told Edric about Irene's child, Irene and Edric would not have been together. Thinking of Joanne, she thought of the business card that Joanne gave her. Could she take advantage of Joanne and have her tell Irene about her pregnancy? Lily called Joanne and told her that she was pregnant. Joanne was thrilled when she heard this. She was just plotting against Irene, and now this news had been served on a silver platter to her. Edric went to see Stephen. Stephen was a politician and also Irene's father, so Edric had to give Stephen some respect. He didn't directly say that Lily and Margaret had done dirty things together, but he had gently implied so. I want to make it clear to you that I don't have any interest in Lily. Irene is the only one in my heart. In the past, I had promised to get engaged to Lily because she couldn't have any children. Now that Eden is sick, I'm putting all my focus on Irene and Eden now. I don't want to have any relationship with her any further. Please help me keep an eye on Miss Cook. I don't want her to appear in my house again and have any relations with my mother. Stephen's face flushed a little hotly. Of course, he knew that Edric was respecting him by not mentioning that Lily had sex with him. He did not believe Lily when she told him that she had slept with Edric. How could it be that Rowan framed her? It must have been that Lily herself had planned it. He had thought that Lily was being unreasonable, so he tried to send her abroad to get rid of her. Now Edric had asked him to deal with her. Stephen also knew that Edric hated her to the extreme. It was too sad for a woman to be hated by a man while she remained clueless to it. In Stephen's heart, he hated Lily for being such a disappointment and Deborah for not teaching her well. So he said, I will handle this matter. I have been working on the immigration documents. I will send her abroad immediately. She won't bother you anymore in the future. Edric had no objection to Stephen's course of action. Only Lily herself knew what had happened that night. Thinking of what John had said about Stephen and Lily going to the hospital, Edric couldn't help but ask, I heard that you went to the hospital in Culford City yesterday. Are you sick? Stephen just wanted to hide the fact that Lily was pregnant, but when he saw that Edric began to notice, he smiled bitterly and answered, Lily is pregnant. What did you say? Edric jumped up and sat down again, only realizing that he was overreacting a little. How are you going to deal with this? I was going to have her get rid of the child, but Lily's body can't handle such a procedure. The doctor said that if we continued the operation on her, she may be infertile for the rest of her life, Stephen replied truthfully. What do you mean? Are you going to let her give birth to the baby? Edric got anxious after hearing this. I'm sorry, I don't want to do this either. However, if I don't let her give birth to the baby, she will never get pregnant anymore. I really can't do that to her, Stephen pleaded. No, this child cannot be born, Edric refused flatly. I've never intended to let other women give birth to my children, be it past or present. I won't let this child be born. Just think of Lily, Stephen just begged. Edric, just let her give birth to the baby. I will send her abroad and never let her come back. She is a human being, not a cat or dog. Mr. Cook, are you certain that sending her abroad would be enough to sweep everything under the rug? Edric sneered. If she brought the child back, how can I face her in the future? But the doctor said that Lily became like this because of the injury of the miscarriage that year. Edric rudely interrupted Stephen. At the end of the day, it was you who had wronged her. This has nothing to do with me. I have given her so much money as compensation over the years. If she had a conscience, she should have known to stop instead of continuing to pester me shamelessly. Let me tell you, Lily must have done something to get that child. Her purpose is to move up the ladder using the child. I will never sympathize with such a shameless person. Mr. Cook, I am warning you now that I won't accept this child. Lily ending up infertile has nothing to do with me. I will leave you with two options. Either you have her get rid of the child, or I will use everything in my power to do it myself. Seeing that Edric's aggressive attitude, Stephen knew he had no choice, and he understood Edric's worries well. However, no matter how cold-hearted he was, he could never do that to his daughter. He would not leave his daughter to rot alone for the rest of her life without any support. Edric had gone too far with this. The two of them unhappily parted that day. Stephen was angry in his heart, and so was Edric. To think back that he unknowingly slept with Lily, and now she even was bearing his baby. This was too unfair. Before this, Edric still held on to whatever little hope was left and thought he would start over with Irene. However, after such a mess, Edric clearly realized that it was impossible for him and Irene to start over again. He was depressed. Lily wanted to give birth to the child, let her dream on. No matter what, he would get rid of that child even if it killed him. While Edric was feeling dispirited, Joanne came to find Irene. Irene, you're so pitiful. You're here taking care of Edric's child and saving his son, but he and Lily already had a secret affair. Miss White, you're wrong. Me saving my son has nothing to do with Edric. I'm just a mother doing what I can. As for Edric, we have already divorced. It's natural for him to be with another woman. There's no need for secrecy at all. You are really generous, but I don't think you are being sincere. I don't believe that you are not sad at all. Joanne sneered. Let me tell you, Lily is pregnant. Irene was stunned. Didn't Edric say that Lily could not have children? What's this about her being pregnant then? Seeing that Irene's shocked expression, Joanne knew that she had her attention, and she put on an even more sinister smile. I heard that she's pregnant with twins. If she were to give Edric 2 sons, your child would be worthless. As a mother of the child, shouldn't you think of a way to let your child fight for the rights he deserves? Miss White need not worry about this. My child is a priceless treasure in my heart. As for the rights you mentioned, it is only important to those useless parasites. My child can do whatever he wants, and he can create his own happiness. Just keep on pretending. I don't believe that you really don't care about money. If that's the case, you wouldn't have kept on pestering my brother and Jordan. Instead, you'd have found some poor guy to marry. That's just Miss White's wishful thinking. As long as I know the truth, I don't need anyone else to understand it. We are not fools. The reason why you come here today is to see how sad I am. Are you satisfied with what you're seeing now? Irene stared at Joanne with a mocking smile. As Joanne's intention had been exposed, her face immediately flushed red. Irene, I was just feeling sorry for you, so I came here to tell you, don't be so brash. Then, I have to apologize. I really couldn't tell that Miss White was being kind at all, Irene sniped back. I still have some matters to attend to, Miss White. Please leave. I won't be seeing you off. Joanne left angrily with a flushed face. When she met Edric at the door, Edric felt uncomfortable upon seeing her. Miss White, why are you coming here so frequently? What are you trying to do? This is my fiancé's villa. It's none of your business, and I can come and go as I please. Joanne was full of anger. Of course, it's none of my business that you came to your fiancé's villa. However, I'm warning you that my wife and children live in this villa. Don't try anything to them. I won't be this nice to you if you provoke me. What wife? She's just an ex-wife. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? Joanne retorted. I know you are not afraid, but I'm willing to make a bet with you. Would you believe me if I said that I would have someone strip you naked and throw you on the street tonight? Can you even imagine the media sensation that would cause? Joanne looked at Edric's gloomy face and did not dare to refute. This was San Fatillo, which was Edric's territory. The consequences would not be good if she provoked him. Seeing Edric, Irene controlled the disgust in her heart and tried to talk to him as calmly as possible. Eden has just fallen asleep. If you want to see him, you can go in and take a look. Leave when he wakes up. I don't want him to be upset when he sees you. Edric shook his head. Irene, I'm not here to see Eden. I have something to talk to you about. Irene nodded and invited Edric to sit on the sofa and poured him a glass of water. Edric lowered his head and did not dare to look at her. After he had left Stephen, Edric was both angry and desperate. He was furious because Lily was too shameless. He felt that he and Irene could never be together for the rest of his life. In the past, Edric had been waiting for Irene as he thought that if he did not have an affair, there was still a reason for Irene to forgive him. However, he had lost any possible chance for Irene to forgive him now. Edric had contemplated his decision for a long time before he dared to come here. He wanted to come clean to Irene. Thus he said, "Irene, Lily is pregnant." Edric told Irene everything that happened without hiding anything. He didn't know what kind of judgment he would face. He did not expect Irene to forgive him. He only hoped that Irene would not stop him from seeing Eden. "Are you saying that she worked with Rowan to drug you and then took advantage of you and got pregnant that way?" Irene looked at Edric in surprise. She never thought that Edric would talk to her about this matter. She believed that Edric would try his best to hide this matter instead of coming clean. Edric nodded. "I can't completely remember what happened that night, so only Lily knows what really happened. I guess she must have done something to me when I was unconscious, and that's how she got pregnant." Thinking of Lily being so brazen to do such a thing to Edric, Irene felt uncomfortable. "Edric has nothing to do with you anymore. It's natural for him to be with another woman," she told herself, then shook her head and tried to drive away from the discomfort in her heart as much as possible. "Isn't it obvious already? She must have taken advantage of you." After saying this, Irene suddenly paused. She remembered that she heard Lily and Deborah talking about her menstrual cycle checkup in the hospital the day after the incident. If Lily had been on her period, how could she have had sex with Edric? Even if she was that desperate and did have sex with Edric, the possibility of pregnancy during her menstruation should have been low, right? Seeing that Edric was so troubled that he did not dare to look up at her, Irene felt sympathetic towards Edric. "Edric, I want to tell you one thing. Lily had her period that night, so she couldn't have done anything to you." "How do you know that?" Edric couldn't believe that such a piece of unexpected information would appear. "I happened to overhear the conversation between Deborah and Lily when I went for a pregnancy checkup in the hospital the other day. They seemed to be doing some kind of examination, and she happened to need to have her period for it," Irene explained. "She was undergoing artificial insemination." Edric was stunned after he said that. Lily was on her period, so she would not do that kind of thing with him. In that case, was the child artificially inseminated? That night, did she steal his sperm? This matter had to be investigated. "What are you going to do now?" Irene saw that Edric was frowning, and he was not saying a word, so she asked him curiously. She and Edric had already divorced. The fact that Edric came to her to tell her about this was a little strange. "I want her to stop the pregnancy," Edric answered. "Edric, don't be rash. That's your child, and your mother likes Lily so much. Now that she's pregnant, why not get married? That way, I can finally be rest assured," Irene comforted sincerely. It was no wonder that people liked to say that misfortune might be a blessing in disguise. Although she did not like the idea of Edric and Lily having a child, it had already happened, and there was no need to cry over spilled milk. On the contrary, as long as Edric had his own child, he and Margaret would not have to fight for Eden's custody, so it was relatively a good thing. Edric suddenly became aggravated. "Irene, I don't want any woman to give birth to my babies except for you with Eden. I won't let Lily keep her baby." "Edric, it's your business whether you keep it or not. There's no need to tell me." Irene sighed. "I just want to take good care of my child now. I don't want to care about anything else, and I don't have the energy to do so either." "I know. I'm letting you know so that you won't be upset. Since Lily has done such a shameless thing, she will definitely come to disturb you. I am afraid that she'll make trouble for you." Edric exhaled deeply. "Irene, I used to crave for your forgiveness and wanted to be with you again. However, after experiencing such a thing, I know that it's impossible for anything to happen between us anymore. I won't dream of starting over again with you. I just hope that you won't stop me from seeing my child because of this," Edric begged from the bottom of his heart. "You don't have to worry about that. As long as Eden is willing to accept you, I won't stop him. In the evening, when Kinsey and Thomas came back, Irene told them about Lily's plot of getting pregnant with Edric's child. Kinsey was furious. I have never heard of such shamelessness before. How can there be such an audacious person in this world? Sure enough, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Deborah schemed against your mother in the very beginning, too. Now her special skills have been passed on to her daughter. Thomas was also outraged. Yeah, when I think of this, I am angry. Deborah had stolen away your mother's man, and now the little bitch is coming to rob your man. Motherfuckers, do they think that we're so easy to bully? Kinsey listened to Thomas's words and became angry and couldn't help swearing. Mind your image, Irene laughed. Kinsey stuck out his tongue. I'm sorry, I was just too angry. Thomas sighed. Edric must have run out of luck. He had such a mother and met such a disgusting woman. There's no way for him to get away from this now. In fact, I think Edric is quite the man. If I had encountered such a thing, I would not have the courage to tell anyone about it. Yeah, Edric is really pitiful. He is actually very innocent. Kinsey previously had no sympathy for Edric at all, but this time she stood on Edric's side. But Edric's mother must be delighted. She used to like the little butch so much, and now that the little butch is pregnant, she must have fainted from excitement, right? Maybe, but Edric said he would stop her from having the baby. Irene told them what Edric had told her today. If it were me, I would also get rid of the child. Who would want a child born out of schemes and tricks? Kinsey nodded. This time, I support Edric. I hope that he will dispose of the child in the little bitch's belly immediately and let the little bitch cry. I doubt things would go so smoothly. Irene shook her head. Margaret would definitely stop that. You're right. With Margaret here, it won't be easy for Edric to deal with Lily's child. Kinsey was a little discouraged. Do we have to let that little butch have her way? What else can we do? I feel so disheartened. Why are we letting that little butch win? Those two have had enough fun these years. No, we must find a way to punish them. Kinsey's eyes suddenly lit up after she said that. Irene, that little butch wants to marry Edric, right? Why don't we play with her? You and Edric will get married again, and the little butch will get nothing in the end. What a lousy idea. Irene glared at her. In my life, what I believe is that I will not offend others unless I have been attacked first. If I were you, I would definitely unite with Edric, on the condition that Edric will give all the property to Eden and your unborn baby so that even if that bitch gives birth to a baby under Margaret's protection, she would have nothing in the future. That bitch is scheming against Edric for the sake of money, so this would be a great blow to her. Kinsey was getting more excited as she spoke, but when she saw Irene and Thomas staring at her, she had to stop talking. Forget it. I shouldn't hope to rely on you two. I'll just continue fantasizing in my head. The next day, when Kinsey told Jordan that Lily was pregnant, Jordan was also surprised. To think such a shameless person would exist in this world. Yeah, this mother and daughter really defines the word shameless to the extreme. I don't think Irene deserves this. Kinsey echoed. I have to think of a way to retaliate back. Isn't Edric trying to get rid of the child? This is the best way to retaliate. Jordan sneered. How painful it is to kill a person's hopes in an instant. Margaret would never allow that. Kinsey sighed. If Edric insists on doing so, Margaret can't stop him, Jordan claimed. You're right. Kinsey nodded. By the way, how is the investigation on Deborah going? I've found something. The beauty salon was run by a man named Heather Wheeler. Heather and Deborah would go out using the cat alley, nothing unusual. Moreover, Deborah has never been back there recently. Jordan recalled some of the findings he had. How could this be? Kinsey sighed disappointedly. I thought I could find the old bitch's weakness and destroy her, but I didn't expect that there would be no progress. It's not that there's no progress at all. As long as we pay attention to her, we will definitely get hold of her weakness. So you don't have to worry too much. Jordan tried to encourage her. After leaving Jordan, Kinsey went back to the TV station. When she got off work, she was unexpectedly stopped by Joanne at the TV station's gate. You are Kinsey, right? I have something to talk to you about. What's the matter? Naturally, Kinsey also knew Jordan's fiancée. Miss Miller, do you think it is appropriate to talk about these things here? Joanne looked down on Kinsey. Recently, when she heard that Jordan had met Kinsey several times, she began to feel uncomfortable. Although Kinsey was not as beautiful as Irene, she was still quite a beauty herself. Could it be that she had a relationship with Jordan? She had to beat Kinsey. According to Joanne, Kinsey was just a small director at the TV station. She would definitely be intimidated upon seeing her, so defeating her would be easy. Unexpectedly, Joanne was wrong. In Kinsey's eyes, she was nothing at all. It's not some important secret anyway. Why can't you say it here? I'm very busy. If Miss White has something to say, then spit it out. If not, then I'll just go home now. Seeing that Kinsey was disregarding her, Joanne felt embarrassed. Miss Miller, I heard that you live in my fiancé's villa? Joanne asked. That's right. Miss White should have known about this earlier, right? Kinsey answered. Do you think it's reasonable to live in my fiancé's villa? Joanne pushed on further. What's wrong with that? Kinsey asked. I don't live alone, and it's your fiancé who had invited me. If you are not satisfied with that, you can talk to him. What's the point in looking for me? Jordan is handsome and rich. Many women want to hook up with him. Additionally, Jordan has been addicted to fooling around with women since he was a child. The Reed family is not an ordinary family, and not many people are qualified even to get close to him. I hope Miss Miller knows this as well. So you do know how handsome Jordan is? It's normal for other women to have feelings for a man like him. Kinsey smiled at Joanne. To tell you the truth, I like Jordan very much. Originally, it was just an innocent crush. However, since you've said so, I might just give it a try. You. Joanne did not expect Kinsey and Irene to be so starkly different. After being stunned a while, she immediately composed herself. Jordan likes Irene, and you know that, don't you? You are Irene's friend. Do you want to tell Irene that I like Jordan? Kinsey interrupted her. Let me tell you, a few words can't ruin the friendship between Irene and I. If you don't believe me, you can go ahead and give it a try. Finishing her sentence, Kinsey left, leaving only the sound of her high heels click-clacking. She got in the car and started the engine. In the rearview mirror, she saw Joanne remaining still in place and staring in her direction. Kinsey snorted inwardly. Everyone's sweetheart? She was nothing but a show-off. It was Irene who did not fight with others. It was also her bad luck to have bumped into Joanne. Kinsey started the car and drove away, humming. On the way, she pondered a while before calling Jordan. Your fiancé was at the entrance of the TV station, and she stopped me. She didn't want me to have any ulterior motives towards you. Really? Jordan laughed. Joanne had gone to look for Kinsey? With Kinsey's temper, Joanne must have been devastated. He was very interested in what Kinsey had done to Joanne, so he asked, How did you deal with her? What are you talking about? I was so terrified of her that I burst into tears on the spot. I'm immediately calling you right after to complain. Kinsey acted pitifully. Humph, are you the kind of person who would be so easily terrified? Jordan wasn't convinced at all. Ha, you don't believe me. Who am I kidding? I wouldn't believe myself either. I just told her that I like how handsome you are. She got so angry that she grew dumbfounded. You should have seen her. She was probably surprised by my boldness. After hanging up the phone, Jordan frowned. Joanne really was not someone who would change her character so easily. It seems that he could not let her stay any longer. He had to send her back. After thinking about it, Jordan called Nathan and told him about Joanne's situation. He wanted Nathan to find a way and send Joanne back. After hearing the news, Nathan was also horrified and told old Mrs. White immediately. She was outraged. She knew that this granddaughter of hers was not easy to deal with, but she did not expect her to be so troublesome. She immediately called Joanne and asked her to return quickly. Joanne did not dare to disobey old Mrs. White's request, so she had no choice but to pack up and go back to Mencodia. After seeing Irene, Edric went home in confusion. He went and got the security footage of that night and watched it again. Lily was wearing a skirt that day. When she helped him upstairs, she did not bring anything along with her. When she came out, she was empty-handed too. In that case, how was his sperm stolen? Edric was afraid that he had missed something, so he took the security footage to the company and checked it with his technology department staff. The staff also verified that Lily came out empty-handed. How on earth did Lily get pregnant with the child? Edric couldn't figure it out. However, Edric thoroughly understood that the reason why Lily was trying so hard to have relations with him was not that because she loved him, but that he had hundreds of millions of property. Edric sneered. Lily, who only wanted his family property, had made a fatal mistake. He would not give her a penny of his family's property. In order to eliminate any hope of her getting anything, he would leave all the property under his name to Eden, Irene, and the baby in Irene's belly. He wanted to see if Lily would still pester him if he were a broke man. Edric was a man of his word, and he immediately called a lawyer to draft the documents needed to transfer his property. Margaret soon caught wind of this matter. She immediately called Edric to come home, but Edric ignored her. Margaret didn't favor Lorraine very much during this period, so she asked the guards to send her to the company instead. Seeing Edric, Margaret got teary-eyed and began to question, "What on earth are you doing, giving all your property to others without my permission?" "Do I need to have your permission to give my children my property?" Edric asked. "They're still so young. If you give them your property, they won't be able to manage it." Margaret reasoned with Edric. "Aren't I in charge? As long as I'm here, what are you afraid of?" Edric stood his ground. "That won't work either. If that woman, Irene, does something and steals your shares, what will you do?" Margaret tried to plant some doubts into Edric. "I don't know whether Irene will play tricks on me or not, but I know why you are so agitated." "Don't worry, as I won't touch your shares," Edric sneered. "Are you kidding me? I'm not doing this for the property. Isn't all my property yours anyway?" Margaret got mad at his words. "I wouldn't dare to take your property. If I could, I would rather be born into another family. At least I wouldn't feel the pain of being tricked by my own mother." "What did I do to you?" Margaret was getting a little guilty. What did Edric mean? Did he know something? Thinking that Lily wouldn't be so stupid as to tell her son the truth about the pregnancy at this time, she got confident enough and refuted his bravado. "I'm asking you now, how did Lily get pregnant with that child?" Edric was angry when he saw that his mother still wanted to be perfunctory. "You know all of that now? Lily is pregnant not because you got drunk with her, but—" Margaret had planned to tell Edric about Lily's pregnancy for a while, but she didn't expect Edric to know about it in advance. Since that was the case, she wanted to pretend to not know, just to see what her son would do. "I got drunk? Do you still want to deny it now?" Edric interrupted Margaret. He had no words for Margaret anymore. "Let me ask you, what did you and Marie want to achieve by sitting in the living room and letting Lily in my room?" Margaret now knew that she couldn't deny it any longer. "If you had listened to me and hadn't insisted on dating Irene, would I have done this? What have I done to deserve a mother like you? Everything I have ever loved, you've destroyed, and everything I've hated, you do your best to stuff it to me. Are you even my mother?" Edric was furious at Margaret. "It's my fault for letting that happen, but Lily is pregnant now, and the boat has already sailed. Don't complain anymore. Just listen to me and marry Lily," Margaret pleaded. "In your dreams," Edric mocked. "I'm not afraid to tell you that the idea of Lily and I getting married is nothing but a fantasy in your head. I won't marry such a disgusting woman even if I had to die. Give it up. This has nothing to do with Lily. It's all my scheming." Margaret put in a good word for Lily. "Lily doesn't want to do this either. It's me who begged her." Margaret cried out. "A lie can only last for so long, but it can't deceive everyone forever. I know what kind of person Lily, clearer than you. I advise you to open your eyes. You'll regret it if you don't," Edric claimed. "Edric, it's all my fault. It's understandable that you're angry with me, but you have to think of Lily too. She's pregnant with your child." Margaret begged. "My child? Do you think that I will let such a disgusting woman give birth to my child?" Edric refuted. "Mark my words, that child in Lily's belly, I will find a way to get rid of it." "How dare you?" Margaret was anxious. "Whoever dares to hurt my grandson, I'll fight to the death with him." "You can give it a try." Edric didn't buy her words at all. Margaret went home in a fit of rage. It seemed that this matter was brought to a standstill as of now. Edric was furious now. Thus, he might resort to some extreme measures. She had to hide Lily first. Only once he had calmed down would she then bring it up once more. Lily was not staying idle either. After hearing Joanne say that she would reveal the news to Irene, she had been waiting for Irene and Edric to argue. However, there was no sign of someone coming at all, and Irene's life seemed to go on as usual. On the other side, Joanne had gone back to Mencodia. Stephen had warned Lily to go out if it was not necessary. He also notified her that Edric might hurt her and stop her pregnancy. Lily didn't expect that Edric's reaction would be so strong, so she had to turn her sights towards Margaret for help. Unexpectedly, Margaret called her at that time and informed her to be careful, which was the same as Stephen's advice. Lily was scared. She didn't expect that Edric would ignore Margaret's orders. Without the last line of defense, she could not escape. No, I can't keep on being like this, Lily thought to herself. Edric had already found out about the truth anyways. Since Stephen had not found out who leaked it, she did not have to worry about Stephen's punishment. Lily then decided to see Irene. Irene took Eden outside for a walk. A woman, who was hiding her face with a pair of sunglasses and a hat, came over to her and Eden. When she walked in front of Eden, the woman suddenly stopped her and called her. Irene realized that the woman was Lily. Irene glared at Lily. "Miss Cook, why are you blocking my way?" "I have something to discuss with you. Let's go somewhere private to talk," Lily said furtively. "I don't have the time." Irene immediately rejected Lily's suggestion. "Irene, I'm pregnant. Please help me. I'm really at my wit's end," Lily pleaded in a quiet voice. Irene looked at Lily's expression and felt only disgust. "What does you being pregnant have to do with me? Miss Cook must have gotten the wrong person. I know you hate me intensely, but that time I really was framed by Rowan. That woman was too vicious. I had planned to go to the hospital to stop the pregnancy, but the doctor had said something was wrong with my body. If I did it, I would never have another child in my life." Lily handed Irene a report. "Look, this is the proof from the doctors." Irene did not take it. Instead, she just looked at her coldly. "What does this have to do with me? I'm not the one who is stopping your pregnancy." "But Edric won't allow me to keep this child." "Irene, could you help persuade Edric?" Lily wiped her tears. "It's not just a single baby in my belly. They're twins. They are Edric's children. Isn't Eden sick? Maybe there will be a time when they would be useful in the future. I'm amazed that Miss Cook is so kind, but I will take care of my own child's illness by myself. You, as an outsider, don't need to worry about it. Irene, I beg you, please let me give birth to my children. Don't worry, I will be far away from you and Edric. What you are worried about will never happen." Lily knelt in front of Irene. "Miss Cook, stop acting. I'm not a fool. I know enough not to trust a wolf in sheep's clothing. Besides, what happened between you and Edric has nothing to do with me. You've really gotten the wrong person. Irene, how can you be so cruel? No matter what, the blood flowing in my veins is the same as yours. No matter what, you are also a mother with a child. How can you be so cruel?" Lily saw that Irene refused to help her, so she stood up angrily. Irene had long known that Lily was nothing but a devious person, yet she was still enraged. "Miss Cook, you've come to the wrong place to seek for kindness. When you had decided to plot against Edric, you should have thought of what would happen today. I don't understand. How can you still come to me after what you've done?" "Irene, I admit it. I'm shameless, but you're not much better than me. On the one hand, you said that you had nothing to do with Edric, and on the other, you've strung him along with a child. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be separated. And you know better than me how you got that baby in your belly." Lily never expected that Irene would sympathize with her when she came to Irene. Since Irene did not hold back when they met, she failed to see the point of acting anymore. "You are not much better than me. At least I didn't covet a married man. You and your mother, Deborah, are a couple of freaks. Both of you are so disgusting, scheming to steal men away from others." Irene was furious. Although they were both pregnant, Edric had treated Irene like a treasure, while he treated Lily as dust. Even though Deborah had instructed Lily to not harm Irene's baby, yet there was no one around now. If she pushed Irene and made her infertile, just like what happened that year, what would Edric do? Lily thought of this and immediately glanced at the car behind her from the corner of her eye. When she saw Tommy was in the car recording her and Irene, she was relieved and immediately attacked Irene viciously. "Don't you hate me because of my mother? Irene, have some common sense. It was your good-for-nothing mother who could not hold on to her man. So why are you directing your hate towards me? As for Edric, there's no smoke without fire. If he was that innocent, do you think someone would be scheming against him? You're so ruthless over a man. One day, karma will get you." Lily knew what Irene's soft spots were, and she was purposely provoking her. Irene was so angry that she couldn't help but slap Lily across her face. Lily covered her face and didn't fight back, but she stared fiercely at Irene's stomach. She couldn't make the first move against Irene right now. She had to provoke Irene first so that she could push Irene down in the name of self-defense. "Look at your son. He's got such a serious illness at such a young age. It's all because of you, his mother." Before she could finish her words, a voice suddenly rang out. "Bitch, you've got some nerve. How dare come here with your slander?" Kinsey did not see Irene when she returned home, so she guessed that Irene had brought Eden here for a walk. She came over and saw Lily attacking Irene. She could not bear it and slapped Lily hard. "This bitch has already been so shameless. She should just go into seclusion somewhere," Kinsey thought to herself. She hated the fact that Lily had the nerve to show up here to provoke Irene. Her anger didn't stop there. After the slap, she kicked Lily hard. "Don't you like to kneel? Kneel down and ask for forgiveness." With the kick, Lily immediately knelt down. Kinsey grabbed her hair and gave her another slap. Lily covered her belly with her hands and kept cursing Irene and Kinsey. Kinsey was shouting furiously, "You best believe I'm going to knock that baby right out of you, you bitch." Irene was shocked. Kinsey's temper was no joke. She could actually lose control and cause Lily to have a miscarriage. That wouldn't be good. She hurriedly stopped her. "Kinsey, take it easy. Don't hurt her belly." Kinsey was not stupid. Naturally, she knew what Irene meant. Lily was the secretary's daughter. If she were to lose her baby, she would definitely be in trouble. So she avoided her stomach and instead continued to slap Lily in the face. Lily was being slapped so hard that she screamed. Finally, she couldn't bear the pain anymore and began to scream, "Tommy, you're dead. I'm being beaten, but you're not coming to my rescue?" As she scolded, a man hurriedly got out of the car and pulled them away. With backup, Lily pointed at Kinsey and said confidently, "Kill this bitch!" Irene sneered, "You'd better think about it carefully. If you dare to make a move, I will let you get a taste of what prison is like." Tommy was not stupid. Irene was not someone he could mess with. If he dared to make a move today, Jordan, Edric, and even Stephen would kill him. He and Lily were there that day not to fight. He lowered his voice and reminded her, "Miss Cook, be careful of your health. We'd better go to the hospital to have a checkup." Lily knew why Tommy didn't dare to make a move. Her face was swollen and burning with pain, but under Tommy's reminder, she covered her stomach and cried, "Oh, my stomach! Send me to the hospital." Tommy hurriedly helped Lily into the car and started the car to leave. Kinsey spat at them. "Bitch, count yourself lucky that that's all you got." Lily was sent to the hospital. After the examination, the doctor said that she had suffered mild injuries and told her to rest in bed. Deborah rushed to the hospital when she heard the news. "Are you trying to die? Why would you go looking for Irene? She's been too quiet. I went to provoke her a little. I didn't expect that bitch Kinsey to come and help her." Lily touched her swollen, numb face and said hatefully, "If I had the chance, I would definitely kill that bitch Kinsey." "Take care of your body and the children in your belly first." Deborah felt distressed upon seeing her daughter getting beaten up. "I will send someone to deal with Kinsey." "Mom, why don't you just get your men to deal with Irene too? Then I'll have one less thing to worry about." "We can't touch her now or we'll be in trouble." Kinsey, on the other hand, has no special background, nor does she have a lot of money. It'll be easy to get rid of her. Deborah's face was full of resentment. "I knew you would say that." Lily took out her mobile phone and handed it to Deborah. "What do you think?" Deborah turned on the video and showed a smirk on her face. Yes, you've acted well. However, don't take such risks again. If Irene really had hit your stomach, you would have lost more than you had to gain. I know. I was afraid that Irene would hurt my belly, so I tied a few sponges all around it. Lily was quite proud. When the time comes, I'll show this video to Dad. I want him to watch how Irene viciously hit me and listen to what he has to say. Stephen heard that Lily was beaten until she had been hospitalized, so he also went to the hospital. When he saw how swollen her face was, he was shocked. Who hit her? Irene hit her. Deborah saw Stephen starting to cry soundlessly and added, Lily had it coming, and I don't blame her. Irene did this? Stephen was shocked. It really surprised him that Irene hit her. He looked at Lily suspiciously and said, Didn't I warn you to not look for her? I didn't go looking for her. She was the one who asked me to meet her. Lily grimaced in pain. She already knew that I was pregnant. I didn't want to see her at first, but I felt guilty and wanted myself to her. I wanted to beg her to let me go since we're sisters. But then Irene refused. She scolded me for being shameless and even scolded Mom. Then she beat me and even asked her friend to come beat me. Stephen just frowned. Although he was very distressed by Lily's bruised face, he still did not believe that Irene would hit someone. Irene is not that unreasonable. You must have provoked her. Lily knew that Stephen would defend Irene. Fortunately, she had prepared for it. She handed the phone to Stephen and said, Dad, I was afraid that you would suspect me, so I asked the driver to go with me and to record it on the spot. Look at this. Stephen took the phone and watched the video. He saw Lily kneeling in front of Irene and Irene slapping Lily in the face. Lily did not fight back. Then Kinsey jumped out, kicking and punching Lily. She had purposely turned the sound off so that he could not hear her scolding. All he could see was the fighting. Stephen frowned. It was normal for Irene to be angry. He had been so worried to tell Irene before this. Now that she already knew, he decided to go to see Irene and tell her what happened to Lily. He wanted Irene to understand that Lily and her shared the same blood. Perhaps Irene would soften her heart. Thinking of this, Stephen just put the mobile phone on the table. Lily, take care of yourself. I'll talk to Irene. After Stephen left, Lily was so angry that she smashed the phone on the ground. Dad is too biased. I was beaten up so badly, but he didn't even say a single bad word about her. It's so infuriating. Deborah picked up the mobile phone. It's normal for him to defend her. That's why I told you not to provoke her. When dealing with the enemy, you either defeat him with one move or lurk and wait for the right time. Now you're pregnant. As long as Margaret wants the child in your belly, you won't lose. As she spoke, the door of the ward was pushed open, and Marie entered the ward. The first thing she saw was Lily's bruised nose and swollen face. When she heard that it was Irene who had beaten her up, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. How can that bitch be so cruel? She has been cruel for a long time. Are you only realizing this now? Deborah sneered. Back then, she was such a young child, yet she went through such lengths to force me and Lily away. Let alone now. Irene is the most vicious of us all. She either stays quiet or she goes all out ruthlessly. Ruthlessly, huh? Let's see who's more cruel then. Marie left angrily. She had always regarded Lily as her daughter. Now seeing her injured, her heart ached, and she vowed inwardly, Irene, just you wait. I won't let you go this time. With her injuries, Lily was recuperating in the hospital. However, Edric asked John to conduct another investigation due to his suspicions. John hadn't paid attention to her period calendar when he investigated the matter. However, after some questioning, he confirmed that Lily needed to be in her period to carry out the examination. Hence, the likelihood of Edric and Lily having shocks was practically zero. What Edric needed to know was how Lily got pregnant. If they didn't have shocks, that meant that she must have used IVF. However, she could not have done it right away. They must have had to store his sperm, and the safest place for that would be the hospital. However, that night, Lily had left in a car after exiting his house. He went to the traffic bureau to double-check her route, but she had indeed returned home. Edric was worried that Lily might have given the stolen sperm to Marie, so he also investigated Marie. However, he also found that Marie had never even been to the hospital. Strange, since they had not been to the hospital to preserve the sperm. Where did the sperm come from? What surprised Edric and John the most was that there was no record of Lily's surgery. Did the baby just drop out of the sky? Just as John was investigating the hospital again, a nurse told John that she had seen Marie in the operating room of the hospital that night. At that time, she asked what Marie was doing. Marie answered that she was here to take some stuff, and the nurse had not paid much attention to it. According to the timeline, that night Marie must have carried out the surgery on Lily. However, Edric still failed to figure out where they got the sperm from. Could it be that they used someone else's sperm? Edric was shocked by this idea. It seemed that he had to check carefully where the sperm had originated from. Irene and Kinsey went home. Kinsey told Thomas angrily what Lily had done today, which shocked Thomas. He reminded Irene, "Don't go so far from home alone in the future. What if they had bad intentions and tried to do something to you? What will you do then?" Kinsey also agreed. "It's a good thing that I got there in time today. If not, who knows what that butch would have tried. Irene, you must be more careful." Irene nodded. "I'll be more careful from now on." In the evening, Jordan came over to eat and Kinsey repeated her story again. Jordan laughed and gave Kinsey a thumbs up. "Well done." Then he said to Irene, "Be careful next time. It seems that they won't stop harassing you. I'll get 2 bodyguards to follow you in case of any accidents in future." "There's no need to hire bodyguards. I'll just try not to go out in the future." As they chatted, Stephen called. He said he had wanted to see Irene and he was waiting for her at a tea room outside the villa. "It seems that bitch has complained, so he's here to question you," Kinsey guessed. "So what? Let's see what he plans to do." Irene went to see Stephen angrily. Seeing Irene approaching him, Stephen took out a key out from his pocket and handed it to her with a smile. "I have something for you." "What's this?" Irene did not take it. "This is the key to the bank's safe. There's some jewelry and gold bars inside. I'm handing them over to you today," Stephen replied. "Why are you giving this to me?" Irene thought that Stephen was just here to denounce her, but surprisingly he was gifting her assets. However, why was he giving the key to her right now? He had been here a few times before, so why not then? "Irene, I have something to ask of you." Stephen didn't dare to look at Irene. "About Lily?" Irene sneered. She should have known Stephen could not be so kind. "You know about Lily's condition. There's something wrong with her body. If she gets rid of the baby, she won't be able to have a child ever again, so I've come to you to ask you." "Mr. Cook, don't you think you're looking for the wrong person?" Irene interrupted him. "Lily is pregnant with Edric's child. You should go look for Edric and Margaret instead. Edric is very angry and determined to kill this child. This whole incident isn't Lily's fault. She's innocent. I don't want to see her live the rest of her life alone. Even more the reason for you to seek Edric, no? Irene, Edric will listen to you. If you persuade him, he will listen to you." Stephen saw that Irene did not buy that at all and had to spit out frankly, "You and Lily are sisters after all. Just help her out this one time." "Mr. Cook, how many times have I told you that my mother gave birth to only me? I have nothing to do with your disgusting affair. It's your business if you want to help your illegitimate daughter. Please don't bother me anymore." Irene got up. Stephen was being too despicable. He knew that she hated Lily, but yet he was asking her to help Lily. It chilled her to the bone. "Irene, I used to sympathize with you, but now looking at you, I can see that my feelings were in vain. Mr. Cook, I don't want to have anything to do with you. I don't need your so-called assets. You'd better leave them to your illegitimate daughter." Stephen just looked at Irene's resolute figure and sighed. Was he wrong? They were both his daughters, so what else was he supposed to do? Edric ordered John to investigate the sperm bank in San Fetio Hospital. Sure enough, he found traces of Marie there. On the day the nurse ran into her, Marie did go to the hospital to take the sperm. However, it was sperm that Marie herself had stored, and it had not been recorded in the hospital's records. The staff at the sperm bank told John that the sperm was stored here 4 years ago by Marie. When John reported this news to Edric, they both thought of the same thing. Could it be that this was the sperm that Edric had given Margaret 4 years ago? Marie didn't use it all back then, so she had chosen to store it and use it on Lily? If this was the case, then there was about to be an exciting show. Edric felt that he should be more humane and remind Lily of her place, so he called her, but Lily did not dare to answer for a long time. After some consideration, she picked up and Edric's cold voice sounded out. "Miss Cook, I advise you to go to the hospital to get rid of the baby in your belly so that you won't be in trouble." Lily was unwilling to listen. "Edric, I had no choice. If I lose the child, I will never have a baby again. I beg you, let me give birth to the child. I promise I won't disturb you and Irene." "Miss Cook, I am asking you to undergo the procedure for your own good. You don't have to listen to me, but you'll have to bear the consequences on your own when the time comes." Edric didn't want to say any more words to Lily. That woman was too disgusting. If she insisted on giving birth, that was up to her. Edric went to see Irene again and told her everything he had found out. Irene was extremely surprised by his revelation. If that was the case, that would mean that Lily would give birth to another man's child. With all the effort she had put into her scheming, she would go crazy if she found out that she was pregnant with another man's child. However, Irene did not feel sorry for her at all. Lily's plan was backfiring on herself. Edric proposed to get married again. "Irene, let's go register our marriage and give Eden and the child in your stomach a complete family." Irene shook her head. "This is not the right time to talk about this. Eden is about to wake up from his afternoon nap. You should go." Edric sighed softly. Irene was still rejecting him. He also knew that this was not the time to force her. He had to go settle the matter that had come between them for so long. He would never let those people go. They had tried to create misunderstandings between him and Irene to ruin their happiness. He would not let a single one of them off the hook. Marie's heart ached upon seeing Lily badly beaten up. She regarded Lily as her own daughter. She had no idea that Deborah had already seen through her ploy and was outwitting her. She did not know that Lily was not her daughter, but instead her daughter was Rowan, who she had hired people to kill. Marie was a malicious person. For her own interests, she would not hesitate to kill Myra, let alone Irene. After all, Irene had beaten Lily up. Marie left the hospital with her teeth clenched. She swore that she would take revenge on Irene. Marie thought hard, but she had no idea how to deal with Irene. In the end, she had no choice but to tell Margaret about what was going on. Margaret was looking forward to the arrival of her grandsons, and she was not on good terms with Irene anyway. If she heard that Irene had beaten Lily up, she would hate her even more. With Margaret in the way, Irene and Edric being together would be close to impossible. Thinking of this, Marie went to find Margaret. She first asked about Margaret's physical condition, and then told her what Irene had done to Lily. She exaggerated Lily's injury and described it in a horrifying way. "It's horrible. Lily's face was so swollen that I couldn't even recognize her. If the driver hadn't been there to send her to the hospital, Lily would definitely have suffered a miscarriage." Margaret was shocked. "Are my grandchildren all right?" The doctor said she might be at risk of a miscarriage, so she should rest in bed. Hearing this, Margaret was very worried. Lily had 2 babies in her. If anything went wrong, she would be heartbroken. She was so angry that she shouted, "How could Irene be so vicious? Lily is her sister, no matter the circumstances. She can't even forgive her own sister? For someone as evil as her, she doesn't care about family." Marie was full of hatred. If she had even an ounce of kindness in her, she would sympathize with Lily. Lily is pregnant with twins. The chances of that are minuscule. She knows this, so she's jealous. I'm just worried that she might try to take the children away once Lily gives birth. Margaret cursed fiercely. "It's too much. No, I have to tell Edric and expose her true colors." Margaret immediately called Edric and told him about Lily's miserable condition based on what she heard from Marie. Edric sneered and said, "She is lucky that she didn't lose her babies. Next time, if she provokes Irene again, I will make sure she has a miscarriage." Upon hearing her son's ruthless words, Margaret scolded him harshly. However, Edric did not care at all and simply hung up on the phone. Usually, it was a big thing to be pregnant with twins. That was why Marie had inseminated 2 sperms into Lily's ovum. At that time, she thought that they would have a better chance of Edric changing his attitude towards Lily once he knew about the twins. However, she did not expect that Edric would not buy it at all. Edric's ruthlessness chilled Marie's heart. She was an experienced woman. She had seen Malcolm's attitude towards Lydia before. In the past, she had been hoping that Margaret could suppress Edric so that Lily could marry into the family successfully. Now, seeing how helpless Margaret was, Marie faintly realized that it was not a wise choice to let Lily get pregnant at this time. Margaret couldn't live forever. In the future, Edric would be the head of the family. Edric did not like Lily, so it wasn't hard to guess what would happen. Although she had come to this realization, it was too late to turn back now. Lily's children must be born. Otherwise, the rest of her life would be nothing but misery. Marie had to comfort herself in her heart. Even if Lily couldn't get what she wanted, she could at least get some money. After all, Edric was their father. He would not treat his children badly with all the money he had. Marie didn't know that Edric had already signed his property over to Irene and his 2 children. Although Margaret had already found out, she certainly would not tell Marie about something like that. After a bit more chit-chat, Marie left angrily. Walking out of the Myers family home, Marie didn't feel the least bit soothed. On the contrary, she was even more upset. Things were no longer under her control now. She had to find a way to stop Irene from staying in San Fatillo if she wanted to secure Lily's future. She had no way to control Irene. Fortunately, Irene still had Thomas by her side. Marie decided to go and find Thomas. She would persuade and threaten him again. Then, Thomas would eventually think of a way to get Irene to leave San Fatillo. After Marie left, Edric came back. His and Marie's car passed each other. Marie was an accomplice to Lily's pregnancy. Seeing Marie coming out from his house again, Edric felt extremely disgusted. Marie definitely did not go to his house with any good intentions. Margaret's leg had not recovered, so she had been resting at home. Due to this, she was not very updated with what was going on. It seemed like Marie had gone to tell her about Lily's injury. Why was Marie helping Lily so much? What was Lily giving back to her in return? His car pulled up to the front of the house and he strode in. Margaret heard the sound of the door opening and turned towards him. "You're back." Edric walked over and asked bluntly, "Why was Marie here?" "She was worried about my health, so she came to visit me and have a chat." "Worried about your health? Why is she being so kind?" Edric sneered. "It seems to me like she had other motives. She's my best friend. Isn't it normal for her to care about me?" "Don't hide it anymore. Marie must have told you that Lily was beaten up, right?" Edric smiled mockingly. "Apart from gossiping about nonsense, what evil scheme is she up to now?" "What are you on about? Isn't she speaking the truth? It's true that Irene beat Lily up, isn't it?" Margaret's temper was rising. "Yes, it is, but she brought it upon herself." Edric sneered. "She was so shameless that she had the nerve to plot a pregnancy. How dare she provoke Irene? She deserves it." "Edric, Lily is pregnant with your twins. You've got to be less biased. Fortunately, Lily was sent to the hospital in time, otherwise, my 2 grandsons." Margaret dared not imagine what might have happened. It's for the best if she had faced a miscarriage. A vicious woman like her doesn't deserve to be a mother. Edric had never attacked anyone like that before. His hatred for Lily had reached its peak. "How can you be so ruthless?" Margaret's temper rose even more. "Just because you like Irene, you're blinded from her viciousness. All you see is how good she is. She won't even let her own sister go. How much more vile can one be? My grandsons will not be raised by her, for she will ruin them."